Better than the Patriots? No. Maybe for you. The Broncos actually were very successful against the Patriots. You know, the Broncos and the Giants at least could stop the Patriots. This was the worst Chiefs team in years, and they still won the Super Bowl. No evil teams here. Go Avs. Broncos suck, so at least we have the Avalanche.
The standings and their performance. And
I gotta restart the stream real quick, guys, because I forgot to VPN again. It's that kind of day. Be right back. All right, there we go. We're back. We're on the VPN now. Everything's great. Thoughts on the Super Bowl? Fuck the Chiefs, man. I'm done with the Super Bowl. I'm done with being a football fan.
so far, both these
Until Patrick Mahomes retires.
But that's the thing. I mean, I think G2, at least in week 4, had a bit of an upswing themselves. And every time we've seen these two teams face off in a best-of series, it's been G2 who comes out on top. In fact, every time we saw these two teams in a best-of series last year.
Ever thought about a Roman Empire kind of background? You will be surprised by some of the incoming graphics to this stream that I keep promising. Monty, you think Mahomes can tie or surpass Brady 7? End me. End me.
It was not only the fact
that is too horrifying for me to even think about.
In best of series last year, it was G2 beat BDS, and then BDS were just unable to pick up any win after that as well. So it definitely G2 have got into heads.
Why couldn't this have been Ravens Lions, guys? Does God hate us? Why can't Lamar Jackson be winning 3 Super Bowls in 5 years? Huh? Why does it have to be the Chiefs and Mahomes? Why couldn't it have been the Bills and Josh Allen? Why? Why can't the Niners have a quarterback?
A little bit of
Outrageous. Outrageous, guys. Oh, my stream deck's all fucked up. Hello? Stream deck? Work, please. Need you to work. There we go. All right, here we go. SF did beat themselves. It was crazy they lost that game. What a bunch of bums, for real. How do you lose that game? Like, Niners should have been up 30 at, like, by this, the Niners should have been up 30 at halfway through the third quarter. It's just outrageous. Outrageous. Hate to tell you guys, Brock Purdy is a fraud. XDI Hero, thank you for your tier 1 subscription. All right, we go. Okay, I talked on Summoning Insights. So let me kind of give you guys the stakes between these two teams, because I think they're pretty interesting. I talked on Summoning Insight about how I think that that BDS is actually kind of like T1. And what I mean by that is that they are playing a style of League of Legends that they have a diversity of picks that allows them to kind of play the same style over and over again, but it provides a really solid foundation. And the start of that is that Nuke is just playing like Faker, not, like Faker, but as in he is playing in a similar style to Faker. And by that, I mean it's a lot of control mages in the mid lane that are very stable right now. It's a lot of Azir, it's Orianna, it's Nico. If we actually look at his stats for this year so far, coming into this series, actually including this series, he has only played Orianna, Azir, and Nico. This split, okay? And today he played Azir, Orianna again, and then he played one game of Akali. But basically the way that T1 and BDS draft is to early pick a control mage, blind pick it, and then that allows you for your side lanes, especially your top lane, to have a lot more priority in playing weird champions. In T1's case, this could be Zeus with Yone. In the bot lane's case, Ice has been playing a lot of kind of engage or pick heavy crowd control 80 carries. So this is Varus, Jhin, Ashe. He's only played 2 other games not on those 3 picks. One of them was on Callista, and one of them was on Aphelios. So either with Chain of Corruption or with Ashe Arrow or with Jhin W or with Jhin Ult, they have an ability to create long-range CC that then gets them a lot of picks. The other thing that they do is they put Sheo onto a lot of skirmishing champions with early game dueling pressure. So Xin Zhao and Vi have been his biggest one. He's also had a couple games of Poppy, but less of the farming junglers or kind of the Maokais that have been really big in this meta. So they tend to play a style that is based around pick compositions with a strong control mage identity in mid lane. And then they have, of course, Adam's like kind of wacky champion pool to play within the top side. So it's a style that has enough diversity that's very hard for enemy teams to ban out. They can kind of fall back and continuously play this style, even with 5 bans through the draft phase, and because they prioritize mid lane picks early. That's what I mean by they're like T1 in this way. They're playing a very solid fundamental style of League of Legends where they don't have to change win conditions from game to game, and they can they can play the same win conditions over and over, and they've gotten really good at that, and they're particularly good at vision control and objective control and setting up picks and traps around vision before the objective starts. Okay, so that's what we're looking at for BDS today. G2, on the other hand, clearly, they started a little bit weaker this split with Caps not being in his greatest performance. But now, as the split is ending and we've seen Caps in playoffs, we've seen some really amazing games, like as a colleague game, good side laning. And G2 is much more about trickier drafts, right? They're the ones who are playing like Vladimir top counters from Broken Blade. Broken Blade has had some huge carry performances on the Zac, for example. Hansama, very different kind of AD carry, often gets the Draven band and has preferred Aphelios and Callista. So he's got like the reverse champion pool of Ice in the bot side, as well as being kind of a dangerous, Varus and Senna player as well. So a lot more kind of champion diversity on the side of G2, and probably higher individual skill level, but also kind of a propensity to have some whoopsies at times. But this is a much better team when it comes to being able to roll out a variety of different play styles, and especially playing side lanes. BDS plays for vision control and picks around Drake and Baron, okay? On the other hand, G2 plays much more for side lane pressure. So that's kind of what we're looking at heading into this series, and we'll kind of see how all of this plays out, right? So I hope that's a good introduction for you guys. Into game one. We'll see if I'm right. So hopefully you guys like that little intro. And right off the bat, this is game one. There's the Draven ban. And remember how we just said that Sheo doesn't play Maokai or Brand, really? He has played games, but they haven't been his default picks. Whereas you're going to be much more worried about carry junglers from Yike, okay? Darius here, Ashe here, going to be taken out immediately. However, this still leaves the Varus and the Jhin in the champion pool. So right now, you may see just a first pick Varus here to take it away from Ice and force him to do something different. Like if you're going to ban the Ashe, I think you probably go for a first pick Varus here, just because that's going to kneecap BDS the most, and you can't ban out Nuke's champion pool with the bans that you've already put down.
Their second series win. Technically, they won a best of one, which is kind of a series. I mean, it counts as an over. Kalista for Hansama on the bottom side. And
so Kalista's still up. I forgot Kalista was still up. You're obviously going to take that if you're Hansama. Playing to his comfort, and it will be Varus Orianna. So this is the least surprising thing of all time coming on the side of BDS. This is super predictable. Twisted Fate. We're on 14-2. Twisted Fate was buffed on AD. Twisted Fate was buffed on this patch, right? Oh no, it's buffed on. Yes, it was buffed on 14-2. So he gets less attack speed growth. But wild cards now scales with 50% bonus AD. So that's going to be really good for wave clear with an AD build. And his pick a card now scales with crit strike chance, and he gets more attack speed bonus off of his stacked deck, and it scales with bonus AD. So basically, this is going to be a significantly buffed ADTF, which implies that this could be an AP mid laner here, right? Maokai and Brand are already banned, but we could see a Lilia pick coming here potentially. Poppy actually is going to pick tier very strong into Kalista. It's pretty dangerous to leave the Poppy up if you're going to first pick Kalista. And if you're the enemy team, you have to take Poppy in the first round of the draft. Otherwise, it's definitely going to be banned here.
So we know it flexes into two positions. We'll see if a third or fourth rear its head. For now, the debates onto what the BDS first ban should be, they have locked in the Poppy. Easy to assume this is a jungler, but we've seen it flex into both positions. Still really
yeah, recasting to lock in a card now resets his basic attack timer. That's a very good point. Giselle VT.
You are looking at things like a potential Nautilus, which perhaps BDS either want to early rotate or consider banning.
So they're banning Braum because they want to pick Nautilus here on 4. Jack's going to be banned. Why would Jax be banned? This could be top.
Adam does choose to blind some.
Because I don't understand why else you would ban Jax here.
Like the Garen, but he's going to save it for last pick, so he wants to make sure he knows exactly where this Twisted Fate is going.
There are so many flexes.
Great flex. This is a great draft from BDS. We saw this yesterday in the Mad Lions game. Right? I'm trying to remember which game it was, because we did both series yesterday, where Rel and Poppy on red side were picked, and that just leaves you guessing until the very end of the draft.
Yeah, I do think, though, for G2, you got an option here. It's like, do we go 1-4 or do we go 1-3-1, right?
Broken Blade been playing hundreds of games of TF and solo queue. Yeah, it makes sense. They're going to take the Azir, so this is a top TF. That's why the Jax is banned, because the Counter-Strike would potentially really fuck up Twisted Fate.
I think you need something that at least can contest mid-wave, because Kalista versus Varus means that it's very hard for you to just try to have that like solo split pusher if you don't have mid control, and you can't really get that if you go for like a poke Varus in this setup. So I'm curious to see exactly what they want to try and round out this comp with.
Debate here now. Tarek.
I was not expecting that.
Well, you hit me with the Kalista Tarek. That's an old combination, obviously, but this is a really creative draft from G2. This allows them with Twisted Fate to set up some nasty dive city, right? With Kalista, holy moly, and Vi. Oh, this is tower dive central, man. The problem with running Twisted Fate topside is that you have to get him out of the top lane, but in the mid game you can side lane with the Azir and switch TF to mid potentially, right? Or you just send TF bot and you do Drake control with Kalista. Because what you can do with this composition is start stacking Drakes early, and by the time towers start falling, you get to 15, 16 minutes in the game. You send Kalista mid and TF bot, and that way he can port out into further Drake fights. Or tower dive. Okay, Rumble falls down through the draft. Will be Rel support. On the BDS side, really strong engage. Ball onto Rel potentially, or Poppy, who's heroic charging in. Pretty standard composition. Early aggression is definitely possible for their bot lane with the Poppy pickup. Poppy also has invade pressure, as we saw yesterday in the games. They kind of screwed it up, but you saw the power of the early game Poppy, especially pre-level 3, when Yzma played it on Mad Lions. They fucked it up. They fucked up the play in the long run, but they had the right idea at first.
The top side build. We'll see if he has any special adjustments up into the Rumble. If you haven't seen this, TF obviously adjusted to support AD builds much more.
Ooh. The support for BDS coming in strong today.
So this is about his BDS style of composition, but you guys see what we're talking about. They just run very well-rounded compositions. And credit to Adam. I mean, Adam is a player who is a giant liability on this BDS roster at Worlds, primarily because he couldn't play Rumble, and he hasn't played a lot of Rumble games. I think he played one before this, but at least he's able to play it now.
You've got a great front line in the form of Poppy and Rel. You've got great backline damage in the form of Orianna and Rumble, and then you've got Varus. I expect him to go towards the poke build, as we often see, but even if he does go for the on-hit, just a lot of potential late-game damage. So BDS sticking to the style that they've consistently found success with so far this split, whereas G2 continue to shake things up. They do have a strong bot side, but I imagine that they're going to struggle against the Varus early. In terms of this 2v2, I'm very curious as to how the Tarek and Terrell matchup in particular influences the control over this lane.
Yeah, I think definitely you're gonna.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Tarek into Rel matchup before, but nobody actually doing anything too crazy in terms of the level ones.
I think at the early stages, Yike is going to have to try and focus more towards topside, right? BB isn't running that teleport, so you need to try and make sure you can get maybe 4th wave, 5th wave crash so he can actually reset and match Adam's reset. Otherwise, I think you're going to fall super far behind. So I am curious to see what Yike's decision-making is here. Like, does he feel like BB's just okay to get full control into this top lane matchup without Sheo coming up and he's going to be able to reset himself? Or will Yike...
No, 100 Thieves /C9. We can do that one instead, guys. I haven't done the ones from the previous day, but if you want to do 100 Thieves C9, I'm down. I am down. We'll get to all the LCS games, guys. We'll get to all of them this week. Just the order in which we do them in.
Pretty strong passive, but Caps giving as good as he gets, just not quite able to keep up in terms of wave clear.
Notice this ward that was dropped on the rafters here from the side of BDS. Our observers are going to highlight it for us.
We can do actually 200 Thieves games. We'll do 100 Thieves TL, C9 versus 100 Thieves is what we'll do.
2 games this split. They love the level 3 invades. They play around their bot prio all the time. They consistently look to try and invade the enemy bot side.
I'll change the stream title now.
To try and put pressure on the enemy jungle. This time, Hansama and Mickey already looking for that early information, but Yike deciding it's not worth trying to go for that contest, especially given the HP of Caps right now. He doesn't think that without that mid-prio, it's worth going for that skirt.
Yeah, I was interested because they spotted that level 1, and Yike kind of faked that he was going into the enemy jungle, and then you see Hansama and Mickey move.
No early game shenanigans, so Vi's going to hit 3 just fine.
What's the plan? But with Hansam and Mickey now showing on bot side.
You're welcome, Alex's Shadow. Thank you for the nice words.
And again, I think Yike can reset here, moving towards his top side if he really wants to, or contest Scuttle here. The options are there, but I think moving up towards his top side to try and help.
They make me feel better after having to watch the Chiefs win the Super Bowl.
Looks like Broken Blade went for an early Cheetah recall, picking up those boots and the refillable. Did drop a ward on the top side, under the assumption that there could be an early gank heading his way. But yeah, going to path up towards top, assuming that this is the only safe scuttle crab for him to go for.
Torrent is Mio. Torrent is Mio. Thank you for Twitch Prime sub.
Will allow Yike to know that it is the only safe grab that he can go for. Jo now revealed on the bottom side. Information on the enemy jungler for G2. BDS, I think, could be reasonably confident that Vi is clearing out the top side scuttle. Haven't quite spotted that one yet, but Jo now moving through. But again, being spotted here, gonna make it tricky.
You know, the one saving grace of the Mahomes versus Brady narrative is that Mahomes lost the head-to-head. So I don't know if he can ever live that down. You know what I mean?
Just before he went for the TP play, but you can see both teams at the moment very slow. No one really wanted to step a foot wrong. You even see Yike now that he realized the wave's cleared and move back up towards his top side because that's where his camps are respawned.
And while you talked about the adjustability that you have in draft and a best of 5, certainly, yes, you can also afford to lose a game. A reminder that winning this series takes you through straight to the finals. Losing puts you further down in the gauntlet, going to have to face at least another opponent, the victor of our first best of 5 next weekend. But the luxury of being able to sit at the top and kind of wait to see who your opposition is going to be is such an incredible boon to have. And both of these teams look to be the strongest in the league. So cementing yourself as the clear strongest and then getting to see all of your opponents fight for the right to face you, incredible position to be in if you can come out on top in this.
Broken Blade actually not running TP here because he's on TF. So this bolsters my theory that he's going to end up side laning in bot lane. He'll be playing closest side to objectives. It's an interesting strat. Like, credit to G2. They are perpetually innovative.
You can actually see the skill order observers highlighting.
And I honestly have no idea how the TF Rumble top matchup is supposed to go. Especially with all these buffs to TF. This is my first time seeing this champion play to the professional level with this build.
Actually getting bullied out of the lane in this early game.
You also just get significantly more gold on TF now as well. The fact that you have the second roll on your gold, where it's weighted like more towards one, yeah, it's absolutely insane. So it's like, you just end up with so much extra gold on this ADTF where you're able to snowball. So
I mean, the CS is pretty much dead even, right? And you can already see a gold lead starting to build.
Yeah. And then as well, like, you're going to see him, well, now that he's hit 6, like, the opportunity feels like to try and punish the BB in the early stages on this TF is kind of gone now. For Shale, where he's get the reset, you just ult back to topside with the Destiny, while also simultaneously revealing everyone on the map as G2 setting up a push on bot. Looks like for a dragon.
Ulti used primarily just to get back to that top wave, but also, as you highlighted, information gain. They knew exactly where everyone
Okay, very good wave state for a 6-minute Drake. Classic Kalista composition, trying to stack this up early on. Sheo. Okay, flash E stun. Very nice. But they used everything that they have. Where was the shockwave's down? I guess Nuke used it in lane. When did he use shockwave? What?
You also just get significantly more gold on TF now as well. The fact that you have the
he hit 6 and his shockwave's already on cooldown. What?
On your gold, where it's weighted like more towards one, yeah. It's
I guess he used it instantly.
So much extra gold on this ADTF where you're able to snowball. So I mean,
wait, what the fuck is going on? Where is his ult? What is happening? Oh, I can't do analysis, guys, if I don't have fucking information. Why is the live UI broken now? I think he instantly shockwaved. Okay, Caps has ult now. I guess Caps was waiting to skill it. Okay. I'm calming down, guys. But the overlay has literally been wrong a bunch. It's been wrong a bunch, and it's so tilting, guys. Won't give us replays, have broken UI, so you can't do analysis.
Primarily just to get back to that top wave, but also, as you highlighted, information gain. They know exactly where everyone is on the map now. Information is power in the early game.
So why did he use... Well, I'm just very curious why he would use R right here. Like, what was the point of that? Like, this wave is pushing this direction, and they're gonna go for the
You
Drake.
just end up with so much extra gold in this ADTF where you're able to snowball. So
I mean, the CS is pretty much dead even, right? You can already see a gold lead starting to build.
yeah. And then
I really just wonder what happened to his shockwave.
Like the opportunity
It's very
to
weird.
try and punish the BD in the early stages on this TF is kind of gone now for Sheo.
If I had a replay, I could just watch mid lane, but
To topside with the Destiny.
I guess I'll just never know.
Everyone on the map is G2 setting up a push on bot. Looks like for a dragon.
Ulti used primarily just to get back to that top wave, but also, as you highlighted, information gained. They know exactly where everyone is on the map now. Information is power.
Nobody knows that Nuke
They've managed
doesn't
to
have
push
ult,
in mid
I
as
guess.
well. Here comes Sheo, though.
Casters don't know.
Angle might be able to find Cap's gonna go for the knockout.
Cap still has his ults. I mean, it's a good one, but I mean, if they have shockwave, he dies. Just straight up. You know, he trades flash for flash otherwise, but he's able to get out of this. Nice flash from Hansam on Lebrov's engage. Uses cleanse on the stun. Nice flash. Okay, force cleanse on the other side. Another E from Poppy. First blood for Rel. Good skirmish from BDS, actually. Sheo making the plays. But they don't take the Drake. Huge to stop early Drake stacking, though.
Just getting slowed by the Ocean Dragon attacks, but it's actually just a bait. Sheo's right there. They're able to turn that play around, and Hansama and Caps were just completely nullified at the start of this play.
A surprising lack of damage from both sides in that early game. A lot of people getting low, but no kills actually secured. I was wondering if Nuke, I was kind of waiting for the shockwave to come out. I believe Nuke used it earlier in the laning phase, which
Yes.
is why he didn't actually have it. Because the moment that Caps was kind of thrown into the wall by Sheo, I thought he was dead, right?
You see the Poppy burst, and you forget that literally, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you can see nobody has any items.
Yeah.
There are no items. You're like, they're going to kill him. And then you're like, oh, wait, they can't do anything.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure the shockwave is down here because I was expecting the shockwave right here. Initial kill, doesn't get it. Flash for flash. I think Hansama thinks, you know what, I can commit onto the enemy Orianna here, and I should have enough damage to do it, but he just doesn't. Meanwhile, Sheo also getting chipped away. All of the G2 members are at about half HP, but the problem here is that it's easier, I should say, for BDS to turn because Caps and Hansama.
It's good positioning by Sheo here.
From the follow-up fight, that it's easy for Ice to turn that one around. Very well played from the BDS AD carry.
Also good recognition of their strengths. With these kind of tankier options like the Rel and Poppy, you do have good upfront burst damage. Yes, G2 in theory beats you in some capacities, and right now they're winning in deaths. Lebrov beat that, buddy. 1,500 for Mickey. This is unexpected and bad manners, but I love to see it. All right, Yike now caught out as well. Looking to keep up with Mickey here on the death count. Is quick pick going to come through on the jungle?
This is what I'm talking about. BDS is very 1,500 LEC deaths. That's funny. This is what I'm talking about. The setups, the pick setups that BDS does. Like, you don't expect the Orianna just to be fucking hiding in your jungle right here.
Also good recognition of their strengths. With these kind of tankier options like the
You know, Orianna, they actually ping her. I mean, I'm pretty sure they see that Orianna. That's why Mickey X is going up, but they don't expect Sheo to be here. He also interrupts the queue, so there's no escape for the Vi. Completely unnecessary to use Shockwave, but what are you going to do?
Great punishment. Just coming off the back, the fact that you got these early kills, and now you're like, cool, we can go for the invade. We got push on mid. You can start to set up control on bot side as well. And if you can try and get these dragons stacking early, like, yes, ADTF is great in the side lane and great in the 1v1, but a TF is still a TF.
The TF goes back. He ulted back to lane earlier.
Much rather a Rumble ult than a TF ult any day of the week. So I think BDS, if you can start stacking these dragons, force G2 into fights, you're in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, credit to
It's a good start for BDS in this game.
That they have to move into that red buff and find that advantage again. Punishing G2.
It's pretty bad that first Drake has been delayed, and it's going to be even worse if they actually take first Drake here. That's pretty terrible for G2.
Excellent knockback.
I think there's a bit of a mistake coming through from G2. I think BDS significantly better position, good damage opportunity to try.
Thanks, the Dirty South. Are you actually the band? I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the band, the Dirty South.
I think you could have cross-mapped here, but kind of missing your opportunity now. And BDS, you're having the run of the mill here in this early game.
Yeah, And their only lead right now on the side of G2 is Broken Blade, and it's built on the back of TF passive.
Just from Alabama.
Single plate.
I'm so sorry.
Which is not a good position to be because, again, the TF kit is generally weaker compensated for having his little, golden compassive. He doesn't have a passive that does anything else. So, tricky situation to be certain. That said, we talked about it earlier on. Both these teams, if you had to look at their weakest points of the course of the split.
Move to Denver, actually. I'm moving to Denver. All right. I'm from Colorado. I'm from Fort Collins. I'm moving to Denver later this year. Thank you, Alpha Zero, for your Twitch Prime sub.
I don't see how they really make this gank work, though. Yike is investing a huge amount of his time to try and get this bot lane ahead. And I don't think that's the wrong play by any means, but I think BDS are doing a great job of weathering the storm. Sheo really wants to clear his top.
What is wrong with my parents' home state of Alabama? Well, they're cousins and they made you. That's what's wrong, Micah9.
Expected him to sort of clear towards his top and then path back towards bot to potentially help them get that push out on this next wave. With the resets coming through, maybe he wants to clear from bot to top so that he can set up for a contest around these Void Grubs. Information will be gained by Broken Blade as Adam now makes his way back out onto the map. Early Merc Tread secured for him. Even if this is an ADTF, that stun card can still be very obnoxious to deal with.
And as well, I mean, the fact that you're able to look for picks with like Yike and BB, you're going to do a ton of damage if you're able to play off this top.
I mean, I feel like he was asking for that one.
He's actually doing such a really good job of farming. He's had the level advantage here for Yike for a little while. So
How did I end up in New York? Because I went to college in New York.
Come for Void Grubs as G2, but at the moment, it looks like he's not interested. He's just like, cool, I'm going to hover around this bot side, contest Raptors on respawn, and make sure that I'm able to keep control of this bot side. So then, realistically, Hans Sam and Mickey can't get control here.
Nice trading from Adam.
Side, contest Raptors on respawn, and make sure that I'm able to keep control of this bot.
I'm curious about the Merc Treads buy into the TF here. Are you that afraid of gold cards and ADTF? It's a legit question. Like, I do not know the correct builds for this matchup.
Bit of time to get that gold app card out and locked in, but here comes Yike from the shadows, looking for the lockup flash to save from Adam, immediately laying down his old Broken Blade, just staying just on the side, not wanting to walk into the hitbox. But they get the flash and they get the ulti out in exchange for Broken Blade's ghost.
But look at the immediate response from BDS. Sheo pathing back towards the bot side of the map. This will guarantee BDS some plates onto their AD carry, stealing away camps from Yike as well. I love the response. BDS doing a good job of matching all the sorts of pressure that G2 trying to throw at them in the early game.
Yeah, and they just cannot walk forward here. Sheo has so much armor. They do not do anything to that.
The Merc Treads seem very weird.
They don't want to overcommit. Happy to give him just that little boon of gold and walk away. Already a Yomu's completed for the Varus.
Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of
like, just build Sork Shoes, right?
Rather the Varus, because I was looking.
Or if you're gonna build defensively, build Greaves.
To let Breeby do his thing in the mid to late game. You kind of need the poke Varus to contest that mid wave and have control there. But opting in towards Callista means that now you kind of want to play towards both sides of the map, and it's making things very difficult. Where they want to try and play for BB to push his advantages, get some Void Grubs play through that, but they haven't really been able to secure their bot lane either because of how much or how good of a job Adam's doing at delaying.
I think you just need to prioritize damage. So
honestly, I have less of a problem with the Callista priority and more so what they paired up with it. The moment that they saw that Poppy, I feel like that their support options became very hamstrung. Like maybe they wanted to go for things like the Alistair, maybe they wanted to go for the Rakan. Like even if they wanted.
I mean, you have to expect the Poppy when you're picking Callista. That's.
They kind of locked themselves into a position where you could.
But it's most people don't pick Poppy in the first round of the draft, so you have a chance to ban it in the second round of the draft.
But it is very difficult for G2 to find advantages and actually win out on these early skirmishes. And BDS happy to chill. They know in terms of the scaling, they know they have great team fighting, they know that they can play well around these objectives, and that's why they thrive. The fact that their early game is in a position like this is the optimal setup based on what we've seen from them this split.
And I think the tricky thing for G2 when you start to find yourself at an early deficit, and yes, it is only 1,000 gold, and Broken Blade is doing his best to build a lead out.
The comp is already mediocre in team fights, but BDS doesn't play for team fights, guys. They play pick comps. They play for picks. So it doesn't matter if their team comp is mid in team fights. They don't team fight. If they team fight, they lose. They try and get objective control and play around vision and get a pick. That's what they do, guys. That's what I talked about at the start of the stream. If they were playing for team fights, their top three most played AD carries would not be Ashe, Jhin, and Varus. Okay? If they were playing for team fights, they wouldn't just be playing fucking Vi and Jin Zhao every game.
BDS are happy, just going to try and look for the pick.
Caps caught out here. Steadfast presence trying to make sure he can't get a Koei. Excellent pushback. Attaching the ball to Sheo ended up being the wrong play there. If it had been on the ground, it might have caught Caps, but because it was put on the Poppy, the pullback is there.
It's ult for ult, though. Where's Broken Blade? Making his way out onto the map. Adam as well. It looks like we're going to have a big brawl around this dragon. Both teams poised and ready to fight.
Ult traded for ult. Immediately engaged now coming out. That's the Taric ultimate. Yikes, still standing for now. Good so far. The front line protected. Broken Blade trying to get some damage down over the wall.
Going to have a...
If it had been on the ground, it might have caught Caps.
Okay, so the Twisted Fate trying to get in range right now to use ult. Is running a pick comp versus TF? Yes, exactly. Guys, this is a good strategy from G2. Run TF. How do they pick you when you can see them? Tell me. How do they do that? You know, they happen to use the TF ult. Yes, TF was ulting into topside, but the timing of the TF ult around the first Drake before the fight was so they could see everybody coming up. This is a very, very smart pick to counter BDS's style.
Making his way out to the map. Adam as well. It looks like we're going to have a big brawl around this dragon. Both teams poised and ready to fight.
It also just allows you mobility so you can split push, right? The 1-3-1 is very strong. Gold card immediately onto ice, right?
This dragon, both teams poised and ready to fight.
Look at this play. Timing is perfect. Vi ult directly into gold card. Load it up. Boom. Done. Even though he uses cleanse. It's free now. Right? And they're just immune. So Yike lives. It's extremely well played by G2. Very, very good timing.
Not going to overcommit. Recognize they're weaker. Give up ice and walk away.
I mean, Ice didn't need to give up his life there. He takes a step too.
Now Caps is going to TP to topside. So as I said earlier before the game, it's now Caps' job to push this side. You push TF here. They go mid. Every time Drake comes up, TF is bot so that you can actually get vision. You threaten a flank every single time. You can clear out wards in bot side.
For Poke, trying to see if he can get the chains on towards Yike, but he's got the unstoppable coming through from the ultimate, and he's just have to lock down Ice. So big mistake from the BDS AD carry and costing.
They're out picking the pick comp with Twisted Fate.
And now Caps has the overstayed on the sideline here. LeBron coming in, but just a little bit too late. Adam clears out the wave, and essentially everything.
0 damage Rumble, by the way. Merc treads into Rocket Belt.
Big lead for Broken Blade individually. He's going to be the one that we have to kind of track in these fights. Broken Blade, speaking of, now caught out here. On the run, the knock up there from Sheo. There's just got to be no way you get out of this.
He's going to flash over the wall. He's fine.
And you'll always remember the day you almost caught the Broken Blade. It cost him everything.
Well, they got a TP out from Adam, which, I mean, there's lots of ways to look at this. The advantage that BDS has is that Nuke still has his TP, so they can have him match on a side lane, and then they can always guarantee numbers advantage. But the beauty of Twisted Fate is your ultimate helps you cheat, and I think one of the big things in that last fight was Adam was there just a little bit later, so the wombo combo potential of BDS wasn't really an option, whereas the TF could arrive thanks to the ultimate that allowed him to just get into that fight that bit earlier. So very excited to see how we handle these upcoming fights as we get closer and closer to the mid game. It's Caps down in the bot lane. No TP, remember, so numbers advantage for BDS means that they should be able to guarantee this Herald.
Yeah, I think they'll be able to guarantee it, and I want to see it put down in mid. If you can get rid of mid tower, abuse the fact Ice has push against Hansam in the mid lane, it makes it very difficult for you to try and play sides as G2 here. So I think that's why G2 trying to trade this for, hey, we're going to have pressure on bot lane. Yike is going to protect Caps as well, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them transition into this mid play to guarantee mid tower to respond in kind.
Very, very good rotations from G2. I'm actually shocked this series was a 3-0. Usually G2 like trolls a game if they're up.
They're not going to overplace vision on the bottom side, partially because they don't have wards, but also Dragon's still a pretty decent way.
Is it worth subbing on your channel at all, or is the Elephant Discord such? No, it's always worth subbing to Monte too. Why not all of it?
They committed their TP into the bot side, they then transitioned to mid, pushed in mid, gained control over top. G2 saw that and responded by having Caps isolated push the bot side while the rest of G2 group mid, and because they had early control over that mid wave, they can use their pressure on bot.
Typhus. Whoa, 20 community gift subs. Thank you very much. Holy moly. That was very generous of you. Thank you. Jerky's minion with the 20. Typhus 5 with the 20. Damn. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to let this calm down for just a second. Eleven Discord is great, but this is awesome. Thank you. We do have fun here. All that money that you guys sub to is going back into stream and YouTube improvements. So it will be well used to entertain you. I will tell you that. Hardlow, I do read YouTube chat as well. And Zach, I am doing well. Thank you. I have been switching back and forth between the two. Did you know the train whistle would become iconic? No, I just did it for fun. I had no idea it was going to... Well, frankly, I didn't think I was going to do it that well. But I fucking nailed it. If we're being real. I fucking nailed it. That whole bit, I fucking destroyed. So... After I did it that well, maybe I should have known.
So BDS, like, they're getting run around the map a little bit as we enter this mid-game. This has been the focus of G2 this whole split, their approach to the mid-game and their macro. So the question is, how will BDS handle this? Because again, they've found themselves in deficits like this before, but it's the team fighting really where BDS have always shown us.
And that's why I think BDS kind of stumbled losing that last dragon, right? Because that was kind of their main way of going, hey, in 5 minutes time, you have to fight.
So super delayed Drake sold this game. Really, really good outer turret rotations, though, from G2. BDS is constantly playing on the back foot throughout this entire sequence. Like, if we go back... Right, so we're going back to when Broken Blade escapes from the play earlier. Right? He doesn't have any sums anymore, so they kind of move him up towards the top side. They want to go for the Herald, but instead, there we go. Actually just going to push down to the turret in bot side, get priority over the mid lane, give up the Herald, but they trade Herald for 3 tier 1 turrets.
Wouldn't be surprised to see them transition into this mid play to guarantee mid turret to respond in kind.
And I think G2 transitioning that bot tower into...
So it's actually just a huge trade up for G2. They then put everybody into the top side because they still have pressure. Having 2 AD carries pretty useful, turns out. Broken Blade dies because he doesn't have summoners, but totally worth it for the trade up that you get here. Why are we using Herald? This feels a little weird.
I think this is smart. They need to get something back here because look at Caps pushing in the bot wave. G2 also sent... Oh, Mickey has the flash, but they sent Hansama to mid while that play top was happening. Can they actually secure this?
Very low value Herald. Super low value.
They're going to keep the pressure up with G2 try and fight.
Now they're like desperate to take this. This is really weird, guys. Broken Blade's going to be up with ult in 5 seconds. This could be an overextension for sure. Broken Blade's going to murder them. Thank you, Decole812. Force a TP. There's Taric ult. He's coming in. Gold card. Okay, so when you... Probably when the TP comes in... So the call here is a little weird, guys, because they actually see the Orianna TP. Orianna's in the brush. And so Ori TP's in. I guess they couldn't see Ori TPing. We can't really tell if there was any vision coverage there in that brush or not. And Caps makes the call to just continue pushing. Because at the very least, he doesn't see Ori clearing this wave. So at this point in time, we can't just go in like this. Right? The call at this point in time is to trade tier 2 for tier 2. They ping the TP. Yeah, so Broken Blade cannot go in that case. That's a little awkward. Oh, TF ult showed her. Of course it did. You guys are absolutely right. Of course it did. So they saw that. So they actually had a plan. So the TF ult should have just been to pull the TP out of Ori, and then TF doesn't actually complete the channel for the TP. Yeah, you just chase them down and let Cats split. It's very kind of weird, especially because, again, Broken Blade doesn't have his summoners. Yeah, in spite of that, because of G2's superior macro, we still have a gold lead here, right? And TF passive. TF passive. But if you look at Caps' gold, that's a good point. I'm Jones. He gets like 700 gold, 800 gold, 1,000 gold, somewhere in there off this push, between 800 and 1,000 gold. This is all fine, but I mean, you can see the Ori with TFL. You know she's TPing. You can't just appear here. Yeah, you can't. You just come back here. A little awkward. It's okay though.
Caps actually stopped his reset on bot side to make sure he could get the tier 2 and nuke TPing in. So maybe just not on the same page there and gets punished. So
all my league subs and donations are still from 2021 EDG winning. What does that mean?
We'll get to this next dragon. They try and look for a team for the third, but look at the amount of G2 members.
But thank you for the gift subs. It's very nice of you.
G2 just gonna hard force to the objective here.
Observers, can we see? Yeah, perfect.
He was down 400, is now up to 1,200 in like 2 minutes. Yeah, the gold concentration, the Azir, absolutely absurd right now.
G2 members on the map. How much time are they going to give? See someone go over the wall. They assume it's just normal.
And there's the Baron Dawn.
Gone. Stolen
Oh, the
away.
money because you bet on EDG. That was an underdog bet when they won, man. Good job, good job.
The only mid laner in the game right now, other than Cassio, who no one is playing, that can do that. That can actually walk up to a Baron that early in the game and say, I have enough damage to essentially solo this out.
I mean, that's it's a shame that the replay kind of got in the way of seeing how all of that was set up. But you talked about, Dagda, how BDS went straight towards the dragon, right? We know their win conditions, playing around these neutrals, forcing these 5v5s. It's obvious. And G2 kind of took advantage of that by sending Hansama top. They also had Mickey in the enemy jungle, and they're telling BDS, we're using the fact that you're going to Dragon to actually control your topside vision. And so then that dance happens around like, oh, it's just a back and forth trading for wards. They did not expect the Baron to just be taken underneath their nose.
When the Callista isn't at the objective, there's like no way they're taking the objective. But again, this is Azir, and then also 80 Twisted Fate. These are champions who are just going to obliterate objectives.
It's a clever macro move for sure. And it does feel like the BDS are just kind of getting run around the map right now. They're finding good fights. They're punishing the mistakes that G2 make. But when it comes to the map movements, it feels like the G2 are finding a lot of their edges just by playing the map better.
But I think this is the downfall.
Your Broncos better fucking end this Chiefs division dominance. Well, maybe you can over the Chargers with Harbaugh as the coach now. I'm pretty sure the Broncos are not going to be the ones to end this. They kind of suck.
Even just getting vision in the right places at the right time.
Well, I think the nature of their comp also kind of forces them to do that, right?
Yeah.
Like you talked about it in the draft. It's really hard for them to actually match on sides. You've got a Rumble and an Orianna, two champions that ideally don't want to be sitting on a side lane, but ideally want to be forcing a 4-1 into then the 5v5.
And I think it's also a symptom of a lot of the times we see Adam taking like Flash Ghost champions and stuff like that as well. So you can't play outsides as effectively. So it's just something that they haven't been incredibly practiced on.
And I think when you look at the identity of G2, you can see how it could be considered a really difficult stylistic matchup.
Caps is just pulling a Chovy right now, just side laning Azir into massive bank. 3 items, then team fight.
G2 are so fantastic at avoiding bad fights and trading objectives positively, and BDS's big strength is finding good fights. If G2 don't give you any fights, it's really hard to play to your team's strength.
Well, this is what we're going to see. Hopefully the strength of BDS now, because there are still opportunities for them to find these fights, and they are looking for them. Twisted Fate currently sitting in the mid lane, 4 members of G2 top. BDS matching in a 4-1.
They're splitting them up. If they ignore the Twisted Fate, he takes towers.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You got to move Vice back here. So back and forth. And
the TF so annoying, especially with Azir with Lichbane too in the other side lane. And they're so smart. Like, they're actually just playing a 4-1 here and keeping TF mid lane so that they can always be in range of the TF ult, right? So they're not spreading across the entire map. They're pushing out bot and then just playing 2 lanes.
No towers were really taken, and so for BDS, yes, some gold went across, but map pressure wasn't really there for G2. So putting them up
4-1
sidelines.
So good.
They're finding good fights. These are the Baron thing, the fact that you're forcing these fights the replay kind of got in the way of seeing how they kind of took advantage of
Baron that early in the game on the map.
observers. Can we
BDS will get to this next
I just love the fact that they get this Baron call off too during the Drake guys. I mean, look at this.
Just gonna hard force to the objective here.
observers, can we see? Yeah,
So good. You never think, you would never in a million years think they're doing Baron while they have Callista at a turret. Because you think, oh, well, Callista needs to be on the objective to get the rend, right? It's absolutely crazy that they make this call, but it's a really good call because you have the Twisted Fate as well to provide the DPS and the Azir. Like, you have zero reason to assume that they are doing Baron. This is a brilliant call by G2.
and there's the Baron gone.
Stolen away.
That's handsome.
So good.
Feels had Mickey forwards. They did not expect the Baron to just be taken underneath their nose.
This is what I'm talking about when we discuss G2's creative shot calls. God damn, man. They play Jazz really well. They play through unusual team compositions and win conditions super well. Like, it's so awesome to watch them play because they come up with shit like this after playing top AD/TF right after the buff.
By playing the map better.
But I think this has been the downfall of BDS even last year and coming into this year. Yes, their team fight has been spectacular. The individual performances have been significantly stronger, but BDS still struggle when it comes to setting up their sidelines correctly, when they need to reset, how they can try and approach the map, and even just getting vision in the right places.
Then you push in bot side. No tier 2 there. You can rotate out into a top side play. So they push in the bot wave. They have this pushing up, they have this pushing up, and then they can all just transition into topside jungle, play with TF in the mid lane with the Baron buff, take over vision control. So methodical. G2's wave pressure has been so methodical this game. This is some Gen G shit, man. In terms of side lane wave control, this is really good League of Legends.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You got to move Ice back here, so you're just playing this slow back and forth. And I think a nice call from BDS there to realize that a couple of seconds.
Where in LCK standings would G2 be with today's performance? You know, probably like top 4.
BDS starting to slowly move back up towards that top side as well. To punish
This is a very good team, guys.
getting full value out of this Baron in the grand scheme of things. Like, no
It's not like LCK is super flawless right now, you know what I mean?
That pressure wasn't really there for G2.
A 1.5k gold lead for Broken Blades. Bear in mind, he's 0-2, and he's dead even in farm with Adam.
I was gonna say, so that's a little bit fake. This is obviously.
I know, but like that, it's to emphasize the changes.
I mean, who are we talking about? Like, KT and D+ have not been that good, and the only other teams we're really talking about for top 4, like, who would be 4th place? Like, actually Africa Freaks? Do I think that G2 is better than Africa? Yeah, I do.
Have I got a champion for you? Quit chilling NFTs. Come play AD Twisted.
Right? Do I think they're better than Hanwha or... They might be better than Hanwha. They're not better than Gen G or T1.
Guys, it says they're 3K ahead, but they're not 3K ahead. It's fake gold. Fake gold.
G2 has also been not good. Well, yeah, but most of their not good games were right at the start of the split. Like, are we gonna hold it against T1 that they lost to Gen G in their first match? Recently, they've been quite good. Broken Blade's bullshit won't work against HLE? Maybe. The thing is that, you know, they play to their win conditions really well. It's the surprise factor with G2 that's so interesting.
Looking for an angle on the sideline. Right as Adam overheats. Clean flash out from Adam.
That's an ult committed though, just before the dragon.
I don't think they're better than Hanwha, guys. I don't. But I think, like, we could have that conversation.
Interrupt the TP, crucially, if Adam wants to commit. But Cass does do a lot of damage. 2.5 items. Adam has to be careful if he wants to go for it. BDS again. A lot of engaged tools available. They're trying to just bully their way into the enemy jungle.
Caps will destroy towers though. Lich Brain procs across multiple different towers is going to make it very, very difficult. So again, it is going to be third dragon going across, but this is what I say for G2. I don't think they're going to try and force it. They're just going to try and play at the map, make sure that then from this point on, they're just playing for tempo, playing for leads on turrets, and forcing BDS into their side of the map. So when the next dragon comes up...
It's so interesting, G2's composure this game. Like, you know, the first Drake went so wrong for them And so they kind of had to abandon the typical Callista Drake stacking win condition, and now they've just been playing into side lane pressure and methodical turret taking. It's been really good. It's been very effective. Uh-oh, he added the Dolan for Doran.
I think it was still a win for BDS ultimately.
I think what we've learned is that Broken Blade a little fast and loose in the summoners this game.
He definitely has been. It does feel like his ghost is just up all the time.
Also that he's mostly using it to run away from
That's
questionable
true.
plays that he may or may not have started.
But there's no way you could have vision of them, so you know it's
It's hard to say.
Hey guys, you can't ask where would I rank G2 in the LCK and then 2 minutes later ask again where would I rank G2 in the LCK. That's fucking illegal. Stop it.
Opportunity. The only concern they have
I will release power rankings this week, guys.
We now know can be taken very quickly. We're going to respect that a lot more. We still see some good vision from them where they just get a little creative with where they put those wards down and make sure they still have information on when this is starting. And right now they're setting up around this objective. But look at the minimap once again. You see Caps pushing in the bot lane. They're constantly keeping this point of pressure.
Is that you got both Broken Blade and Caps who kind of just want to live on a side lane, but Sheo's all armor, and Caps is, I think, G2's effective only source of damage. So while I love the Caps side,
There's a ton of
always
ADTF
looks
buffs,
good.
guys.
Did
Tons.
you ever do want a team
For
fight?
on 14 too.
This is the only guy. This is the guy you need to look at.
But I mean, this is what they've done. I mean, now you got 2-level advantage and a Rabadon's and he's
Push
gone.
back there, Adam. You just got no chance. There's too many soldiers. You're just one man against an empire. Caps now take
But I mean, this is
source of
what they've done. I mean, now you got 2-level advantage and a Rabadon's and he's
push
gone.
back there, Adam. You just got no chance. There's too many soldiers. You're just one
Clean
man
by
against
Caps,
an
knowing he doesn't have flash.
Caps now taking him down. G2 immediately started the objective. Sheo and LeBron can try to get into the pit. There's no magic damage there yet, so Sheo can survive for a decent amount of time, but the TP now coming in. Caps is finally going to be here. Sheo, Mickey ready to go for the wall if he needs to. 3K getting lower. Varus ultimate there. They'd love to knock a jungler out, but they're taking their time. Poppyall not going to connect. Nice! Varus arrow! Gets it done!
Gets the kill onto me, or it's Mickey the Baron.
In their time. Poppyall
Well, he killed Mickey, but he didn't get the Baron.
Here, Sheo.
He can't do it through Rend.
Wall if he needs to. 3K getting lower. Varus
Smite Ren combination gonna be too strong.
taking their time. Poppyall not going to connect. Nice! Varus arrow! Gets it done!
Gets the kill onto me, or it's Mickey the Baron.
G2 barely in top 8. I think that's fair.
That was very close. I got the exact same.
I think that's fair. I mean, they could be. I think they probably are fringe top 8 right now. When I sit down and think about it for a while with my power rankings, but they're definitely top 10, guys. They're definitely top 10.
The game put that notification first.
You know, the deeper by the time you get to like 4th best in LPL and LCK, you start to feel kind of bad, and you're not entirely sure that they're better than G2 at that point in time.
He's a big dude. He's jacked. What do you want from me?
KT clears G2. Dude, KT is so fraud. Whatever.
4 days.
You'll see.
Happy to be in my bathroom, happy to be here.
Guys are all high on Pioshik. Just wait. You just wait till the inevitable Pioshik, drop off comes in.
Not only does he get the solo kill on the bot lane, this man has been chovying it up this game. 325 CS in 28 and a half minutes.
I feel like people started calling VTO EU Chovy and Caps took that personally.
But that's the thing, like, they do this all the time at Caps, especially when he's on his ear. He just gets so much of that.
D plus clears G2. Probably not. Maybe. Probably not.
I've got Rabadon's death cap, void staff on the way. I'm like, what are you
Not
gonna
in their
do?
current
You've got
condition.
nothing you can compete
It
with.
was super interesting because one of the points you made just as we got into the game was that when we look back at the history of G2 versus BDS, it feels like that they always kind of have their number, right? BDS struggle against G2 when it comes to these best of fives or just these series, and it feels like that even though the early game looked incredibly promising for BDS, they got an early gold lead, they controlled the early game well, they were setting up for these objectives. G2 just kind of made fun of them on the map. Broken Blade
Done.
TP.
Coming in, Broken Blade again. Good sustain damage this time. Sheo does not have a lot of MR. Caps just shredding through that life bar. Will be forced to flash out to safety. Caps now following up, doing a bit more, but the entire team is ready to clash. Broken Blade ready to interrupt with a stun card. Caps still committing anyway. Goes in.
God, Caps.
Trying to make it 2 and
Jesus.
Massive shutdown.
What a boss. Now they just get an inhib for free.
G2 ready to end the game. Caps legit 1v4. Gets one. Caps just shredding through that life bar. Will be forced to flash out to safety.
Appreciate this from
now following up,
Caps.
doing a bit more, but the entire team is ready to clash. Broken Blade ready to interrupt with a stun card. Caps still committing.
Interesting that he flashes in, then uses ult, but he has all the sand soldiers there. Damn.
Massive shutdown.
Gets both solo laners. Nook flashed the Azir wall too. He's just too strong. Holy moly, he's like 4 items.
Ready to end the game. Caps legit 1v5 in it, and then the rest of G2 are in this pot side.
The numbers advance, not the longest range.
Honestly, this game was some beautiful adaptations by G2 to a bad situation. And instead of just hard forcing the dragon stacking win condition, after they lost that first skirmish, they just played a side lane threat with Caps and the Twisted Fate. And had a really good Baron call. Really good Baron call this game.
Clear out these waves and immediately try and push on, but it looks like it will be going over towards
Great
G2.
macro.
Don't wanna try and toss it away.
Great shift in their decision making. Finding a different win condition. Great draft.
You just send BB to one lane, yikes, the other.
You'll have to see it. This is the G2 we want.
Just contest Nexus towers or cracking open the-
Zaps Baka, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. This really does look like Gen G, though. It's like give up 3 Drakes, get them onto Soul Point, but side lane with Azir until he's absolutely massive, and then you just win the game. So this is last year's Gen G in a nutshell.
Especially Lich Bane is just such a strong item at the moment, and you can see how much damage he gets every time he's able to proc him with his Q or even setting up another soldier. So now G2 pushing in the mid. They've got super minions doing the work for them in side lanes, so they're just going to en masse come mid. They don't know where BB is in the map right now. He's been hidden from vision, so that's why BDS is a little bit hesitant to just immediately jump on.
In a straight up 5v5. You highlighted it, Caps. Incredibly oppressive. Only 3-1-1, but has a 4.4k individual goal.
The Thornmail on Poppy is kind of weird.
The amount of towers he has been taking for himself. Easy pickup on Baron, coming up in about a minute and 11 seconds. And yeah, that gold glyph telling you the story. That little orange bit BDS is promising early game. The rest, the G2 elevator, it would appear.
This is what we call the Duffman.
The Duffman.
They talked a lot about it. Bring G2 know
This Barrett.
BDS commit this vision just to gaining some access. Now the Baron is spawned, they're forcing their way in. They don't have that mid-wave control. They use their numbers to force their way through the jungle, and now it becomes this contest over vision once more. Control wards, though, refreshed, being invested by G2 to suffocate BDS, and look at that bot wave stacking up. Nuke is trying to answer on the top, but someone has to go and
Pushing waves, make sure that BDS actually can't get access to River to get vision, while Adam has to go and deal with that wave. So as soon as they see him, they start up Baron. But this is not going to be a wave that
This game is lasting quite a long time.
Do they want to go for it? Once again, managed to lock down the Baron, lock that one out. Follow-up fight, not going very well for BDS yet. One knocked out by Sheo. Sheo trying to fire back. Nuka with a shockwave, not going to connect. Cavs finding yet another kill off to the side, and it looks like they're going to be able to return one back. Yikes amidst the entire team. Let's see this damage coming in for the TF. He has to get it done. Excellent
Jesus.
from Caps. The Crypt Bloom coming through to provide a bit more healing, and in goes Broken Blade. Gold card. It's a promising start, but
There's the end of the game. Beautifully played by G2, honestly. Outside of that skirmish around first Drake, wow. Impressive game. Very impressive. Yeah, no happy gaming. No trolling. Is it even a G2 game? On YouTube. Do you think aspects of this G2 feel like 2019 G2? I think in terms of the creativity and the shot calling, you definitely see that. You definitely see that. Same aspect. It's a very well coached team. Like they come in with weird picks, knowing how to play the weird picks extremely effectively. That's really good. Did I enjoy the Super Bowl? No, I do not enjoy the Kansas City Chiefs winning many Super Bowls.
Pick for G2, and I'm like, BDS so
as much as they could have done. I think that they could have left it open if they wanted to, but it felt like an unknown factor they might not have been dealing with. Crucially for me is that Team BDS has left the Maokai open and banned De LeBlanc now as well. The same for Brand. So they're definitely looking for a Brand or Maokai here, and with the Brand being banned for G2, or the Maokai being banned by G2, suddenly this Brand races in priority.
Okay, let's talk about some of the differences. So they don't have an answer to the Twisted Fate, which again could be a flex pick, so it's going to be even more dangerous on this side. Because if you aren't going to ban Brand on this side, then there is a possibility that this actually just gets picked up here, like you pick TF, and then you have an AP jungler, and it gets flexed into R5, whether it's top or mid, right? So there's a lot of danger, I think, to having the TF up. LeBlanc has been Caps' kind of go-to champion. They just got devastated by the side laning. But Kalista up once again. This isn't a champion that ICE has preferred, and I don't think it's good for BDS. They want Varus. Their priority is probably for AD. It's probably Ashe is greater than Varus is greater than Jhin. Okay. They are not a Kalista team. They play control, engaging AD carries.
Varus is what BDS are going to prioritize here. So
for picks.
The ball is in your court if you want that brand yourselves as well. This, which we saw last game, and then the Nico.
Kalista, not a surprise. They are G2 is the Kalista Philios team. They take the Cassante blind. Ori coming back. Ori and Blitzcrank. Blitz was banned last game, so they really want the Varus Blitzcrank into Kalista, but we'll see if they go for a tankier. Yep, they're going to go with her a tankier support, knowing that perhaps the supports will be banned in the second rotation.
You know, his double jungle ban towards it. No, they want the Poppy. They feel like it.
Yes, they have to ban. This is smart. Remember how the Poppy was picked in the first rotation last game? Poppy is a huge problem, can get out of control, especially if she's allowed to gank the Kalista lane early. And you have to assume that's going to happen because Varus Blitz is probably going to be pushed back to turret, and they'll be looking to make plays on an extended lane. So do not let them have the Poppy. And they picked Blitz here, so ban the Poppy right away. Hui has been... And one of, I think Caps has 100% win rate. These 3-0 on it, I believe.
Really kind of scratching my head at what exactly G2 will go towards as a prio. Lilia. So they're going to
go for A. Okay, so they...
Lilia Yone? Is this what this is?
It's another G2 classic. We've seen it before. We know how well they can play on these duos.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely can. And Lilia's the kind of...
All right, so here's the Lilia pickup. Tristana mid?
Goes to all in him once the level 6 rolls through. So I feel like that's not going to be an issue.
In LCK, we have seen the Gnar do pretty well into Cassante at times. Sheo back to the early game duelist. They want to focus bot side, get some pickoffs early. Xin Zhao has been his bread and butter. Twistana? Yone?
It just makes too much sense.
Do it.
And it's the most fun by far. Oh, wow.
That makes it even more fun, doesn't it?
All right, well, so we have the... I was not expecting that, guys. It is a Caps classic, okay? Oh, are we going to go Caps Cassante mid? Oh, my God. Unbelievable. All right. Fucking G2, man. They are so smart. This team is so well coached, and their players have such great champion pools so they can do this shit. It's so good, guys. It's so good. Their prep is so good. Let's talk about this. Okay, so you pick Cassante, right? They pick Gnar, anticipating that this is going to be a counter pick. We have seen the Gnar do very well into Cassantes in certain matchups. It was kind of the original Cassante counter pick, right? Then, let's talk about this. This is the classic. If you guys have been watching League of Legends for a long time, you may not know this. This is the classic Yasuo counter pick to Gnar in the top side, right? And the reason why, if you're curious, you're like, well, Gnar is ranged and he's going to be running fleet footwork and, you know, he can just kite the Yasuo. The reason why is because Gnar is reliant on his boomerang, okay? And boomerang has a very long cooldown, like what, 20 seconds or so? If you don't catch it, all right? And if you do, and what prevents you from catching it is it being wind-walled by Yasuo. So he basically cannot boomerang in this matchup. So Yasuo just kind of shits on Gnar. He shits on Gnar. It's very, very hard for Gnar to play the game. Now, do you have problems such as, well, what happens if Yasuo potentially overextends? Is he kind of vulnerable to gank? Right? Yes, I mean, he can be, but also, you know, top lane's more isolated on the new version of the map than it used to be. So we haven't seen a lot of Yasuo top side since those changes. And you know what else you've got here, which is really good, is you actually have a lot of enabling for Yasuo ult, right? You have Q3 from Cassante. You have lots of knockups or knockbacks from Cassante. You have Callista ult. You have Braum ult. These are all excellent setups. And I think you can probably anticipate that they get a Lilia sleep into a multi-man knockup. Like, the combo is kind of crazy, potentially, because it goes sleep, long-range engage of sleep, right, into knockup, into Yasuo ult, right? So the combo can be really devastating. It's hard to set this up, but if they can set it up, it could be just one-shot the team, right? Lily also, I assume, very annoying into Jin Zhao because she can just kind of kite him all day, right? And we actually have pretty bad engage here. If we look at the BDS side of things, the Jin Zhao is basically the only real form of primary engage here. Maybe you get a Chain of Corruption, or you get a hook off. So this is basically, again, it's a pick composition, right? They're trying to get picks.
This is what they do.
Guys, setting up a team fight reliably or having a reliable ball delivery system, because Jin Zhao, his engage is entirely gated by his ultimate. And he actually has anti-synergy in some ways with Ori, because if the Jin Zhao goes in and hits ult, he's going to knock everybody back, potentially out of Ori ult range.
No, I feel like, to me, BDS are really honing in.
And how do you actually get through wind wall here, right? You have to, like, your Varus poke, you got wind wall. He's going to be good in lane. Like, this is some fucking good flexing from G2. What a brilliant red side draft.
They can play sides, they can play team fights really well. They've got decent amounts of pick through those ultimates of Lilia and Yasuo. So I'm very, very worried for BDS. They're going to have to try and force G2 into opportunities where they can actually 5v5.
Well, let's see if G2 can move on to match point as we hit.
Would Nocturne have been better here for BDS? But they don't play Nocturne. So, that's not their style, guys. Remember how I said at the beginning? Their style relies on Shio playing Vi, Jin Zhao, or occasionally Poppy so they can have success in early game skirmishes. They're not a team fighting team.
Well, they've got decent amounts of pick through those ultimates of Lilia and Yasuo. So I'm very, very worried for BDS. They're going to have to try and force G2 into opportunities where they can actually 5v5.
Well, let's see if G2 can move on to match point as we hit the rift for game 2.
It only counters Mininar, but yeah, but that's like 90% or 70%. Well, like 70% of 75% of the laning is just Mininar.
It's stable. It's ready to fight.
Why do they prefer Lilia in a Brand meta? Because Lilia can set up the knockups with ult. Brand doesn't have AoE CC to set up ults.
And it's spicy, I'll tell you, but I don't think it's as threatening as the previous draft.
Any tips for sleep deprivation? Well, I have sleep deprivation from having a newborn, so you tell me. If you don't have baby screaming, though, maybe some, just like melatonin. Don't use electronics before bed. Don't watch my stream before bed. There's a tip for you.
Yeah, because he got left alone. Nobody fist bumped.
Fun fact, though, we saw the Nah locked in for Adam. I was like, Adam? Nah? Had a look through his history. This man has 15 games across his career with an 87% win rate.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
Watching a screen before bed doesn't affect me, says Goat Scuffle. Not knowing whether blue light actually affects his REM sleep or not. How would you possibly know that?
It's the silent G. It's the silent G.
Everyone remembers Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon. No one remembers Artemis, you know?
The big three, man.
Doesn't 100%. He's positive, guys. He's done the research. Because I'm no punk bitch. Yep, great answer. I love it. I love it.
Braum stepping forward there briefly, sees a Braum and goes, yeah, never mind.
Fucking magnets. How do they work?
Level 1. And yeah, Cassante mid, we were talking about it a little bit while the desk was doing picks and bans. If you're wondering how, let's remind you of the new season. Is there an item that comes to your mind? Say it with me.
Analog Bot, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Levoluted Heretic gifted a sub to Goat Scuffle. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
Which is normal.
Thanks, guys. You're very generous today. I appreciate that. It's making me feel better about Kansas City winning the Super Bowl.
I'm pretty sure it was Chovy that just solo killed an Orianna in this matchup on Cassante. That was before Kanik Rookham was a thing.
Yeah, and to be fair, last year when Cassante mid was good,
Yeah, man, I'm so actually psyched for this series. I've been loving. I love what we saw in game number 1. I love this draft. G2 too good, man.
where he dove a tower and immediately died.
We're still seeing some of the Gen G still plays Cassante mid lane too right now. This year, obviously it was really common for Chovy last year, but very common this year. Werewolf lol, thank you for Twitch Prime sub.
Broken Blade. Oh, he doesn't know. Knockup's good. Sheo can just make wind become lightning. Broken Blade will surely become
But if he
mincemeat.
takes it, he does flash over the wall.
Dash through him. Flash over. Flash
Oh.
out. Run it, but that's a red.
Q.
The red. Extra Q.
Ah!
Blood going through.
Well, there's the long lane problem with Yasuo, but maybe we'll get some action in the bot lanes here.
Here comes Lilia. Fawn on the way
Think he's
in.
dead.
Ice.
Can they get ice? They can.
Get one back. LeBron, the last man standing, left all alone under his towers with no carries left.
So 1-for-1 in the bot lane, a successful gank in the top side of the map. Sheo looking for another play though.
Adam, a little bit more damage follow up there. Q3 available, fired back onto Adam. They just want to push this wave in.
That's the thing, they get the TP still for Adam, so chip damage on BB is actually just going to stick around and be super nice. So Adam getting a great advantage now in this top matchup, which BB has played before, but definitely had a better time in that matchup, I'll say. Whereas on the bottom half of the map, things went very differently. But we're just going to see Sheo. I mean, nice gank timing, manages to get up here, and there's nothing BB can do in this position.
Yeah, I
Break this down, Betty.
there
What
was
happened
this.
here?
So there was a
I mean, it's a level 3 gank. He went 3 camps directly into gank. You don't expect him to do this.
Sheo knew the moment that he went over the wall, there was an opportunity for Broken Blade to flash. So he immediately flashes to close that gap, and then Broken Blade tries to flash away. The red buff, though, acting as an effective slow. Mickey diving this deep was surprising, because it ultimately entered a 1-for-1.
It's worth it, though.
The good news for G2 is it's AD carry for support trades, which means that some farm was lost.
Hans also got the kill, and it was Blitzcrank, and he lost the wave, so it's totally fine. You can see gold is even.
It's not that significant. Overall, I think BDS is happy with the overall trades that they got on the map.
It is a little bit of an awkward back timer, though, because he only has double longsword and not the full serrated Dirk. But again, yeah, I don't think it's the biggest concern. The one who has a much more unfortunate back is Broken Blade on the top side. Only a dagger and a refillable. You really want boots, too, as early as possible in 90% of situations is Yasuo, because it's just such a strong early purchase. Not having that on recall, not knowing when you're going to get that next opportunity for a clean recall, although it seems it should just be here.
Well, I like seeing what G2 has been doing in draft. Do you think any of this is helping somebody like BB get ready for international play? Why not?
And get a chance to reset.
Yeah, I mean, with the fact that the wave was coming bouncing back off, managing to pick up all that. Even
I mean, do we think he is terrible?
He's going to have a little bit of an easier time CSing some of this as well, because
Probably the best part of that team at MSI last year. Worlds is a little rougher for him, but he had a really good MSI. Like, he looked fucking terrible in LEC playoffs for spring, and then he was epic at MSI. He was really good.
Even if you feel like you're getting a slight advantage and you have the push, and now you have Lost Chapter, you're going to feel like it's a little bit of a bigger advantage. Eventually, you're just not going to do anything to Cassante. And it is kind of just nuke versus the amount of money it costs to buy a Kanik Rooker. So for now, see if he can extend that lead any further. Level 6 now coming in. Shockwave, great opportunity. Unstoppable for Caps is clutch there.
Nice job.
I mean, well played from both sides. Nuke recognizing this guy's in kill range.
Wants the kill.
Ooh, goes for it. We'll take a tower shot, but he's not too upset about that. Nuke had a great laning phase in game 1, really bullying Caps out and getting a healthy lane lead. He's trying to replicate that performance in this game. Fortunately, with the TP going to come through from Caps, that damage isn't going to stick, and there's the early Merc treads. Now, Dragonine started off, fresh base coming out from Caps, but 4 members on this Dragon for BDS.
Nuke
Adam is here as well.
Adam on the way. No Shockwave for Nuke, and G2 know it. Favored if they have equal members just because of the early power of the Braum and skirmishes, but Sheo very strong early on. Caps doesn't really have an angle in. LeBron now fishing for a hook. Can he hit Han Sama? Flash out. He certainly could have. Flash will take Hansama to safety, and BDS just walk in and take the objective. Thanks for the...
There's the early Merc trades.
Yeah, so the pressure that's generated by this Orianna forcing the recall
Performance in this game. Fortunately, with the TP gonna come through from Caps, that damage
means that you just have priority right now.
Now Dragonine started off, fresh base coming out from Caps, but 4 members on this Dragon for BDS.
Casante's not there.
Adam on the way. No shockwave.
And Nara's coming into the bot side. This is actually a very clever play. It's a very clever play. The other reason they probably don't go for this is because Nara is AFK, and because they forced Broken Blade's TP early with the kill, and they pushed it up. There's now like an opportunity for a free play here on the bot side, and that means Nara can pressure Drake to prevent the Callista stacking, and then immediately TP back into top side, and you don't miss that much. So it's a really smart play by BDS, I feel.
Just because of the early power of the Braum and skirmishes, but Sheo very strong early on. Caps doesn't really have an angle.
Good move by Adam.
For a hook. Can he hit Hansama? Flash out. He certainly could have.
And G2 was aware of that possibility as well. I'm sure that Broken Blade was calling that in the top side, that Adam could be bot right there, so they just have to give it up. So again, we're in another situation where G2 is not getting their preferred Callista early Drake control.
Extend to try and fight the dragon and then end up giving lives as well. So at least BDS with the TP now back top just bully G2 off, and BDS, I mean, again, keeping control of the early game.
Nice pushback, good damage coming in for Caps. Gonna try to take him away from the tower. Is gonna be able to do so successfully. Nuke forced to flash out.
Casante.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen it once, and you're gonna see it again every week until they nerf it.
So I mean, control mage is also just kind of like, there's not much you can do against it, right? Like, it's just, if he's able to get that knock up and lock you down, you are just forced to flash. So Caps will get the flash out from Nuke. Did want to just quickly go back, because that play from Adam is something that we do see a lot from him as a player. He's talked
Why was Mahomes given Super Bowl MVP? We saw the Chiefs putter kick a ball 200 feet in the air and land on the foot of a 49er, causing a 63-yard fumble conversion to the opposing red zone and getting the Chiefs their only touchdown. I mean, who do you give MVP? The problem is that the Chiefs didn't even play well and they won the Super Bowl. So, like, who do you give the MVP to? You give it to Mahomes because he led the TD drive in OT. That's why you give it to him.
I mean, I think it certainly has. And across the board, I think BDS have had just a fantastic regular season, no doubt.
Chris Jones. Jones is probably the real answer. I agree. Chris Jones had a mega game. He probably should have gotten he probably should have gotten the MVP. I agree with that take.
For me is Nuke. He's doing well on this Orianna, but I think, as highlighted, is going to be in a really difficult situation the longer this laning phase goes on. That said, when you look at, you know, straight up simple front to back, it's easy to see how BDS win the game, and so it's on G2 again in this game, kind of as it was in game 1, to continuously split at the map and show us how dominant they can be in the mid game again and stop BDS from finding those full-on 5v5 angles.
Yeah, I'm going to try and do that right now, moving up towards BD. Shale in position, though.
Tornado going wide is big there. Wind wall to block the boomerang. Another Q3 available. Finding those full-on 5v5 angles.
Yeah, I'm going to try and do that right now, moving up towards BD. Shale in position, though.
Tornado going wide is big there. Wind wall.
Yeah, it was an auto, not the boomerang, but whatever.
Another Q3 available. Baby's just, he's dancing back. He's just doing Yasuo things.
But this is the difference from last game, right? G2 feel less pressure to try and move down towards bot side, because you got a Braum, you're not really going to be able to get very much down in that bot lane, and you've kind of neutralized that matchup with Mickey into the Blitzcrank, so you're going to be able to put a lot more pressure towards BEB in this top side and see if you can get that early lead. And once you do, it becomes very difficult to deal with this Yasuo as you start to get into the later portion of the games. And if you start to get like the knockbacks from Casante, knock up from Mickey, big yike ults as well to try and set them up, they're in a great spot.
Knock up, stepping forward here. 3 stacks and cuts the blows. Braum going to flash out to safety. Nice root coming in, just barely able to connect on a Hansama there.
Pressure coming down from the G2 bot lane.
I'm just waiting for the group ups with this Lilia ult into knock up into Yasuo combo that I'm anticipating.
Just clearing out this vision. Dragon in about a minute 45. You imagine that'll be the next major objective. Is Caps in danger?
Caps potentially over eager here. Unstoppable going to take LeBron out. Fish for the 1v1. Unstoppable now going to go back in. Yike on the way.
Dragon in about a minute 45.
Nice job by Caps. Knows that Lebrov doesn't have flash. Immediately goes in. Knocks him over the wall. Then uses all out to get him over the wall itself. And it's free. Surprised Mickey X actually flashed for this.
position over
Because they really
the
tried to save caps there. Probably not worth the flash on Braum.
Alti coming in close to just in time to save the day.
I hate that. The fact that Caps is way overextended. He's like, Lavrov, get over here. We're going down.
I actually 100% think I know why Cassante is too good and will always be too good. Do you want to hear my thing?
Tell me.
He decides when you fight. He is a tank who ignores all damage until he decides it's time for you to fight on even terms. And so if you have hands and you're decent at this champion, you always get to pick good fights forever. And when you're not picking good fights, you are unkillable. You cannot die. You cannot be punished. So when you're playing Orianna, who has a very limited number of situations where she's like, yeah, this is a good fight for me, you're never going to have fun against a Cassante.
I mean, the good news is that Caps did end up losing his life in that exchange, which is the Nuke able to push out that wave, get a decent CS lead now, goes back on a nice base, has a decent amount of damage, so entering this mid game, she's going to be in a strong spot, which is ideally what you want for BDS, right? Their wombo combo is one of the biggest strengths of this composition. We've seen them execute this same or a similar draft to this before, where you have the Xin Zhao engaged, the Orianna ball.
I think you've even got the opportunity to try and unlock Lavrov a little bit when it gets towards the mid game too, where if you can link up with Shale, you just try and fish for hooks over the walls. Like if you spot Yike, if you can try and catch like BB overextending the side lane, like you actually have members that you can very quickly catch out once you're playing away from.
I was listening to Dracos' monologue. It's pretty true about Cassante just being a Giga tank that doesn't get punished, so you can just decide when you fight every single time.
The problem for them is if BB can get this lead in the top side, and at the moment it's somewhat there, but it's not massive where they have to be concerned at the moment.
Yeah, crazy how close so many of these early 1-1 should just be the score on Drakes. See if they can get anything else. Only the 3 Void Grubs coming across thus far.
Looks like BDS have their eyes on top. You see the Brawl making his way up there. The Grub's going to be spawning any second. Should be an easy cross map. What they go for the dive as well, though.
Grub's, I think, a pretty low value for BDS, though.
The problem is the amount of control they have. You can see Cassante now feels very confident to get that push. Broken Blade recognizes that he is in danger. How would G2 cross map? The problem is there is nothing to cross map. Look, BDS have actually sent Ice up towards top lane as well.
And G2 already got the bot lane objective, so it's really easy for BDS to force a dive, get a tower, and get the 6 Grub buff, which is pretty significant at this stage of the game. Bar's going to do a lot of damage to this tower as well. Alongside Adam, we'll see how many more plates they can get down. They're starting the Grubs at the same time. So in the tower race right now, BDS...
The problem with Kansas City, guys, is not only the amount of holds they get away with, but because Patrick Mahomes knows that if he runs the football, nobody can ever actually just pancake him, right? Because they'll just... It doesn't matter if he, like, lowers his shoulder and he's running down the field. Nobody can actually touch him. You have to, like, gently pick him up and put him on the ground. And so he just gets extra yards for free. Because otherwise they just call roughing the passer... They just call a penalty, and then, like, and then he gets another 15 yards at the end of the play. It's ridiculous. Like, his treatment is so absurd.
But I think that's the thing right here. You get the push on top. You get the extra advantage now.
I watched that last drive, and the Niners are, like, trying to tackle him as gently as possible, so he just abuses it, and he just, like... he'll lower his head and just, like, run around. Like, everybody's just scared to actually hit him because the refs always call it, even though he's a runner. He should get wrecked on these plays, but they call penalties. It's garbage.
Is not good. Every single one of their champions pretty lackluster compared to their opposing number. G2 though, just trying to force the objective down. Try to bring BDS to them. Broken Blade trying to get a little bit of mid-power, or at least match what Bars is bringing to the table as Mickey just threatens. Nuke now coming in, level 11, 2 points in that shockwave. Sheo looking to be the ball. Try to bring BDS to them. Broken Blade trying to get a little bit of mid-power, or at least match what Bars is bringing to the table as Mickey just threatens. Nuke now coming in, level 11, 2 points in that shockwave. Sheo looking to be the ball delivery system, but they don't want to burn it on a single target. Instead, the objective is the focus, but only one jungler is next to it for now. Yike now prancing his way in. Caps fishing for a flank, looking for the angle. G2 ready to force the fight. They've already gotten the Herald. They want to get a
Adam still mini. Why are they fighting? Why are they fighting? Why are we fighting? Why are we fighting? Why are we TPing? Thank you, Shobes. When the game went to OT, I threw up and went home. That's how I felt too, man. I knew it was over for the Niners when it went to OT.
Caps fishing for a flank, looking for the angle. G2 ready to force the fight. They've already gotten the Herald. They want to get a little bit more. Shale isolated. Nuke nowhere to be found, and the jungler is already dead. It's too late for BDS. A split call overall, and now Oriana going to be the one in trouble, looking for a little bit of
Oh, Lord.
Gonna be forced to flash out of safety. The rest of BDS now trying to
Why are we all in on this fight?
It's three! Immediately into the wall for follow-up, but now they've been brought back. A clean combo. Cassandra and the Yasuo to bring them out of the fight, but BDS are there.
They're still dead.
After 2 games, they're finally finding their fight, but it's G2 coming on top.
Yasuo's still here, buddies.
2 Q stacks, 1 Q stack, ready to go. Wind wall, 4th concussive blow. He just needs to land the Q, but he doesn't quite have the timing. Vicky looking to land the Q over the wall. He does.
There you go. Nice slow.
That's been his stun coming in. A fuck kill follow-up is there. Yike on a rampage. G2 getting the fight.
A perfect war placement for Caps to come into the fight means that BDS have to abandon everything.
But now they've been looking.
Such a weird fight, though.
Maybe TP'd in. I think Hans needed to stick around for a little while, but either way, because Varus is reset quick.
I mean, you have pressure in bot side. I don't know why we're trying to send this game for a Herald when we don't have Mega Gnar up as opposed to just pushing into bot side.
BDS to them. Brokeplay trying to get a little bit of mid-power.
If we're BDS, I mean.
Bring to the table as Mickey just threatens. Nuke now coming in, level 11, 2 points in that shockwave. Sheo looking to be the ball delivery system, but they don't want to burn it on a single target. Instead, the objective is the focus.
You know, because Gnar walks away, there's a free TP for Cassante. But Gnar is mini because he walked all the way across the map and he hasn't had a chance to charge up his Gnar bar. And you have the anti-synergy, right? You have the anti-synergy of Sheo with his ultimate and the Oriole. So there's actually nobody in there. And they just bang him. Nuke isn't even around. Very strange. Very strange that they would opt into this engagement.
Trouble looking for a little bit of follow-up here. Nuke gonna be forced to flash out of safety. The rest of BDS now trying to find the backside. Eyes on Adam. It's 3 immediately into the wall.
I do like that they combo the Cassante ult knockback with the Yasuo ult, right, to get everybody into the to get them into themselves into a 2v1 with the Gnar.
They're ready to turn. After 2 games, they're finally finding their fight, but it's G2 coming on top. Eyes on Broken Blade. 2 Q stacks, 1 Q stack, ready to go. Wind wall, 4th concussive blow. He just needs to land the Q, but he doesn't quite have the timing. Vicky looking to land the Q over the wall. He does manage to connect it. He's going to be in trouble. That's been his stun coming in. A fuck kill follow-up is there. Yike on a rampage. G2 getting the fight.
A perfect war placement for Caps to come into the fight means that BDS have to abandon everything on the Rift Herald, and they just can't.
I don't know why we don't just try and bot pressure there and just give up Herald. Why are we so greedy if we're BDS?
But you can see here, BDS, they're able to contest the mid-push. Yike flashes over the wall, and with that then G2 and the TP coming in. BB, great flank position. Caps, great flank position. Nuke separated from the team. And it means that this isn't an even fight for BDS, even though all members in theory are present.
Love the re-engage from BDS though. Nuke, yeah, he has to flash away here, but look, a bit of a blunder. Mickey ends up going into the wall, so the follow-up can't come through the flash, but then watch Adam here. Beautiful 3-person ultimate. Locks them down. And that means that Adam is then dragged away, but he's able to regroup with his team. It's at this point where I'm thinking G2 don't actually quite have the damage. They get that execute down onto Caps, but now BDS
I think it's having a Lilia and these, like, as the skirmishes fall apart for chase down is so good. Good play by Mickey, by the way. Q over the wall.
It ends up being a single kill in favor, and the Herald going to G2. Very close back and forth exchange.
And I'm not 100%, but I think Nuke might have even had that ultimate up for the entirety of that fight. I needed to double check, which means that, like, if he was actually able to be present for that fight with how low G2 were with the Adam combo, that could have been it.
Nice size from Hansama. Dashes back over the wall, trying to turn that back onto ice. But it's a good call out, Dagda. You're completely correct. Nuke and Sheo were looking for the setup, trying to find the angle. Then Nuke backs off, Sheo continues to step forward, and that's when G2 pounced on the fight. And Vetti, while it's comedic that Mickey didn't make it over the wall, it actually stops Ice from doing damage and ends up being the better play in the context of the fight. Brokenblade, though, now chasing onto Sheo. Sheo going to try to make it out to safety, just barely getting away from that tornado. As G2 taking full control of the top side. And while earlier I said, hey, losing out on tempo, G2's comp's going to feel pretty tough to play. Where they've got a lead like this and they can bully away from that tornado. Damage and ends up being the better play in the context. Continues to step forward, and that's when G2 pounced on the fight. And Vetti back onto ice. But it's a good
needed to double check, which means that, like, if he was actually able to be present,
Ice getting chunked here actually loses them mid-turret. Like, he walks up for this and misses his chain of corruption. Now he's 50% HP, which means that he actually has to back off this turret and gets it in range for Herald to be used potentially.
BDS, I like the idea idea, the TP into the mid lane. They have the Orianna Shockwave, but it only connects ults.
The arrow is crucial. And while earlier I said, hey, losing out on tempo, G2's comp's going to feel pretty tough to play. They've got a lead. Like
So there's the damage coming in. Lilia's right there. Grab Braum. Braum gets in the way. Pulled back by Kalista ult. Adam going to be ulted. His Mega Gnar's running out.
Trying to free fire. A brief moment where the Braum Unbreakable is down, and they're going to try to find a little bit more damage back. Ice, not good. The Braum looking to fish, but immediate pullback from the ulti. Adam now coming in, has locked up the Kalista. Ice trying to free fire. A brief
Yeah, they don't actually get very much done with the Shockwave there, though. It looks like they really only hit Mickey.
A little bit more damage back. Ice not connecting. The arrow is crucial there. Already one going down. Tower dropping on the bottom side in the meantime. 2 quick kills picked over to the side of G2 Esports. Caps.
He chooses not to ult. Looks like he doesn't want to overcommit the play. They know the dragon is up, and that's their objective.
Did you know Rapid Star is APA's positional coach? Yeah, I did. And so why don't we have any Lux or Anivia? Huh? Where are those picks?
That oncoming onslaught, and then they can just focus down Adam, who is the only target that is really any real threat to them. So we'll look back at this re-engage. The Hex Flash over the wall looks like a good collapse possibility, but keep your eyes on Hans here. A good ultimate from Adam, but then the wall acting as Mickey, then the Shockwave doesn't quite connect. Only hits on the Mickey.
Yeah, it only hits Mickey. That's G2 gets such crazy value compared to BDS. The Mega Gnar and the Shockwave just don't work out.
So there was no real way to try
damage. Eyes on Hans here. A good ultimate from Adam, but then the wall acting as Mickey, then the Shockwave doesn't quite connect. Only hits onto Mickey. And then Adam has to lose his life. Yike then doing enough damage. LeBron, yeah, a good is the only target.
Why did the Mega Gnar not hit there?
But keep your eyes on Hans here. A good ultimate from Adam, but then
Oh, it did. The Mega Gnar did hit on someone, but he's able just to use Kalista to bounce out afterwards. Not a good Shockwave.
And then Adam has to lose his life.
Can coaches hear the comms? I believe so.
Probably wasn't expecting that to actually get that extra kill, making it a 2 for nothing and a dragon to boot.
Also, the Mickey knockup prevented the wallop from Adam. So there was no real way to try and keep Kansama locked up after the initial Gnar had gone into the wall. So big upset coming through there with Mickey being able to disrupt that. So nicely done. Where then Hans doesn't even have to burn cleanse to try and get away from that fight. Still has it now. Flash going to be up soon as well. And as you start to look towards things like, look, I know it's 19 and a half or 18 and a half minutes, but Baron in a minute 20.
Lethality Varus.
We've seen the G2
It'd be really, really rough into the Braum
objectives as well this series. So
and the wind wall.
nicely done by the G2 bot lane to keep themselves nicely topped up.
Yeah. Mask items going to feel very good at this stage of the game. Both the Riftmaker and the Leandri's Torment. He hurts, as LeBron found out in the previous fight. And now he's driving his way down the mid lane. They really want to break this mid lane tower. Should just be able to grab it here. Mickey X with the Unbreakable still up and available. Hansama with the ulti as well, it looks like. Oh, not going to be forced to use it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he actually didn't use the ult there. Instead, Mickey chooses to flash away. I'm pretty sure it is up. But alright, fair enough. They hold on to it for now. Mickey not going to be too upset with losing his flash, given that he does have the Kalista ultimate still. But G2 find themselves with a gold lead once again. It feels like BDS. One of the biggest things you said about them is opportunities, right? Yeah. And the 5 in favor of BDS. And they're going to need to find that optimal setup to force G2 into that scenario, because unless Nuke can land that Shockwave onto those optimal targets, it's going to be difficult to navigate their way around, especially with this prancing Yike, who's just going to consistently do that DPS. The ever-moving Hansama, like the Yasuo that's waiting for the knockup, right? It's an obnoxious comp to play into.
And I think for BDS, it's a tough reckoning to face down, right? Because something that you have been so good at against the vast majority of teams in our league, G2 are also good at. They're also good at picking good fights. They recognize your windows of opportunity and are not willing to just give them to you. BDS's mid game is good, much better than just about everybody else's in our league, but definitely not better than G2's, and that's putting them in a really tough spot, because G2 say, you want to fight right now? Great. We're going to wait for Orianna to back up, and in that split second, we're going to pull the trigger because we recognize that's your moment of weakness. And BDS haven't been contested like that against most teams.
But I also want to draw attention to the way like G2 are playing at the moment, because what you'll often see is when you have a blitzcrank on the opposite team, it's very difficult for you to try and contest for like deeper vision, right? But G2 are never trying to overextend in these moments, but they're also constantly hiding where BB and Caps are on the map. So watch, as soon as these waves get pushed in, there's no vision in the river. There's no vision really in their own bot side jungle. So all the BB and Caps are doing is just rotating out a lane, TP to try and match that play. So it's becoming very difficult for BDS to try and find these windows where they can play off of a blitzcrank hook to get them back into this game, even though that is always a possibility.
That's so annoying. Adam's just walking mid and he gets hit by a Lily.
It's a little comedic where Ice is like, oh, graciously sidestep, and the Yordle just walks in and just eats.
Also, we do have to say, he made a big deal about Kenny. He doesn't go for Kenny Roof.
No, interesting. Hollow Radiance. So
Infinity Edge done as well for Yasuo means that he's now a side
Yeah,
lane
two item Yasuo now on the side lane as well.
And Randuin's is going to feel like a good counter.
Side lanes and push very deep.
Will just be a sole point here. G2 just playing this very methodically.
To group up with the team, BDS are looking to use their numbers to force control over this wave, and if they can unlock this tower, then it makes accessing the river that much easier. But now with numbers, let's see what they can do.
TP coming in
TP from behind. BDS, what's the call? Double TP now coming in. Caps immediately going to go in.
Okay, Mikhail's used from Lilia. Sleep.
Broken Blade immediately into the backline. Adam trying to disengage as quickly as he can, but both carries are scattered. They can't even get a chance to do any damage whatsoever. G2 trying to break through the front line. Yasuo down. Clean coming in from LeBron to finish off the kill there, but Caps goes in. Heading two with the Q3.
The chase down is so crazy from Callisto, Lilia, and Cassante.
It doesn't matter. That's a damn powerful pick.
I was watching the end of that fight going, G2, you're only 3 members. There are 4 on BDS, and they're starting to reunite. They're starting to find their opportunity to turn around. And Caps goes, nah, I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to go in. I'm going to absolutely destroy you. Yike, dealing so much damage on this Lilia. And just like that, G2 are able to pick up the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought that was a really good fight for BDS. Right?
No, the sustained damage from Riftmaker on this super fed Lilia.
Just get to your tower, you'll be
So
fine.
good.
You can then reset, make your way back out onto the map. You can contest the dragon, even threaten the Baron. You have a lot of options. This is an overstep from G2. And we look at the start of this. Ice actually gets away to safety here. Flashes away. The ultimate doesn't connect. The Guardian procs. Gets away from the Yasuo. He's looking good. BDS gets that initial kill. Then the Yasuo drops. And it's at this point you're thinking, okay, as long as BDS can disengage, they're fine. But then Cap sits there and goes, hey, want to see me Cassante? He gets a 2-man knockback. Closes the gap.
Very nice.
Ice.
Oof.
And in a 3 versus 4 closeout to the fight, G2 end up closing it out.
And I think the big thing there is that single moment of overconfidence where BDS step back into that brush, costing them dearly. G2 now just trying to force another fight. Sheo's ult coming up just in time. Knock up there. Good start, Yike. Buys a moment. Will it be enough? Damage follow-up. Nice shockwave onto 2. Caps waiting.
Good shockwave on Hansama.
Out to safety, still standing. Broken Blade trying to turn this one back, just dashing, getting a bit more room. Knock up there.
Broken Blade?
Probably just gonna die for it.
You did not have to do that.
Sheo's ult coming up just in time. Knock up there. Good start, Yike.
So take care. The Drake's been up this whole time, guys, by the way.
Shockwave onto 2. Caps waiting for a chance to go over the wall. Hansama flashing out to safety, still standing. Broken Blade trying to turn this one back, just dashing, getting a bit more room. Knock up there. Broken Blade immediately gonna
Maybe we just run away. I don't know.
No reason to commit back in. Cripplum healing coming in. BDS
looking he hit the tornado knockup and had to press R, guys.
Finally, BDS punished the over-aggression from G2. Sheo tanks up so much damage, initially looking like he's caught out, but he has the ultimate to buy enough time. Broken Blades, and now they've alleviated some of the pressure that G2 have been putting down all game.
And that's just the perfect spot for BDS to fight, right? You have multiple different opportunities to spread out. Nuke can go one way, Ice goes another. You get great control of that choke zone as you start to come through with Ice and Nuke's ultimates. We got to see it there where Hansama gets caught out by it. Like, that was not the position that you want to be fighting as G2. And as you say, man, it's just overconfidence from G2 right now.
Hook on to Mickey. Adam can just fall off and lay down a bunch of CC. Should be an easy kill onto him. Flashing back out, but Ice gives him a little present on his way out, sends him straight to the grave.
Nicely done. Another good punish, and we can see the overconfidence starting to rear its head from G2. We've seen them.
Where's the Reapered 1v9 VOD review of IEM Cologne? We might do that in the off-season.
Moving forward in this game, but BDS, they're holding strong, and they're finding good opportunities to punish this G2 squad. That Baron, only a 700 gold lead in favor of G2.
And we said it earlier, when BDS...
The Gnar won't carry, I guess? No. Did we think the Gnar was going to carry?
In the first fight that allowed G2 to come out on top, G2 get over-eager in the second, and BDS are quick to remind them of that. Even quicker to remind Mickey, he's got no business being in that jungle without Hans in the area to kind of bail him out. trickier now for G2. Yes, they have a sizable gold lead, but again, when it comes to team fights, things only get easier for BDS as Nuke gets more and more damage under his belt.
And look at this, Yike, no flash. Hansama, no flash. Mickey, no flash. Caps, his flash should be up the next time you expect to fight, whereas BDS's summoners all coming back off. So if BDS can find a window while these summoner spells are down, there's a very good opportunity for them to come out ahead in this next fight. The only problem for them is there's no real objective for them to fight over. Dragon is still 3 minutes away. By that time, you're likely going to see all these summoner spells back up. But I'd love to see BDS try and force something in this window where they have a clear summoner spell advantage.
It's so hard when you got like Yasuo who's going to control side lanes, trying to get that push. You can try and maybe look for a hook here with Labrov as G2 try and get vision, but with the amount of control that G2 have on the map, trying to be the ones to force a fight is really, really difficult when you're behind like this. So I don't know how BDS, unless they just like keep ping-ponging waves until next dragon where you fish for it. But I think there is an argument for BDS when it gets towards next dragon to go like, hey, we're going to actually play for Baron vision. Because I think the best way for you to beat G2 in this scenario is to like have them come in blind into you and try and set up, but we're going to hold on to this point.
Caps stepping forward, trying to isolate Nuke. Looking for the knockback. Shockwave pulls away here. Flash away from the Q3. Caps are looking to flash follow. Uh-oh. Walking a bit too far. Uh-oh. Caps just going to wander away. Should be
Caps?
now. Ice, nice dash back.
It doesn't matter. He's Cassante. Oh, no. He had Q3. Oh, wow. Woof.
No, he is not allowed to do that. Caps was inting. Okay, Caps he was making a mistake.
Yes, he walked in, he took 30 tower shots, he still lived, decided now I will be squishy, and one shot Nuke.
Oh, I feel so bad for Nuke there. Like, Nuke outplayed Caps.
Yeah.
He was doing everything right, and he still died.
That's just unfair.
But that is so frustrating.
A bunch of money for Ice, and again, G2 have
Ridiculous. Ridiculous that he wins that.
So BDS
Especially considering he only has Hollow Radiance. Ah, yes, the classic. Oh, gets Kalista ulted into Yasuo ult into dead.
Get to play the game. It just didn't. This is kind of what G2 do, right? It's like, hey, look, Caps managed to go one for on top side. All right, let's just be annoying and look for a pick in your off
they're
of this
showing us
brush
the
as well.
replay.
Yeah.
So the flash away from the knockback, and it's this flash that's the ultimate mistake, because now Cassante should be in a really horrible spot, right? The slow is applied well. Oriana's trying to keep the spacing, but that still connects. I guess if Oriana was slightly further away, just let the Varus try and finish him off, then it would have been fine.
Crazy thing is he still had the Q3.
Varus here as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is...
And Cap's like, yeah, just another Sunday for me.
I mean, got in range for the ult. So you can fault Nuke there, maybe a little bit too close. But, yeah, Cassante, Broken Blade, nice, trying to isolate. Ice backsteps! Ulti coming in! Oh, Broken Blade is in his head. I don't know how he speaks Korean, but that was a mind read play right there.
Goes from ice in the veins to BB in the veins. That's how it goes, yeah. But G2, trying to see now if they can set up for the dragon. The fact that you get that flash coming through from ice makes it significantly easier now for you to go to that objective. You have Hansama's ultimate, I believe, is just going to be back up. This is where they should try and play for Baron vision. If you have G2 trying to contest you here...
I'm sad that we haven't seen the Lilia setup into knockup, but that is very hard to execute, to be fair.
And just trying to full-on contest the vision that G2 already have established is just way too difficult.
Ah, yes, the Desperation Baron. Here we go.
Caps waiting off to the side. Yike is terrifying. Grouping against Yike is a horrifying prospect. BDS, where are they going to go? What is the actual call here? Right now, they're just being
Adam's almost mini, so now G2 should just start Baron.
Broken Blade, though. So the question is, how did G2 respond? Flash, response.
Force to Labrov. Knock up only onto Labrov for now, but he's going to be in trouble. Instant unbreakable to stop any potential follow-up here. Ice just trying to disengage. Caps continuing to walk forward, taking absolutely zero damage. Swirl Seed connecting onto one. Sleep down onto Ice. Broken Blade.
Oh my god.
But he's going to be in trouble. Instant unbreakable to stop any potential follow-up here. Ice just trying to disengage. Caps continuing to walk forward, taking absolutely zero damage. Swirl.
I love that they use the Kalista ult just for the Yasuo ult right here. Into the asleep, has to be cleansed. What a slaughter. Ah.
Good shutdown. Yike continuing to move in. G2 gets so much on the back of that. Adam's going to go mega, but it's just too late.
A little bit of happy gaming from Caps and G2 here, but another pretty solid win for them. Another draft that was very exciting. Why do we keep giving Hansama Kalista?
For Mickey, the wind wall is going to be there for Yasuo too to stop any potential follow-up. Cap stepping forward and body blocking. Labrov on the way in. If he doesn't hook someone back into the fountain, I don't see how they're possibly going to make this work. G2 focused on
G2 are just inevitable, man.
Is to finish this
to try and force a fight. Let's try and make something happen around the Baron.
Fun series so far, though. I'm enjoying this. Very fun series. Matian for a surprise game 3. Yeah, I haven't seen these yet.
With that strategy, is that going to be their same approach? They've chosen to go back onto the red side. Let's see what they've cooked for us in game 3.
Could it be a Kalista first pick? Is that what we're going to see? Oh my.
In this position series, both those games made.
Guys. Why do we keep giving him Kalista? Why? 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 I know you don't play Kalista, but please, please. They just banned Poppy again. They figured it out. Because now what are we going to do? You're going to pick Varus again. You keep losing, but you have to pick Varus because you play 3 ADs. You play Varus and Jhin.
May have looked different at your home, but functionally, strategically.
And we can't play Maokai because we're BDS.
You just got to look, screw it.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to take the brand. Okay, this is the second brand game. Very surprised they're taking this away.
Alongside the brands. Maybe it was the TF.
All right, so we're back to Ivern and Hui. Hui has been seen bans in this series. After this game, Caps is 3-0 on Hui. Get the frontliner here for disruption. No Braum. We're going to try and draft Nautilus here. No Zac in the top side. No Olaf, okay. It's Adam, so you don't want him running into your backline if you have a less mobile backline. There's the Nautilus. That's interesting. The Bard is good here. The Bard is good into Varus Brand Azir.
I personally love to see a Leona. I think that she's a very
No. Oh!
She has definitely her place within the meta.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're wrong. It's totally Bard.
I mean,
You see the Varus in the brand,
I
they
mean, I
stand
get
there,
that.
slow as hell. They get ulted.
Good prediction by Vetty.
You're right. Well, I mean, I think that a lot of teams just think that she's not that strong, right? Like, she is traditionally very one-dimensional, right? She goes in, she...
Again, Leona has conditional engage, though, and it's easy to hit Brand with a Leona R. Right? It's easy to hit Brand with a Leona R. It's easy to hit Brand with a Bard R.
Leona can't E out. Doesn't do anything.
But it was
Not a big fan of the Jackson to Cassante these days because you don't have the one-item power spike with Sunderer anymore to kind of start winning that lane. You kind of, as far as I can tell, just lose at all phases to Cassante in lane now.
Into this Nautilus as well. How had we actually see the Jax from Adam as a round out, so definitely going for a multi-threat. He's on a brand.
We're relying on Sheo, his creative early pathing, his ganks to set up whatever lane they want to focus on. So now we'll have to see if we can get some.
Because you end up that's why we actually see a
Less of a creative draft from G2 this time, but I mean, they're one of, if not the best Hui team in the world right now.
See if they're able to do that.
And we see Caps be really good on this champion. And the long-range engage is crazy, because if you set up a long-range, like a Leona R onto Brand, like, the Hui can just annihilate him, right?
It's Nautilus passive or Leona Q can come through.
And it's a thriller.
I was saying, I was worried about the...
But Betty's the singer, actually. I got probably
we had to do it.
He is doing Thriller.
I don't know the moves.
You don't... What? You have to loosely know the moves.
I know
you
loosely.
Can't,
Okay, I loosely know the moves.
Because again, we have to follow.
Okay, bro. Okay.
I mean, this is why he doesn't get suspenders.
That's why it doesn't- yeah, you were so close. Hats were next.
Jax is fishing.
Yeah, the thing about BDS is they have some targeted backline access too with the Nautilus ult, but they need to actually get in range of Caps to use some of these abilities. Like, they don't have a lot of dive, so if Hui's never in range of the Nautilus,
He's found another goal.
he's playing far in the back.
Oh, he's found another gold.
Can he find the golden one, though? That's like 10 gold or something, isn't
What
it?
do you think his hourly wages doing this?
I mean, what? It takes him, what, a couple seconds to get...
I like that your brain is so stunned by capitalism that you're just like, he doesn't clearly work for himself.
What are you talking about? That's cool. Surely that's
He
great.
can just be self-employed. He can work for himself.
Yeah,
He doesn't need a wage.
Maybe he's just doing it as a hobby. You know, like...
We're allowed to have hobbies. Oh, okay, all right. Well, fair enough. So, slight gold lead on the top side. You can see 3 in the favor of
The
Adam.
casters definitely aren't. Their brains aren't stunted by capitalism, guys, because they're just doing basically freebies for Riot,
Will eventually join us, but-
right? For Comrade Riot, they're just doing freebies.
No,
I can hear for the crowd.
the crowd can hear it. It's just us. All right. Nuke taking a bit of a chunk of early damage.
They don't do things like negotiate their
And,
rates.
yeah, all is quiet on the Rift thus far, keeping our eyes on the early jungle pathing. Brand unsurprisingly taking an early lead because Ivor needs a bit of time to get those camps.
As a reminder, this is the upper bracket final.
Semi-final. Yeah.
Semi-final. Where the winner will move on to the winter split final. Yeah. BDS, if they lose here, they will move down into the lower bracket.
I haven't seen enough Smolder yet. I'm gonna watch some of those LCS games. I haven't caught up on LCS, so I'm not. I don't have informed thoughts on Smolder yet.
The winner of those best of threes will then go on and play against
Face each other, and then the winner of that will face.
And that all leads into our winter split final weekend, which will take place next weekend.
And
So-
reminder, early
Yeah,
slot
casters don't have leverage anymore, guys.
So hugely crucial.
Freelancer or not.
Winning this is
Riot has a monopoly on League of Legends. You want to do League of Legends, you just get the rates that they tell you you're going to get.
Level 2
And those rates have not been increasing, even with inflation. So you just get fucked. That's how it is.
Labrov is suspicious. Mickey is missing. And he's like, he's got to be somewhere.
I mean, Nuke's only level 3 though. What's your recourse cap?
This is a clever from Mickey.
This is going to give you so much luxury heading into that final week.
You know, you get a lot of harass damage. We've seen Hui become more and more of an Azir counter, which I find interesting.
Roam into mids.
As we see this matchup develop in professional play. Seems like in those early levels, you do have a ton of pressure as the Hui onto the Azir.
Gotta be somewhere.
I mean, Nuke's only level 3 though. What's your recourse? What's your action here if they don't go for the full dive flash over? E does make
Oh,
it.
he actually followed the flash.
Down the ignite, taking the comment.
Beautiful.
Blood, a Twitch emote to seal the deal, and now Mickey needs to get the hell out.
Oh, and
Safety. Tower still hitting
it's
him.
a shield. Ooh. Flash.
Sheo gets another kill back. Root coming in. Caps following up with a little bit of a combo. Yike gonna land the root as well. Sheo gonna have to be careful.
So they crashed the wave level 2 on bot side, and Hansama and
This is actually really fun. As Zach is pointing out, they do a
Where the winner will
do a
to the winter
third wave
Yeah.
crash here.
BDS, if they lose here, they will move down.
Yeah, they do a third wave crash directly into
To a spot. Mids. Great.
pressure around the mid lane. Very creative plays from G2 in this series. Like, they're playing the map so well
First blood, a Twitch emote to seal
and
the
using
deal.
the advantages that they have to great effect.
Tower still hitting him.
The shield, was it enough?
Bit of shielding from Hwang. Was enough. In goes Sheo, gets another kill back. Root coming in. Caps following up.
Like, it's okay if you trade here. You actually got 2 flashes out for that. Cap still has flash up.
Level 2 on bot side, and Hansama and Mickey start to move. So it looks like again you're going to set up for like Yike, maybe to go for an invade, see if you can steal away a camp. Like yes.
Do you have any recommendations on headsets? I tune pianos for a living. Well, I think my recommendations may not be great for you. By headsets, do you mean headphones, or do you need it to have a mic attached to it? Because I don't use those. I use these Audio-Technica M50Xs, which I like, but the Sennheiser ones are good as well. And I think Rode has some pretty good gaming headsets these days.
Yike waiting in the darkness for the Q3 to connect before he tries to fish for the root collar. Hope just waiting, begging Adam, please go all in. You can see him step forward there as Adam leaf strikes a minion. Assumed it would go into Broken Blade. Pullback is good. Adam getting lower and lower, but Sheo in the area. Both top laners, I think, acting a little bit to try to set up for a good play from their junglers.
It's a game of chicken. Both of them will choose to not play today. For now, Adam's just
Yeah, the question is, does the headset need to have a mic on it or not? Or is it just headphones?
On the respawn of the Raptors, a lot of experience.
Yeah, I would just get headphones and get like an actual mic.
Oh, nice play.
They're more comfortable to use too because they're on a mic stand.
Pass the proc off, but
Really nice trade from Nuke.
I like this. You have to get aggressive here
Of
to stop
course, in
the
the
way.
extended trade, as he is always going to come out on top, right? Hui can be very obnoxious in terms of just poking at you. He has a lot of options for hitting you from a very long range, or from his Q, both the flame, the bolt, and the slow from his E.
Caps walking up there. QW for a bit of extra shielding.
I like this trading from Nuke a lot. Mickey on the roam. once
Mickey's
again,
just
shows
living
us
in the mid lane
going
this game.
anyway. I think primarily just to assist with the push out of the wave, but Nuke should be able to hold this one just fine.
With the reset coming through from Hansama, though, BDS just feeling comfortable to start up this objective.
This has got to be like 3 of the weirdest Callista games that I've seen from an early game perspective. Like, they literally lost first dragon 3 times in a row with Callista. That's so crazy when you think about it. But G2 has just had different priorities.
They really want to make sure that they're able to get that crash, so Caps could maybe look for the reset. Has already burnt his TP, so it doesn't really have that opportunity. And if you're Nuke, you've got the health bar to just go, hey, I'm going to go in for the sliding glide, see if you can catch Caps as Sheo's coming in towards lane as well. So Caps, you can see immediately goes into river, see if he can fish for some of the berries that are there, but unfortunately not for him.
Look at Adam proxying waves, basing in the enemy jungle right now. Also gained a bit of information, dropping that ward deep onto G2's side of the map. Adam playing this matchup, well, about as well as he can right now. It's a very neutral early laning phase between the two. You imagine that as the game goes on, Jax should have the scaling advantage, but Kasante's just one of those champions that's a great nullifier in a side lane, so even if you do have a lot of damage, I'm sure Broken Blade won't be too threatened, but we talked about it. BDS have so much damage on their roster. Very excited to see how they can navigate that and execute these fights as we enter the mid to lane.
But I think that's why when you're looking at this for BDS, you don't play for BDS.
Well, I think Sheo's just going to be a sitting duck on this brand.
Has the Tiamat push. Nuke has already shown that he can get push here in the mid lane against Caps. Okay, cool. Rotate that for Void Grubs if you want to. Rotate that for invading and contesting topside respawns of Yike's camps and just try to get Sheo ahead in that regard. At the moment, he's still only level 5, is slightly behind Yike. But Adam will need to be careful here as well.
Going in. He hits the Q3 here. It's an easy fall. Pull back. Yike now in the area. Daisy has now been called out. Counter-strike can connect on 2. Leaping back to Yike. Flashing out is Adam. Ulting for safety. But not getting the resistances nearly fast enough.
Adam, there was very little that he could do there.
2. Leaping back to Yike. Flashing out is...
But Adam will need to be careful here as well.
Going in. He hits the Q3 here. It's an easy fall. Pull back. Yike now in the area. Daisy has now been called.
Comes on the unstoppable, so he uses it while he's stunned. Adam tries to come over to Yike, but too much damage plus Daisy being there.
Not getting the resistances nearly fast enough.
Adam, there was very little that he could do there. Broken Blade locks him down long enough. And Yike, he did try to predict Adam flashing away with the Q. Doesn't end up connecting it, but that doesn't matter. They have more than enough damage. And now Broken Blade with an advantage in this top lane matchup. One that can very easily swing in either way. Now that Kasante has that early lead, going to be that much harder to kill in any potential side lane skirmish.
Mickey harassing Lebrov here
gonna have to
a
flash.
little bit. Yeah, probably has to flash out to safety. Leaves over the wall, waits as long as possible. Meanwhile, on the top side, Yike is, of course, using Daisy to knock down the grubs there. The 3 over to the side of G2 as Mickey is just barely able to make it safely back into lane. Hook connects, never mind, not safe at all. Pull back from Onsama will finally be forced out there.
Not safe at all. Oh, wait. Callista has 6.
He did have the ignite.
It's so easy to get trolled by that as a caster.
It's a big lead for BDS in the spot side, though. They can crash this wave and keep your eyes on Sheo. I mean, red buffs up, you've got the push in mid. And this
Tiamat on Jace, or on Jax. Yeah, well, Tiamat, I think, is standard for Titanic Hydra.
Don't quite layer it perfectly to stop Yike from flashing out.
Still get the flash from Yike though, and they control all of this bot side jungle. I think BDS can be very happy with what they're getting off the back of this. Lebrov going to be spotted. Mickey, it's a bold play to make. You should expect Sheo on the bot side of the jungle.
Yike marking up the red buff, could try to move in. Flash out to safety from Lebrov, feeling like he overcommitted there. Hantam obviously can't just pull the spears out, so forced to retreat here. BDS on the edge of making something more happen, but just can't quite get it done.
Yeah, Mickey trying to get the reset off, but BDS still hovering around, trying to make sure they can get this wave crashed in. They know that Yike is somewhere on this bottom side, but at the end of the day, BDS is still coming out on top, right? Mickey had to burn summoner spells in that one. You end up going for the invade, we get the red buff, and you get the
Also, the Ravenous, or I mean, the Titanic Hydra gives you better wave clear as well,
Suddenly, a lot of these champions on G2 side
which
are significantly
provides a lot better
a little bit unfortunate as well,
split pushing capability
combo for getting the like Q into
and tankiness compared to some of his other items. They don't lack damage, guys. Like, if you think about it, you know, Brandazir Varus should be dealing plenty of damage. They don't necessarily need Jax for the damage. They need him to control side waves, and they need him to get into the back line to threaten Hui, right? They need Counter-Strike, so he needs to be tankier.
Yeah, and I will say, this season of this matchup, Jax versus Cassante looks very different than last season. Divine Sunder was an incredible item for laning against Cassante. You no longer have that. The balance out is you do have early access to Tiamat, much better wave clear, but trading against Cassante this year is no longer free like it used to be.
I mean, every time we look at top lane, it's just Broken Blade winning out on another trade.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is again. He's going to take a tower shot, tick over to level 9 as well. But G2, I mean, the gold lead...
It feels pretty weird that they kind of got two counter matchups in the solo lanes, like the Hui into the Azir and then also the Jax into the Cassante. Makes it very difficult for BDS to play the game.
Indicator essentially incorrect there.
Yeah, the timer was just slightly off.
Sheo in the area. Hansama does not, or does have ulti. Is he going to be forced to use it out here? Sorry, looks like he does not. Indicator essentially incorrect there.
Yeah,
I mean, these, I don't know why they made the fucking ult indicators on the LEC HUD so small. It's so difficult to see them.
I still has his ultimate though, which is why Hansama is legging it as fast as his legs will carry him away from this bot lane tower. But it means that you seed plates on bot, and you'll see dragon control as well. So BD trying to see what he can do against Adam.
Push back, pulling Adam away. Adam going to be in trouble now. Altis and Counter-Strike tries to get a bit more space, but BB still unstoppable, taking his time. Adam, not in the fancy footwork in the world. Broken Blade with a quick solo kill topside, but BDS already set up on this objective. Yike laying down brushes for a little bit more vision control. Caps can throw down a bit of poke. Daisy, body blocking, trying to make a little bit more space. This time around, Hansama does have ultimate immediately. The follow-up is there. Severing bolt from the sky. Caps making it rain fire. G2 fire.
Oh, God.
Just about everywhere. Top side of the map, BB. Little Broken Blade with a quick solo kill topside, pulling Adam away. Adam going to be in trouble now. Altis and Counter-Strike tries to get a bit more space, but BB still unstoppable, taking his time. Adam, not in the fancy footwork in the world. Broken Blade with a quick solo kill topside.
Yeah, this Jax pick just not going well after seeing the Cassante and picking into it.
Daisy, body blocking, trying to make a little bit more
Ice just taking a million shots from Daisy for free, gets knocked up, then knocked up again, then stunned, and then killed. Didn't feel like flashing any of that, by the way. Ice did not feel like flashing so that he doesn't die. Not respecting the Daisy knock-up into the chain CC that would lock him down forever. He's like, I can get out of this with just cleanse. It's okay. Jesus. And by the time Adam gets back up and he now has TP available, he just TPs immediately into top side because he can't help.
Jungle is that, but BDS can't really turn. They don't have a real tank. And oh my God!
Spiraling despair, and the damage just not quite enough. Caps sidestep on the ult.
Yeah, Lavrov needed to be the one in the front line there, but it was Ice who ended up tanking
these supports just yet. Lavrov immediately on the retreat, and just look at Ice here. Gets hit once, gets hit twice.
He actually just gets straight mauled by Daisy for no reason. Like, why are you trying to zone them out, bro? Jesus Christ. He literally just allows Daisy to engage on him.
Nice punish in the bot side of the map, getting a kill and a shutdown onto Hansama. Definitely what they need. Maybe they can funnel some plates back into Ice, get him a little bit more gold. In the mid lane, they weren't able to find a kill, and Mickey X obviously not there to support his bot laner. What are they cooking up now? I see Sheo and Nuke making their way into the bot side of the jungle. But it seems that that's the extent of it. They're just looking to get a bit of deep vision, keep track of what Yike is up to, and back away from that.
Yeah, you're just going to see the reset. Bit greedy from Hansama, and Lavrov had hit level 6 off that wave that just crashed underneath the tower. So great follow-up from the BDS.
I mean, he did get a flash out.
You can already see BDS using that advantage from the push they had. Thanks to that to invade.
Traded flash for flash at least. There was like Ice no flash. There is no flash.
Picked up by G2, but with no control for Adam in this top side right now. He's gone again.
Oh, no. Tippy's pulling him out for another 1v1. Adam immediately ulting. Taking his time, looking to set up the counter.
I don't think we should be playing this Cassante Jax matchup anymore, guys. That's my feeling on this. What do you think? I think I'm done watching this matchup now. It's not what it was last year. It surely isn't what it was last year.
Trying to make a play happen, but the TP comes through.
I mean, they need to. BB's already getting a tower. He can knock lock that down. He can TP bot if he wants to, but the kickoff of the fight from Mickey X is good. Interrupting on the ult is Ice off on the side, taking on.
Trying to make a play happen, bot the TP comes.
Why are we walking into choke points when Daisy's here to just body you? Okay, Sheo has to flash because he gets hit by Leona R. There's the knock up right there. By the way, I'm still so angry that this Ivern skin is not called Allen Iverson. I'm so angry.
Severing Bolt getting a little bit of damage, not going to provide any slow, however.
He tried to go for that. An ambitious play from him.
Rooted up immediately, the team goes in, knock up
Dude, Daisy is actually winning this game.
Spiraling despair on the ice, not a lot of damage, a good slow, a good Severing Bolt to follow.
I love how aggressive Mickey and Hansam are willing to play around this ultimate. They just go, yeah, I can set myself in because I know I've got an immediate.
AI would probably try to sue. Yeah, probably.
That hook on the wall ends up costing him so dearly, and BDS in tow as well.
I was just laughing at the damage that Caps was doing because, like, just he wasn't even on their screen. He took half their HP off. We'll look back at the dive.
Dude, Daisy actually MVP of this entire fight. And the last fight, too. BDS actually just doesn't know what Daisy does. Daisy literally just walks up, knocks up Labrov, gets a fear onto him, so he's got a CC chain. Then they go in. Okay? Then they get the long-range Hui poke down. And here we go. Here we go. We're going to walk right back into this. Do we like knockups? We do. Root, double knockup, of course, because we both have to get hit by it. Stun, into Calista ult. Everybody gets out. It's free. Daisy is winning team fights.
Yeah, again, from a screen away. Pretty strong. Nuke, pushback is there, dash out to safety. And I will say, rare misstep from Nuke. You can't just stand on top of Daisy. That's just not, that's not going to end well for you, Labrov.
Whoa, Labrov?
MacGyver can escape onto that one. Now he's going to queue back in. Maybe he's MacGyver to fight. Shale coming over the wall. Good start to the fight. Counter-strike now connecting onto Mickey. Mickey running, ticking down, burning. Broken blade off to the side. Just going to take.
Oh, here comes Daisy again. She's here to hard win a Drake fight.
Q3 to bring the brand back. Daisy, Cassante just bullying this brand.
Is Broken Blade done yet, though?
No, I don't think he is.
You think a towel will stop him, Ice?
Okay, Chains of Corruption at least does. So
Okay,
he does have some way of stopping him.
Adam's dead. He's the fish in the barrel.
He's now all alone, and the wave is on its way, and I don't know.
Right, here comes Daisy. Daisy.
Where is he gonna go? How can he possibly escape? Another
It's knocked up again.
Just making it happen. Spiraling despair on Adam. They get a brief moment. The pass, and it's more than enough to finish the
Oh
job.
my, what? Jesus Christ. The blood, the murder.
Taking a mid lane tower. Game 1 close. Game 2 close.
Meanwhile, do you like how Mickey X is he's just in topside here? He literally just hex flashed into topside to collect CS of the turret. He's like, you don't need me, Leona, right?
Game 1 close. Game 2 close for a little while. Game 3 an absolute slaughter.
And I thought this was going to be a team fighting comp from G2, but they're just cutting down BDS where they stand. And Caps will get a little taste of his own bit. Oh wait, does he have the shield? No.
Daisy is definitely the MVP of this game.
Slightly off. Nuke does come in and finish that one off. The shield almost enough from Caps. I believe Yike was in the area as well, ready to offer that assistance.
Mickey X literally just catching waves on Leona like it's a bronze solo queue game.
Tried to make some stuff happen.
While Daisy just is the additional crowd control champion. Daisy's the real support here.
And the real problem that they have is that even if they bring
Has Daisy been more valuable than Mickey X this game? I think he has. I think she has.
It's so difficult to deal with this guy. Like maybe Azir can later on into the game, but with his 2 fully completed items already, you're just not going to be able to shut him down.
And I do appreciate BDS going for something a little bit different in this game with like Sheo going in for something that's a bit more carry oriented.
Oh, they're going to try 5 people.
Broken blade.
Is it enough?
No.
Stun.
Ult.
Endless CC. Unstoppable. Redemption. Shield coming in. Mickey with the locket. He's living. He refuses.
Mickey X just gets Mickey X sacrifices himself instead, using locket and ult.
Oh, they're going to try 5.
He refuses to go down. Now all of BDS following up though. They can take down Mickey. Maybe they can get a little more. Keep the fight going. But Yike buying more time, spreading the team out. A single pick.
Yike quietly having a great series. Yeah. I wish I could play League of Legends where the entire enemy team just walks into Daisy to get knocked up for free.
True, that's true.
I do like his 10 Magi stacks, though. Those are very nice.
The rest of G2 tried to push in through mid, push in through top. The good news for BDS is there's no real objective for G2 to trade in the cross map, which means that they're only going to lose a little bit of farm. And BDS, they're able to get a kill.
But the only reason they didn't all die for going
Samar, hey Monty, just want to throw out there, I love all the work you've done throughout your career, and I'm so grateful for LFN. Keep sending the sponsors and more ways to support. LFN is the best. Thank you very much. We're trying extremely hard at LFN, and supporting our sponsors is a great way. We actually have even more new sponsors coming your way, guys. So this is already shaping up to be a banger year for LFN. So thank you for your support.
I would say that,
okay, but BDS is in a good position to contest this. Casante's still in the bot lane, no TP available. They need to try and make something happen here, knowing that they have the numbers advantage, unlocking the top lane tower. Again, a very classic G2. They've got two people pushing mid and bot. Hans Sama is the one that they've sent off early. They're conceding the Herald for now. Will G2 still try to fight this?
Yes. Definitely.
I think they're going to go mid.
I think they're not going to. I think they're actually just going to control BDS, keep them in the river, and exchange this for two towers. The TP response in the bot lane to try and keep that bot tier 2 alive, I like from BDS.
Response coming in from Adam to make sure the tier 2 can't go down too easily. They're just looking to pick off the Brav. Locked up, does manage to get the hook out of safety for at least a minute. Good follow up there. Flash out.
Oh.
Is living.
Here comes Daisy. She's back for more punching.
He's looking for another potential 1v1. He doesn't quite get him over the wall, and Ice is coming in. Should be a quick, easy arrow fall, but right now Broken Blade is running. Meanwhile, Sheo getting taken down. Broken Blade sprinting. The Ghost isn't enough. He's running for his life, and he will manage to make it a safety. Caps fishing for the severing.
Well, you know, if Riot can't get the rights to Allen Iverson for one Ivern skin for Allen Iverson, how come Fortnite can get like the entire NFL sponsorship? You know what I mean?
The illusion of choice. Way severing bolt.
Is BDS second/third best team? I think Fnatic's probably better than them too, and I'm glad we're gonna see that best of 5 most likely.
And managing to pick off several members, and again, it's just full control here for G2, where it feels so difficult to try and fight against G2 at any point in time, because you're losing sideline push, you're losing when it comes to 3v3 mid, when you're pushing on towards like Nuke and Caps now, Caps starting to get that advantage as well. It's like, where do you try and put your pressure?
I mean, credit to Nuke, he does have a 1.1k gold lead. A lot of that has been off the back of him just farming very well this game.
I'm just surprised they didn't even use like Allen Iverson's number, which was 3, on the jersey, right? Just as like a subtle shout out.
It feels that G2 just have so much of an advantage at this point in the game. It feels difficult for BDS to find ways back into it, especially when Adam just can't hold Broken Blade in the side lane. It feels like Nuke has to.
Do I even age? No.
For now he can do,
I look identical at all times.
Going to continue pushing in that bot wave. He has the TP available, and now they're sending Hansama once again, controlling this mid wave, keeping the push up, and they're setting up control around.
It's not even that I don't age. It's that I look better the older I get.
Make sure that they have everything they need to take the Baron. If BDS overstep, or if G2 can find a pick on the side lanes. Caps does have to be careful though. He is not favored in the side lane 1v1, as Daisy has been called out to start the objective here.
I mean, why wouldn't they? They know that they're stronger. They have the TP. They're going to invest.
It's free.
Force this objective.
Adam on bot side spotted with no TP. This is their cue to kick things off. Sheo just a brand. It's going to be tough for him to get into this pit to stop this TP. They're going to invest it right
Oops.
now.
Nice job coming over the wall there. I mean, the Leona into the brand turned out to be really smart. I was a fan of the Bard, but the Leona's working really well. Right there, E immediately over, stun locked, forever. Did he actually miss the ult though? EQ. Little bit scary there. A little bit scary as the brand does get into the pit.
Broken Blade leaping in, footwork to keep Mickey X safe.
Credit to Sheo, he does flash into the pit. He tries to go for the steal, but he wasn't quite able to secure it. Now, BDS once again on the retreat.
Broken Blade stepping in, ulti back through, isolating Lebrov off to the side, but has to be careful because Ice is in the area. Has he given his gold lead away? Unstoppable, he is.
Will I review the C900 Thieves game? Do you see the title of the stream?
Finding a quick pick onto Mickey. Broken Blade now in trouble. Adam kind of keeping momentum in their favor. Caps TPing in. Or TPing out, excuse me. But the flank here just doesn't matter. Hansama now on a rampage. Nuke taken out. 2 members left standing. Spiraling Despair doesn't connect. Caps has to be careful here, though. Finally has the Ivern shielding, now can step forward a little bit more confidently. Severing Bolt, not going to have a slow, so not going to stop the steady escape here from the side of BDS. Yike chasing, though, Cloud Rift. Not going to happen. BDS
You had LCS in the title yesterday, but I was actively saying I wasn't going to do it, and then I removed it when I wasn't going to do it. You know, sometimes things change, but nothing's changed about the 100 Thieves C9 game right now.
G2 will get the Dragon, they get the Baron, so still having a couple of members with that alive will help G2 in pushing forward, but a lot of time kind of wasted on their Baron buff and trying
Jack scaling.
to BDS.
Adam's like, don't worry, guys, I'm scaling. Just clear the waves, I'm scaling.
Let's see how close Jo really was. The CC comes through for Mickey a little early.
I mean, it was close, right? 1930, 17, 400. Oh, he smited super early, actually.
There's a window for him to flash in.
He smited at like 1500, whatever, 1400. Or he smited at 1700, I think. He has red smite, so it was his smite that came in at 1700. Kind of a bad smite, honestly. But he's also Brand, so he dies in like 1 second in the pit. If he's focused, so maybe he thought he was just going to die and not have a chance to smite it at all.
Meanwhile, the other 3 members of G2 are saying, let's test how much damage we can do. Broken Blade does end up getting a kill. Mickey does lose his life, but in exchange...
Oh, you guys were talking about my long hair picture? Here, I'll send you the... Here's my tweets with a picture of me with long hair.
Yeah, I'll take on the jungle support and the support, like, and you're not going to be able to kill me. So for G2, as you say,
From when I was 21. That picture was taken in Kenya, I think.
Still going to be able to get this bot terror off this push. Nuke does need to be careful as Mickey will start to wrap around, but it's just the map going to get smaller and smaller now for BDS as G2 continues.
Yeah, Kaz has to be careful about stepping too far forward here, but you can see with a Flayn and Ivern, it's so hard to stop this siege from working. Endless wave clear coming in.
Yeah, it's just the brush and the long... Oh my god.
Forward, slow coming in from Mickey X's ultimate, redemption going down as well. Broken Blade already isolating Nuke. G2 just want to go for the endless
Wait, how did...
wave
What?
coming in from the Molten Fisher, and now LeBron stepping just a little bit too far forward. Slow coming in from Mickey X's ultimate, redemption going down as well. Broken Blade already...
I like how Daisy jumps over the wall just to punch this is here.
G2 ruthless.
2 kills.
It's insane.
They're just playing with their food at this point. The first
That's so
games
funny.
At least went plus 30 minutes. BDS at times showed signs of life, but it feels like that from start to finish, G2 have just had their foot on the pedal.
Anyone told you look like the basis for Toto in the Africa music video? No. That music video is super weird, though.
Root onto Adam, good CC, counter-strike for a brief moment, potential re-engage here now. Lebrov doesn't have the angle to follow up. Broken Blade body blocking the potential hook. BDS stepping up, but they don't have enough in the tank.
Do I still wear earrings? Yeah, I have one.
For Nuke to come in and look for, I mean, he doesn't even have to shuffle either, so it's like you're just kind of bluffing your way to say, yeah, get out of here, but Adam does need to...
I think I was still wearing 3 at that point, though. Yeah, I have one on my left. I have 2 in my right, but I stopped wearing earrings in my right ear, so I have one on my left now.
Just delay as long as possible, but with 2 minutes on towards Baron, I think that's going to be the next one for G2.
Just a reminder here that while we were...
I've been following you since like fucking season 2. Sorry, my keyboard doesn't work right. Have you ever heard of any Korean jail meals? What? I think this guy's trolling me with his fake broken keyboard. What? No, I haven't heard any Korean jail meals. What does that even mean?
So far in this series, in game 2, his Lilia was monstrous. He was doing an insane amount of damage in every single one of the fights.
I did do Axl Rose as a Halloween costume one year. It was very effective, guys. It was a very good Halloween costume. Just imagine me in that jacket with like a, you know, the bandana on the head.
BDS, they came in with their traditional style. They had their
Get that comment frame.
It feels like in every game. In game 3, they went to Sheep, whereas G2 showcasing a wide
I swear I'm not.
approaches to the game with a bunch of different
What?
champions.
What is? Why are you asking that question? What possible context would I have for Korean jail meals?
Flex about or find new styles, and I feel like this is them attempting it with Cheo getting off of engage. He goes for the Brown, wants to be a damage dealer, going for more of a sideline split pusher in the Jacks, but it just hasn't worked out. And when it's come to playing side lanes, playing the map, that's where G2's thrived, and BDS have shown that they just can't really match that for a huge amount of this game. Or sorry, this series, I should say.
This game is very over at this point in time. Leona Value has actually been really good this game. Oh my god. Randall completely useless. Q3 pulls Adam back.
Looking for the victory lap close out here. One carry already done. Eyes on Caps. He's just fishing. And G2 might just
What happened to Foreplay at Nerd Legion? They're coming back. Don't you worry.
They're just running into BDS's
Actually recording a new Nerd Legion tomorrow. Released the Blue Eye Samurai one. We have 2 of the heist ones in the bank already. So we'll be releasing those this week. It's coming. It's coming, guys.
Again, it's BDS just cannot get the monkey that is G2 off their shoulder.
William Zahn, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub.
Best of, and BDS just haven't been able to find it again today.
Rob caught out another severing bolt, taking so much life. On top, to grab the kill. Ice now pulled back. Quick team fight for G2, making it look easy. QW.
Great execution by G2 this game. I'm really impressed by them. Like, I leave this series very impressed by their flex picks, their win conditions that they've managed to achieve, right? Very different compositions, but playing to win conditions in both cases. Pulling out some surprise picks, like the AD Twisted Fate that was buffed on this patch being top lane. It does feel kind of inevitable. And they really did, I think, have BDS's number. As I talked about at the start, you look at some of these games and you think, oh, well, if they're going to play pick compositions, well, abusing this Twisted Fate AD is actually an extremely good way to prevent them from getting the proper vision control and setups on objectives. And they just bopped them in the skirmishes that last game. BDS couldn't play their style. The brand is really just not their style, guys. The farming jungler, no, that ain't it for them. So, fun series. I think it gives you hope in G2. And I will be definitely taking that into consideration for my power rankings. That should be released in a couple of days. Day or two when I get around to recording them. Okay, we will start with the TL 100 Thieves game, guys, and then we'll go into TL C9. So we'll do both 100 Thieves games. Sorry. We will do both 100 Thieves games, 100 Thieves TL into 100 Thieves C9. Okay.
Both teams, but now it's 100 Thieves and Team Liquid on the horizon here.
So I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll be back. LEC power rankings or worldwide power rankings. They'll be worldwide top 10. On my personal YouTube channel. All right, on to 14-3 and LCS.
LCS, we had high expectations for Team Liquid against 100 Thieves.
Smolderman. Boo.
Come on, 100 Thieves. They saw what Dignitas were cooking. They're like, we can't. And they completely came back against Team Liquid and showed.
All right, Yasuo, Renata, and Senna. Back to Varus first picks, and there's Cassante, and there's Kalista. What a surprise. Vi, Talia. Talia has been raising in priority, and the Ziggs ban against APA, so we're just going to play Ori. Olaf and Gwen, so can play potentially Gnar here. No Ashe for Kalista Ashe. Gonna take that instead. We're gonna see the Braum pick up. Nope. Oh, I thought it was Nautilus. Nope, it's just gonna be Sejuani. Not great Sejuani ganking potential.
I do think it's gonna be a preferential matchup for Sniper up in the top lane, and we have
taking a blind Alistar here. Okay, so we're back to Kalista Taric. So okay, we see this. We actually see this. I fucking hate this. I fucking hate this. Get it off my screen. It's not fun. It's extremely annoying.
To be able to have that ultimate in, give you that safety to go aggressive. You use that Carrick ultimate offensive.
Oh yeah. You guys actually want to see the game? You guys actually want to see the game? All right, we'll start here. All right, so this draft, Sejuani, we take the Taric after we see the Alistar so that we have counter engage. When the Alistar goes in, we can pop Taric stun or Taric ult right, and then we can also pull Taric out. It's fun that we're seeing two Taric Kalista games. I really like this combo for dives and for counter engaging. Sejuani, doesn't have a lot of synergy or value here. I guess you do have some with Taric in the bot side. And on this side, looks like a pretty strong pick composition. Varus and Alistar should get pushed in pretty hard at level 1. It's been rough out there for Alistar pickers recently. Like Giant X trying to play it with Ignar when I reviewed those VODs yesterday was really quite painful. The problem is like, if you actually just get zoned off the first wave and then 3 waves stacked into your turret, you lose control of bot side, and then Kalista stacks free Drakes. And it feels really bad.
So really excited to see how they're going to play this out. The weakness, of course, is that Taric is not a super strong laner.
He doesn't have to be a strong laner because he's facing Alistar that was blinded for reasons.
Shout out Mark Z once again. Thank you, Kamish. It is solely because of you we're getting Taric in this game. There's no other reason. I refuse to believe it as
hilarious that they call out Taric as being picked because of live patch, when in fact the next day he would be picked by G2 in a patch before.
Yep, and if they lose, direct all complaints to @TheMarkZ on Twitter.
His DMs are open on Twitter.
He loves that.
All right, as we take to the Rift, first opening seconds of the game, nothing too fancy here. It's just a defensive line of scrimmage from both sides. Maybe Quid goes in for a little bit of poke here, but it's just the standard emote game from APA. He throws up a taunt, and Quid will look for the reset.
Yep, Quid going to be looking for that reset. It's going to be really interesting to see how he actually performs on this. Talia, again, as I mentioned, did get some buffs on this patch. They're going to help a lot with the push. The base damage on your Q went up, which is very significant. You know, even though it is only a small number, it was increased by about 10, I believe.
Yeah, I think the Taliyah buffs, the Q buffs are more impactful in the jungle. Like on 14-3, Taliyah's jungle win rate and usage rate spikes pretty dramatically.
It is so impactful to be able
But
to move
at the
around.
professional level, it's going to be a very good flex pick between mid and jungle.
Is it still going to be
Very, very good. I expect Gen G with Canyon and Chovy will use this quite extensively because we saw the flexing of Taliyah on D+ between Showmaker and Canyon last year.
A lot of things to talk about narratively for both of these teams, especially from what we saw in that first round robin match. But where are you kind of looking at first in these few opening lines?
I think you're going to be watching bot lane. You know, I do think these bot lanes are going to be pretty spicy. And anytime you have Callista, if it gets...
What I've been watching the new season of True Detective. No, I have not, but I want to. And yes, that might be up for new Nerd Legion. Also, Constellation, the new show on Apple TV that's coming out in a couple weeks. They're releasing 3 episodes. We'll probably do that one for Nerd Legion. It's been getting... I've been seeing some previews of it that look very interesting.
In Korea, so Sniper would have been like 6 when Impact started playing Pro League, which is crazy to think.
Yeah, that is crazy that Sniper... Look at him. He looks like he's 6 now. This is a 6-year-old, guys. Is he actually 10 in this picture? Oh, he is 10 in this picture. Okay, he is actually 10. They got a picture of him when he was 10. Okay. Because this is Team Impulse with Impact.
Over to Impact. It's not just that he's been playing for a long time. This guy has been dominating at the top level for so long.
Yeah, he really has been playing since like 2011 Impact.
Rosters, I want to say, in the LCS alone has gone to international, continued to keep that level of play up. So it is so cool to have, you know, one of our absolute greatest veterans in the entire game, not even just in the LCS. This guy's been so good for so long. And then he is going up against Sniper, one of the absolute youngest players, this kind of rise.
Hey, did you guys know that Danny, an android can cry, is manifesting a TL win right now, and that's why we can't look at the scoreboard? Did you guys know that?
Star who has so much promise.
Oh, and Gom, which is Gomha bear. Gom is bear in Korean. Gom is, I guess, Koma bear?
And it'll be really fun
like Koma the coach? That's how you would spell that in Korean. Is saying hashtag TL win.
On top of this, because
oh, we got another one. TL win, TL fight. Let's go Liquid LCS. If we win, I will go touch grass several minutes after the victory. Thank you. You know, I wanted to see all these tweets instead of being actually able to use the game UI to see what was going on. Oh, we got another one. Time for the ultimate battle of Team Liquid, LOL, and Naruto? What the fuck? Oh, and Naruto versus 100 Thieves and Poke. Oh, God, guys. LCS needs to die. LCS must be destroyed because this exists. It must be destroyed because this exists. The teams actually have these merchandise partnerships, and then people are excited for them. LCS must be destroyed. It must be destroyed.
Yeah, it's the exciting contrast, and it shows how long
this is rock bottom here, guys. This is rock bottom.
our esport has been around.
If you were curious what rock bottom in esports looks like, it's that tweet.
Now playing against someone who has been a hyped up prospect that we've known about since
Weeb partnerships, not even modern Weeb partnerships. Weeb partnerships from like a decade off their peak popularity, partnered with these teams and calling it an anime battle. This is rock bottom.
But it's definitely wild. It's been interesting, right? Because I think that when we've talked to a lot of the top laners, they're like, Sniper's not that good. You know, they're not that impressed by him. You know, but his stage results, I think, have been speaking for themselves. I think he's doing a lot better than people were expecting. Most people that I was talking to, you know, prior to the split, were saying, yeah, he's gonna have a rough start. You know, he's not there yet. We think he could get there, but he's not there yet, and it's gonna be a tough.
It's not a kid tweeting that, by the way. What kids have seen Naruto? Naruto's fucking old now.
But here he is, and he is performing on stage.
Which kids are tweeting about Naruto? So first off, you know it's not a kid because they're watching the LCS. That's the joke. There are no kids. That's the problem. There are no kids watching the LCS. And secondly, what kids are making Naruto references in 2024?
Where I was like, man, they are bringing in Sniper a little way too early. I'm wrong, guys. I put 100 Thieves at 7th in this preseason power rankings. I was also wrong. My bad. Also, shout out to David Shynock who put me on blast as well. It's like, it's okay. Like, 100 Thieves came with a vengeance, and they are really pulling a heist so far in this first round robin record.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also fun, you know, just talking about the top lane, there's so much to talk about because they have such a different style, these two players, right? In the shared champion pool, very little shared between these two players, just like Asante, in fact. And Impact has been, you know, very much back to the tanks. A lot of talk about how strong tank itemization is in this season. King of Rooker and Frozen Heart, you know, Plushes Bomby.
The same kids who watch Rurouni Kenshin. I think they're remaking Rurouni Kenshin.
Kind of been, you know, having that recipe for success.
I think is Netflix making a live Rurouni Kenshin? That might actually be interesting. The concept of that show is good.
From Sniper, that's the style that he has kind of made his own and what he really wants to be known for.
First 5 minutes have passed. Both the little grubbies as well as the first dragon has spawned, and neither jungler has made an inclination to really play.
Your emphasis clips about SKT/early league got you into the game. Good. Well, welcome back.
This last shove in, but there's a moment where they're looking for a reset. Do Team Liquid want to try and find a dragon here?
It looks like they are going to, you know, especially if that bot lane does reset. You have to say, though, Yon is basically tapped on mana as well. River now has info that this is going on. And it is 100 Thieves with the bot lane push right now. Core is going to make the first move over here. But again, Yon basically out of mana completely.
Yun is a bum, guys.
It is in parity. This might just be a bit of a flip, but it does look like
Yun is a bum.
Made a decision. No, APA is going to be moving down, and that will force them to back off.
Yeah, APA getting that first shove was super crucial for Team Liquid because, as you called out, Yon was not high on combat power at the time, but having that 4 versus 3 potential advantage secures them the dragon. And because River committed that time over, wait a minute, they might look for something here in the bot lane. If he wants to look for Q into flash,
the anime rework of Rurouni Kenshin is good. That's probably good. The animation style of the old one was never good, and it definitely would be outdated right now.
Trying to push up, potentially going to look for an angle to stop that recall, but APA far enough back that it won't be able to happen. And Quid just going to be trying to clear out this wave as fast as possible. He knows he needs to hover.
Why the Yun hate? Because he's bad at video games.
Charging up the Q, but as soon as shows, River decides not to engage. This is really tricky because, as you already called it, Azale, once either
if Yun didn't exist, they would have beaten T1 at Worlds. Impact? Oh, he actually baited that, I think.
Really tricky because, as you already called it, Azale, once either Vi or
he actually baited that, I think. I think Sniper, he actually flashes, I think, while Impact is in his animation, right? So I don't think Impact meant to ult him that direction.
Impact going all out as well. A lot of damage. Sniper wins the 1v1.
What a flash there from Sniper.
Really good flash.
To knock him back into the tower.
Yes.
And try to look for that ulti to go all out and pull
yep.
him to the turret. But Sniper
he outplayed Impact.
It means that the Kasante ult pulls him away from the tower instead. And Sniper just pops the ulti, turns it around. We can watch this one more time. We've seen 1,000.
Blue Eye Samurai is the best anime thing I've watched in years. Yeah, it is. That show is fucking great.
Back in the turret, then look for the all out. But that flash meant Impact is going the wrong way. He's low. He doesn't have the assistance that he was counting on from the tower. And this is just great stuff here from Sniper. Slams him down for the isolated first blood there in the top lane, and he is looking happy about that.
He's almost shocked. He's like, oh my god, I just did that. Viper, if you're watching right now, I cannot imagine how proud you are watching your little bro go from week 1, super nervous on the LCS stage, now solo killing the same opponent now in week 4.
I mean, their whole family is just insane at League of Legends. The Viper, you know, former LCS pro, Crimson Challenger player, Sniper now LCS pro. All 3 brothers are Challenger. Those parents just need to have 2 more kids, then they can have a full LCS squad themselves.
Could definitely be the angle. As Team Liquid are able
Rafa, buddy, cool down. It's not that funny.
Massive shockwave tries to bring them all in, but that unraveled over from Quid did a lot of damage, already taking down Umti. APA forced the flash, but the flash committed as well.
Challenger. Those parents just need to have 2 more kids, then they can have a full LCS squad themselves.
That could definitely be the angle. As Team Liquid are able to...
No, support's actually 6. This is a straight 8-minute fight right here. You rarely see this anymore, guys. You rarely see this. Like, this is when the Herald fight would be last year, right? And so it would be very difficult at the 8 minutes for a support to have hit 6 already. Nice job by Ayla getting in there, though. Shockwave brings everybody in, but they can retarget onto APA basically instantly. I mean, the value of Taric right now without ult is significantly less than the value of this Alistar without ult. Yeah, Core was entirely useless in that engagement.
After already getting the solo kill up in the top lane, look at Sniper now, picks up another kill, 2 assists as well. As TL, we're trying to commit very heavily to this, but they don't have a lot of damage here. It's really just APA and 3 tanks. So all 100 Thieves have to do is keep APA out of the fight. The Shockwave was big, but at the end of the day, this is an early game Orianna, and then you see this turn. As soon as the APA steps forward for that Shockwave, he just gets ulted by River. River had held that the entire time, waiting for him, knowing that Orianna was the only true threat. With him eliminated, there's nothing the rest of the squad can do. And they're looking happy about it. 100 Thieves cruising early on in this
Blue Eye Samurai is proof the problem with most modern IP with female protagonists is shitty writing and zero character development. True. I mean, but you also have the Expanse, which has incredibly good female characters. Draper and Drummer and the Expanse are both fucking amazing characters.
I think Sniper likely was sitting on a fair bit of gold as well. We'll see if he does actually have a buy. Yeah, he's sitting on 1,100 more gold, so close to that one item completion. So even though he is up a lot in gold, he's not at that full combat power.
Poor JJ and Yon still have flash, so they're still safe. I thought it looked like maybe River was going to try to all-in with that cease and desist, but they have enough distance to get away.
Yep, going to be able to just cleanse and walk it out. So the Profane Hydra now completed. That's the item that you're kind of waiting for. It is so powerful on the Aatrox.
Oh, Jerk, you haven't seen the Expanse? You're missing out, man.
Because it has that bonus
so good.
On the active below 50% HP, any champion with a lot of upfront burst, it's very easy to knock your opponent in these trade patterns down.
All the female characters are great. Naomi, Christian, Draper, Drummer, all the female characters of the Expanse are great.
Now for Quid, 3-0-1 on the Taliyah, looking good. Showcasing the power of this combo. And that is something I want to say, River is so good at, is punishing missing cooldowns. If you think back to that last game, as there's a skirmish here, I think Core maybe could walk it out.
He might have the flash.
Core.
It's the Fate's Call from Yon that keeps him safe and keeps the Summoner spell intact.
That was actually so close, though. He really held that ultimate.
Whoa, they got Yun.
Another flip in there from Quid. He is just kind of on fire right now, but
Quid is huge, actually.
Here so far.
It feels like it. Oh God. Okay.
Ayla igniting his former bot lane duo, just saying, nah, buddy, you can't back there.
When did Hillsong come to LCS? That's crazy. I didn't even know he was here.
Well,
man.
with that priority, 100 Thieves are just going to be able to get this second dragon of the game.
Absolutely, but I really want to touch back on the first game that they played against each other. It was River on Vi, and it was API on Ziggs, and he punished him so badly on the missing summoners. Quid may have to be flashing out of this situation. We'll see.
Already using the prison there. River engages. Core JJ flashes back, but the Cosmic Radiant pops. But Team Liquid don't have another way to engage, so 100 Thieves just get out.
Yeah, exactly. And
so awkward. All their engage was down.
They fight over by the Herald.
Oh, but nice from Impact using the all-out to dodge that last Q3 from Sniper. He's able to survive. Pulling him back in the tower, but no turret shot, no punish.
Man, this is a really.
Is there no Dragon Timer on this LCS thing? Well, Dragon Timer is broken. So nobody gets Dragon Timers actually at any point in time. It's really fun. Also, the UI itself is broken, so sometimes things are or are not off cooldown, depending.
Immediately goes back mid, kills him again before flashes up. This is something this guy is really well known for when you're talking to these other pros. He is so frustrating to play against because he really understands the gank timings very, very well. Knows exactly.
And also, I believe that the Elder Drake is also broken on this patch, where now it respawns after 5 minutes instead of 6.
Priority both already gained from mid lane. You get the grubs for free on the side of 100 Thieves, so it denies Team Liquid from getting all 6. So we're going to get a chance to look at our Kia multi-lane on both mid jungle and bottom lane. Yon and Core having successfully pushed Meech off of the tower because Ayla went for a roam to cover mid lane during that time. So So it looks like they at least get one turret play out of it, but the grubs are awarded over to 100 Thieves.
Yep, going to be able to trade the grubs to that, so not that big a deal. You lose the plate on bot side. Jan has not really been accelerated too much. He's actually going for a pretty defensive build here as well. You know, to go for the early tabbies, knows that it is going to be, you know, likely Varus, Vi, Aatrox all kind of rushing down towards him.
Engage from Ayla. Do they really want to take this one? Chain of Corruption's already used as well, but it's the teleport coming in. It's double teleport to Zale. Both Sniper and Quid are arriving to the party. A 4v2 on bot lane.
Knock up, nice. Good job.
Quid takes him out.
Both the 100 Thieves youngsters, they're flashing forward to follow Sniper and Quid. Instant response to that flash out from Jan. They're able to burst him down and gonna be able to get a nice punish here.
Do I hear that Finn might be joining Rogue next split? Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. It's not like a huge upgrade that... I mean, Finn is better than Shigenda, particularly out of lane. But I don't think he's such a massive upgrade that is going to turn around Rogue's fortunes.
100 Thieves again going to be feeling really happy about this. To the carries from TL, just feel like they can get no purchase in this game. You know, it's 0-2-0 for APA. The Kalista on the bot side has not really been able to get the kind of prile that they wanted, has not had that lane dominance that they wanted. So both these guys have been put pretty far behind.
And now this Rift Herald fight, Team Liquid are down cooldowns, whereas 100 Thieves, the only one that could be exposed here is Quid, which is already why he's taking a defensive posture on that left lane.
No flash Jan, so that's who they may be going for. He's going to have to position well.
Let's see, Jan is already stepping up, trying to see if he can stack these spears to help for that spear, but as you called it out, Ayla is flanking around. APA has the guard, and meanwhile, Rift Herald is secured by Team Liquid, but now they're pincered here as long as APA can guide them out safely. Ayla still looking for the flank angle. Core JJ popping the Cosmic Radiance, all on the Sniper.
Oh my god, they're just CC'd for the entire duration of Cosmic Radiance, though.
But they're still doing enough damage as they take out Meech. Sniper in the middle of all five. Cannot get anything done. River's gonna be next. No one falls from Team Liquid.
Wow. All right, let's take a look at this.
Going for, he's going to have to position well.
Let's see, Jan is already stepping up, trying to see if he can stack these spears to help for that spear, but as you called it out, Ayla is flanking around.
So Rend kills it, and Ayla's trying to go for a flank here, but he's actually delayed pretty significantly by the Orianna. It takes half his HP bar. And they had already started to pop the ult in anticipation of Ayla getting in, so APA does do a nice job of zoning him out. And then they turn immune. That's when the engage comes through to Alistar, but they are immune right now, so there's no actual way they could deal with any of this damage. And the Alistar ult is not up for this, guys. It's at 7-6. It's not up for this entire engagement. So he actually just gets bursted down immediately. If you watch Impact also, he's able just to, who does he take out of this fight? He's on Meech. Uses ult on Meech, so there's actually no follow-up damage, really, from 100 Thieves. Where do I see the CD number on their ults? It's on the ult. You can see it right here. Look, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meech also did not have ult at the start of this fight, so he cannot peel impact off of him. This is just a bad fight for 100 Thieves to take. If you're going to be flanking with the Alistar here, you absolutely need to have your ultimate up. Like, just don't take this fight. Just don't take this fight. You're leading this game. It does not matter if you give up a Rift Herald. You could just push into topside and mid instead.
Let's see, Jan is already stepping up, trying to see if he can stack these spears to help for that spear, but as you called it out, Ayla is flanking around. APA has the guard, and meanwhile,
but you need the peel from the Chain of Corruption, and you need the tankiness on the engage, because otherwise, I mean, Ayla gets the combo off, but that's all he gets, and they're immune, so he just gets melted. The best alley play would be to flash headbutt the Taric away from the Kalista. Probably, yeah, that's actually a good point. Just get the Taric out of the fight. So it's pretty awkward because they actually throw a pretty substantial lead. You know, coming into this, they have a 2,500 gold lead, and they leave with a 400 gold lead.
TL in that fight. Ayla had the flank.
You literally can just walk away from that. There's no reason that you need that Rift Herald at all.
Alive, and it bought so much time for Yon in this fight. APA does a good job marking Ayla on the bot side of the screen, but then watch the timing here as it comes down. The shockwave is there. That CC's up Sniper. Yon survives right before that combo comes through. He's able to cleanse. He's able to kite back. He's able to burst them down. On the other side, Impact as well was going crazy in the all-out. It's all down to that Taric timing. If you hard engage with Taric having that ultimate available, you have to be certain that you're going to kill them before the Taric ult does fall. In this case, 100 Thieves not able to do it, and TL from a deficit punished them hugely, getting a couple kills there for Yon. So not only does he complete that Blade of the Rune King, he's now got, some extra gold to boot, going to be working towards, very likely, Rage Blade.
Yeah. That first grub fight, 100 Thieves thought by taking the fight at Rift Herald, it was just thinking it was a rehearsal dinner for them, but Team Liquid showing what happens when you actually have your ultimate.
Yeah, really questionable fight for 100 Thieves to take. They need, they're a young team full of a lot of young players, outside of kind of River, so I guess it makes sense they don't necessarily know or have the shot calling yet to go along with some of their mechanical wins, but
From that TL squad to be able to win through. Impact and Sniper trading heavily here.
River's gonna find Core JJ looking for the dazzle, the flash, the guarantee right on top of it. Quid is in there as well, Weaver's wall, but Ayla is buying time onto Yon and APA. Yon calls over Core JJ with that face call, gets the two-man knockup as well. Looking for the dazzle stun. River right on top of Yon. No damage to follow up. Sniper's looking for it, but Yon is kiting around. He's safe. APA is also safe. Team Liquid running away with the fight. Once again, Quid's in trouble. He's gone. Team Liquid are smurfing on 100 Thieves.
Yon is starting to take over these last couple fights.
Calls over Core JJ with that face call.
For trading heavily here.
River's gonna find Core JJ looking for the dazzle, the flash, the guarantee right on.
gets knocked off the wall. Ayla flashes in this time. Where did he use his ult?
Impact and Sniper trading heavily here.
River's gonna find Core JJ looking for the dazzle, the flash, the guarantee right on top of it. Quid is in there as well. Weaver's
Okay, he uses ult now.
but Ayla is buying time on Yon and APA. Yon calls over Core JJ with that face call, gets the two-man.
I mean, Impact is just absolutely wreaking havoc on them. Impact has been so crucial in Team Liquid's wins. Like, his macro play on Udyr creates so much pressure as well. 100 Thieves really just throwing this game.
These last couple of fights, the cooldowns haven't been there from 100 Thieves, but it feels like they're kind of haphazardly forcing the play anyway. We saw River going with the ulti, but there's no flash on Quid, there's no flash on Sniper. Sniper didn't even have his ultimate to try to follow up. They can't get to the back line and actually get these kills, and things are really starting to fall apart here for 100 Thieves after what was an incredible start. Out of nowhere, they're now down time. This flash for the stun from Core was a little bit surprising to me, looking for that dazzle stun, because Yon isn't really in position to follow up. Quid comes in with the ulti, they try to just kind of zone him out, but then look at the kind of miscoordination there. Ayla is flashing over the Talia.
Yeah, I mean, Ayla just blew his combo again. All of Ayla's combos have been non-impactful in these fights. Right? And then they just all literally walk on top of Shockwave. What the fuck, man? They literally three-man walk on top of the ball and just get Shockwaved.
And the coordination, the communication was not there. Ayla and Quid of two different minds in that fight. Had Yon been flipped in off that flash combo from Ayla, it could look completely different.
Yon being unchecked in this fight. We talked about it in the draft phase that you have to look at this Kalista to being the most consistent damage dealer. If he's gone, if he's taken out early on, then it's an easier win for 100 Thieves. But the fact that Yon remains alive now puts more onus and agency for 100 Thieves, like really execute these combos together.
Yeah, you have to be perfect from this position, especially because, Yon, if he realizes the only way that they can actually lose is him getting 100-0, he can just go shield bow next. He can start going really kind of more tanky defensive itemization. Doesn't have to necessarily maximize DPS, because everyone over on the 100 Thieves side is pretty squishy. You don't need a super high damage build to deal with any of those teammates. So I do think you can start to look to go pretty tanky. Just make sure you're not getting 100-0. Look for those sorts of plays. We could see things like Knight's Vow coming out from Core. We could see things like Locket coming out from Core. Just build towards making sure they can't one-shot Yon.
Unti and Impact actually just straight up saving this game for the most part.
Are going to have to make sure they're Ayla has to be safe.
Oh, he tried to perfectly cleanse it, not quite. So the root is enough time for River to get in range and look for the cease and desist. Yon just might be in trouble here. Still at the flash, waiting until the very end of the Cosmic Radius. That's going to keep him alive. Ayla tries to punch him in.
Oh, he finally punted Yun, and he finally did it, guys. He finally got the target. Now it should just be free, right? Surely it should just be free. Free Baron? Core's dead.
Yeah, and the question is, do they go for anything more here with this? Do they try to push for the tier 1 top? Doesn't look like it just yet. They are just going to be taking the scuttle, reclaiming some vision. We can watch this one more time as Yon stepping forward.
What is Yun doing, dude?
Here against Meech, but he gets slowed up by the hair. Liveros slightly early on the cleanse. Honestly, didn't make much of a difference. I think that
Yeah, you still get the tenacity from the cleanse, so it's okay. But even so, like, you do get slowed up just enough.
With the W, flashes forward, gets the Q heal as well from the Taric. It does come down. That has got to be like 10 HP. Okay, 45 HP is what I see there in the bottom left. But at the end of the day, Ayla headbutts him back into the team. Meech gets the shutdown. Sniper is there with the ulti. They have the cooldowns. You know, Quid getting locked up by that ulti from Umti was really well placed. They do get a kill back on the other side, but at the end of the day, they're just too light on the damage. It was
Yun threw the Worlds game versus T1 exactly the same way, just overextended in the mid lane for no reason. Like, what is he doing? He realizes there's a Talia in this game, right? And a Vi that can engage on him from a screen away. Impact also trolling.
Maybe he gets out of this one. Wow, he is a tanky boy. So Impact is going to survive this one, but that is down a summoner spell now in the next couple of minutes, actually under a minute. This next dragon will be spawning and not having that cooldown.
That was Summit? No, it was Yun who got caught out in mid lane versus T1.
Yeah, it is definitely, you know, impactful in some of these fights. At the same time, they did get Meech's ult out. You know, had he died right before Baron or right by Baron, maybe they go, but Ayla in trouble.
Ayla right onto Yon, but the Cosmic Radiance is there to guarantee no burst will come through. Umti is front loading all the damage as well, stunning up Quid. Meanwhile, they find Yon onto the back line, but there's no damage to follow up. Yon is still alive. Ayla's trying to keep him busy, but AP is winning the fight.
I like this time is that they're trying to go after Yun in the back line with the Taric ultimate up, and they don't have any backline damage, guys, is the issue. Like, this time, Ayla just, this game, he's like, I must get on Yun every time. And sometimes he actually punts Yun out to where they can do damage because they need Sniper to deal damage to him. But other times, he just goes in and CCs them, and then they get Taric ult, and then everybody's just standing around. And Yun takes 0 damage from the Vi ult, I assume because the Taric ult is still there, technically, when it hits him. So he just doesn't take any damage. Yun just literally takes no damage this entire fight. And they dove the back line. Because the coordination isn't very good here. Sniper comes in on the TP, but he comes in after, like, right as the Taric ult comes up. So he doesn't do any damage. Then he just gets ulted out by Impact, and now he's not in the backline anymore. Dude, these fights are not very good for 100 Thieves. And Ayla is, like, bad. Like, he's flanking on Alistar before his ult comes up and going, like, getting chunked out and then going in, and then he dies and his ult comes off cooldown. He's getting into the back line when Cosmic Radiance is up and, like, CCing, but there's no follow-up. He's gonna die. Oh, he got the Vi passive shield up. It's outrageous. That's such a terrible Baron. That is the world's stupidest Baron, by the way. And also, Team Liquid. Come on. You get so horny for this Ocean Drake. Oh my god, he got the E proc on the Vi passive shield. Oh my god, he's literally one Baron auto away from dying. And by the way, guys, how many people does Team Liquid require to do Drake? Because the answer is 1 Callista. The answer is 1 Callista is how many people it takes to do Drake. One Callista.
Sniper dies to the Baron. River is also super low. He might die to Baron too. No, River's gonna on this late strikes fight. The shield, the healing is gonna be enough.
I will dominate says he liked this Baron play since it was the only way 100 Thieves gets back in the game. It is a good play by 100 Thieves. I agree that it's a good play by 100 Thieves, but it is horrific by Team Liquid. I'm not sure I agree that it's the only way 100 Thieves gets back in the game because you always have Vi and Talia pick potential, right? But considering that 100 Thieves doesn't set up picks, they only do every team fight. They just commit to every team fight. With the way they are actually playing this composition, yes. Because they will get outscaled. They will get outscaled. I mean, Sejuani, Cassante, Oriana, like Tarek, you're fighting into the late game, feel really, really good.
Can you coordinate on the initial play? Flash forward there from Ayla, but there's no seismic shove available because is marking Quid. Really good tank play here from You know, recognizing it's not the threat of the engage after mark, it's the threat of the follow-up after a mark. So he goes forward, he gets the ulti down on Quid. Quinn can't land that seismic shove. That one's not on him. This one he does nail, which was really a bailout because TL, look at their health. They were crushing this fight. They would not have been able to get that Baron without that beautiful seismic shove. Gets them 2 kills. They go to top side. They do lose Sniper, but they get the Baron. And they keep themselves very close in this game as far as gold. Obviously, if you give over Ocean Soul to a Sejuani, Tarek, as well as Cassante, you're probably going to lose the game.
Now, the problem with 100 Thieves is they just don't play this like a pick comp at this stage in the game. They just like, we must all in the back line. Yon must die, even though you have Tarek ult. Here we go again, guys. You ready? What are they doing, dude? I literally am watching the same fucking team fight like 10 times in a row.
All out still available, but not needing it, as he's going to be able to kite this one out. Team Liquid taking away the advantage that they already took out River. 5-on-4 strong in the map.
I mean, River is just way too far behind.
I am watching the same team fight over and over and over again. The only difference was the one time that Ayla actually got into the back line to punch Yun into the front line. You cannot dive them, though. All Core has to do is press R.
To try to get out of there, but there was no ability to really follow up. And if they can't threaten Yon, they clearly cannot win these fights. We've seen it time and time again. You know, Quid had a pretty good angle over the wall.
Is this Groundhog Day LCS edition? Holy moly, it is. That's how I feel. Just the same thing over and over and over again.
Special for 9th most assists all time. Special definitely one of the early legendary players in the LCS. In his days with TSM, remembered very fondly by many.
And even for a brief time too on Team Liquid. It came over when they were still cursed and then rebranded over to Team Liquid. Shout out to Alex Chu. As Team Liquid gonna be posing up here.
X-Special is a really nice guy. I like him a lot. Definitely one of the good eggs on the old edition of TSM.
Into that fight every single time. Team Liquid have been playing so well around the Cosmic Radiance timing his impact. Ghosting in, looking for an engage. Was ready to go for meat for that all out, but Ayla there just making sure that he is marked. And Impact does not find the pick.
Yeah, Impact knows there's no point in going for anything too risky. The game really is going in their favor. So you don't need to roll the dice on something like that, right? You know, take only the high percentage plays. You can see this is pretty questionable. I'm not going to lie. Going for a heel cut.
He was, he got his college, Special got his college degree from, I think he went to Harrisburg. And he was like coaching their LoL team. So I think he got a scholarship and he got his he finished his degree there. So good for him.
That's a pick for 100 Thieves and going to barrel down mid lane.
Yep. Well, we'll see. On the side here poking away. It's a great pick. You can see 100 Thieves pushing up top lane.
The players were never really the problem on TSM. All the players individually were quite nice in my experience.
Against 4 under that tower. Yes, you were tanky, but you were not.
All right, I enjoyed all the players personally. It was just the Org and Reggie that were evil.
These couple towers did fall 400 Thieves. So it's going to be all about the setup here.
What do I think of the executioners on Send?
For this big fight potentially. You know, you look on the mini map.
Whatever, man. I mean, why is Impact trying to solo defend a turret? Why is he walking up, getting hit by chains of corruption?
Physical damage, so it's like it's not
I mean, Impact's been great this season, but that was questionable.
Well, we'll see. On the side here, poking away. It's a great pick. You can see 100 Thieves pushing up top lane with the Taliyah, pushing in mid lane after that kill on Impact. Impact feeling a little bit too confident, you know, sitting alone against 4 under that tower. Yes, you are tanky, but you are not that tanky. You're not really ahead in gold. In fact, they are now down a couple thousand gold after these couple towers did fall, 400 Thieves. So it's going to be all about the setup here, you know, trying to prepare themselves for this big fight potentially. You know, you look on the mini-map, look at all these wards littering this entire area. TL trying to dominate vision in that section of the map, really making sure that they are the ones who are going to have all this info around this next dragon fight. It is going to be coming up here pretty soon, and we'll see if they can dominate that area. Because they get Ocean Soul, they probably just straight up win the game, and 100 Thieves are going to have to try to reclaim vision.
And shout out to the observers showing that it's pure darkness for the side of 100 Thieves.
Scary.
Walking in could just be face.
They have to wait for Quid. They can't just walk up, because even if it's someone tanky doesn't get one shot, you need your whole team there to follow up. So they're waiting for Quid coming out of base. They saw APA bot lane, so now I think they're going to feel confident to push through mid, then walk down into the river and try to reclaim vision that way. You can see that Impact is trying to hold that mid lane wave, but if he's shown there, again, you can try to walk in with this 5-man squad.
Yeah, and you have the number advantage for the moment. You just have to wait on Impact to be able to collect that wave. Let's see here. Ayla can get engaged on by first. Seismic Shove catches core. River trying to front load and mark Impact on the other side. Yon and APA separated from the rest of the front line, so not much damage is being traded right on back. Quid maintaining this posture aggressively as tries to get back into this banana brush. Impact walking back on over as the dragon stacking has begun with these Ren stacks from Yon. Impact trying to see if he can look at Quid. Weaver's wall comes in too late as you Impact walking back on over. Yon and APA
Yeah, super slow on the engage here.
damage is being traded right on back. Quid maintaining this first.
You don't have Alistar ult now either. Ayla's so bad, man.
To wait on Impact to be able to collect that wave. Let's see here. Ayla can get engaged on by first.
Has to pop ult. Gets nothing done because Kalista ult is there.
On the other side, Yon and APA separated from the rest of the front line, so not much damage is being traded right.
They still have Taric ults for this Drake, so the Drake is now free. There is no more Alistar engage.
Impact walking back on over as the dragon stacking has begun with these Ren stacks from Yon. Impact trying to see if he can look at Quid. Weaver's wall comes in too late, as you called it, Azale. They already used the Glacial Prison as defensively, but here comes Sniper trying to look for a flank. But Art of War dictates flank on the weakest side of the flank here. Cosmic Rain is going to be popped up as Yon can now dash aggressively in. Meanwhile, they're trying to turn on back, but Sniper's going to be waiting in the wings as well. But Yon turns right on back once again, but they've already lost Umpty in the fight. Team is going to be popped up.
Sniper actually plays this well. He actually baits them entirely because they get nothing done on him. Impact is up here, right? Umpty is trying to zone them out. Sniper gets out, doesn't get stunned. They focus everything on him. Meanwhile, Umpty is literally getting gangbanged by 4 guys right now. They zone out with E. Ayla's actually able to go back in for a WQ combo onto Yun. They finally get him. Sniper actually the MVP of that fight, by the way. Now they can just do Baron, because Sniper has an excellent flank and he just draws TL out.
They were too slow on the engage here. They were trying to buy so much time. They were waiting for Sniper, who was coming around from below the fight, but it was very difficult to fight past the Orianna ball. We see the Sniper's trying to come in from the bot side, but it's all about Orianna zoning.
Trying to play their composition into Taliyah should be very difficult, guys. With Taliyah E is so good into all of these low-range champions and like Kalista with the dash and everything like that. You know, it's so easy to hit the W as well. It's actually very problematic for Team Liquid to be fighting against Taliyah.
Catches out Yon, they burst them down. They know they need to get more. They gave up Ocean Soul, which is massive, and that Ocean Soul regen paying dividends for Impact already. But then this flash forward from Quid, APA trying to sidestep.
Sniper played that super well.
Earns them another kill, so they still have a chance in this game. But they know it is going to be really difficult from this point. 3 tank items completed there for Impact on the top side. 2.5 done for Umti. And Core JJ there as well, you know, going to be getting tankier and tankier. It's going to be so difficult to actually punch through not only the initial kind of damage that they have to get out, but now the Ocean Soul regen. Like, if you don't kill off Yon right off the bat, he can heal up a fair amount in that Ocean Soul during the Taric ultimate. That's extra regen. That is all more health you're going to have to be dealing with. And he has the Wit's End now, so he has the additional resistances from there. With that BF, very likely could just be a BT last, you know, really just trying to make sure he's staying alive.
100 Thieves, a huge obstacle that they have to overcome against Ocean Soul Team Liquid. They are ahead in gold, yes, but as you already pointed out, Yon is going to be so tough to kill the raid boss, but Quid, this guy has leveled up so much.
I mean, killing the Talia is super difficult now.
So much more confidence from this guy as he is flashing aggressively in these fights. He doesn't have flash up for this next potential fight, but if there is magic that can be made, it will be from this guy's hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And he does have that Morello, so they do have some sort of heal cut at the very least. Morello is obviously a pretty cheap buy now, so you can kind of tech into that more easily. But that really is their only heal cut right now. And River does get stunned up, but Umti's in trouble.
Ayla finds an engage onto Umti. Meech has already done a decent amount of damage. Cosmic Radiance prevents further burst coming in as Impact marks Sniper.
Oh! Ayla! Do we just not look at items? He has Zonias.
Meech has already done a decent amount of damage. Cosmic Radiance prevents further burst coming in as Impact marks Sniper. Here comes
Dude.
done a decent amount of for the engage on APA, but let's face it, there's the coming in as Impact marks Sniper. Here comes
All right, to his credit though, he does draw this out, so Quid is able to just get this combo off onto him. So he does kill him, technically, by baiting out the Zonias. So is Ayla bad at Alistair, or is he a genius? We tried to predict the dash from him. Oh my god, are they just going to win the game?
Yeah, that should be it. 100 Thieves, I think they've done it. The tanks are hard to crack, but they catch APA. They catch Yon, and they burst them down.
100 Thieves in their first match against Team Liquid at the beginning of the season. So many were skeptical that this team would not make much in this season. They said it was a heist in the first week, but 100 Thieves just might show that it's not a heist, it's a promise that this roster will deliver in the spring split as River and the rest of 100 Thieves carry forward this momentum, looking for the last Nexus tower. They're running out of minions, but they will persevere through. A few more auto attacks will do it. 100 Thieves.
Let's go ahead and take a look at this fight again.
Morello is obviously a pretty cheap buy now, so you can kind of tech into that more easily. But that really is their only heal cut right now. And River does get stunned up.
So he actually gets a combo off, and it prompts like this very weird usage of Cosmic Radiance. And then that is Chain of Corruption hitting onto APA. Right? APA doesn't actually Zonia's that one. Instead, he Zonia's the follow-up engage from Ayla. But honestly, like, why are we using Cosmic Radiance at this point in time to, like, save Umti? Also doesn't hit the Glacial Prison. Very weird team fight. Like, why Team Liquid is walking up after Cosmic Radiance is down? You can't do that. This is still up, guys. This is still up. This is still up. You know what I mean? You must have the Taric ult in order to actually play this team fight. You cannot walk up after that advantage is gone. It's just a free re-engage. And Yun, you know, they get the Callista ult here, right? Pulls him in, gets the double knockup, but he still actually, I mean, Vi still has ult. What a fucking strange decision. First off, to use the Taric ult, and then second off, to re-engage afterwards.
Thieves still have
Umti's fault for getting caught, but what, he didn't save him by ulting.
Now, so you can kind of tech into that more easily, but that really is their only.
He's Sejuani. Is he actually going to die here?
And River does get stunned up, but Umti's in trouble.
No, he's not going to die. He still has Glacial Prison up. He can counter-engage himself.
So you can kind of tech into that more easily, but that really is their
It's
only
less important to have Glacial Prison than to have Cosmic Radiance.
Umti's in trouble.
finds an engage onto Umti. Meech has already done a decent amount of damage. Cosmic Radiance.
The Sejuani's just not going to die. Tell me who's going to kill the Sejuani here
Heal cut right now, and River does get stunned up, but Umti's in trouble.
after he Qs out. Who's going to kill him? Nobody. It's so fucking weird. Like, they have Ocean Soul. They can regen. Why immediately re-engage? So bad. That Alistar play was quite depressing. All right, let's go do one more today, and then we'll do some more EU and LCS tomorrow and Wednesday. Nope, that's not what I wanted at all. I wanted this one.
Doing, and even talking to 100 Thieves, talking to Golden Glue,
No, and they straight Cassante and Senna. Now I'm not gonna get too excited for this yet, even though we already played it once. Yeah. I will not be.
All right, it's just trolling with the Riven ban or the Riven pick up front. What? Like it's not that there hasn't been any Zeri play. Hold up. Hold up. Let's just go check. $10 and $18. 10 and 18. We're gonna just do top leagues. 3 and 9. I know Aiming played it. Viper has a win. Dokdam has a win. Yun has a win. Berserker and Tactical have losses. D plus versus KT. Aiming played it. Viper played it against Kwangdong before Kwangdong was good. Yun played it against Shopify Rebellion, and Dokdam played it OMG versus FPX. Those are the only wins, guys. Not looking great. Not looking great. It's live patched. I am aware, guys. I am aware. I don't think that Zeri has risen to first pick status, even though I know Berserker really likes the champion. The buffs were a base attack damage increase from 56 to 56, so a 3 AD base attack increase, and a cooldown reduction on Lightning Crash, which is 20 seconds at level 1, but it's 10 seconds at level 2 ult, and it's 0 seconds at level 3. So the buffs were not enormous. Like, yes, it gives her lower ult cooldown in the early game and 3 more attack damage, but is that enough to defeat the power of Varus in lane?
So interested to see what 100 Thieves start responding to now, seeing the Sejuani pick there.
Yeah, Zeri, I mean, that is really, I think, the signature pick.
But I do, it is, to be fair, it is, you know, the Berserker pick, or one of the Berserker picks from his apex of professional play.
matchup, but generally speaking, you are going to be a bit on the back foot. River on the Vi, I feel like this is kind of more so than the Jarvan lately becoming...
So targeting the Zeri, there's a possibility of Nautilus here, right? Nautilus has been one of the traditional Zeri counters since her release because you can just point and click ult on her. You have Vi to kind of try and lock her down as well. Ban Riven, ban Lulu. Yeah, that makes sense. Ban Gwen because you want to pick Cassante. You're going to pick Cassante. No, Cassante's banned. Why are we banning Gwen? Just because it's Sniper?
It's going to be Olaf coming through. So Olaf blind is pretty bold. But it is pretty...
It prevents you from taking the Ashe here. So what the Olaf does is it prevents you from playing Varus Ashe. Right? That's the purpose of this.
Things that we're seeing these days, it is something that can go really, really aggressive.
Also might, you know, we don't see any Maokai. I don't know why we're taking the Sejuani here. I guess we're focusing topside with Sejuani Olaf.
And when you look at carries like Taliyah, like Varus, they really need Peel to be able to survive. It's not going to work against Olaf. If he gets ahead of the game, Fudge can just run over both of the carries.
I'm going to be interested to see, you know, what Sniper is...
Now we're going to take Melio. Varus Melio, not a lane combination. We've seen a whole hell of a lot. And we have Aatrox.
That's where my eyes go. To think about playing towards bot lane a little bit more because
Bard.
Melio, I think, makes a lot of
all right.
sense. If you want to start scrapping, it's
Bard. I guess you have somewhat lower mobility champions in Taliyah, Aatrox, and Varus.
I think if you look for a 2v2 top lane with both Sejuani and Olaf, you are going to die. I think it's going to be
Also, you can set up big Zeri ults using Bard ult as well. It feels pretty weird, though. Like, when you think about, you know, the Olaf blind is to discourage Varus Ashe lanes, but you could also just do that by, I don't know, banning Ashe. You know, you have the Olaf being able to run in here. It does affect Taliyah. Like, it's pretty strong into Taliyah because Taliyah has no peel for the Olaf and is very squishy. You know, you're trying to get flanks here with the Assassin Akali and then clean up the fight with Zeri speed. It's interesting, but there is a lot of lockdown potentially for Zeri. There is a lot of lockdown for Zeri. And one of the other issues is Olaf gets walled off super hard by Taliyah ult. He gets walled off super hard. And he's not taking flash, so he can actually just be completely walled off from fights by Taliyah using Ghost.
I think Blabber was slow in the 3-minute dive last game. I think that's certainly something you review going into this game.
Akali's tough into Taliyah too because if you try and engage on her, or E just counters you.
Maybe we could get some death ball. Maybe we can get some craziness.
Good night, Jerky's minion.
But not quite. Looks like we're just going to make sure that nobody's doing any late invades here. Sniper and Fudge staring each other down in the top side as everybody else.
Like, Taliyah is really good into Sejuani Akali engage.
Yeah, and I think if I'm afraid of either team going for a level 1, it would be C9. Not only do you have Sejuani stun, you have Olaf Q's. That's the only thing I'd be worried. I think Fudge wants to go for an early ward to at least get vision on where River is starting.
I think something that's going to be really interesting for this game is, you know, how these junglers play around their mid laners. Both of these guys, you know, do like to play pretty heavily with their mid laners. You know, they're strong players.
Are you guys still with Freeze Pipe? Not currently, but that may be happening again soon. They were a great partner for us, and I hope that in the lead up to 420, we can work with Freeze Pipe again.
You can also see that Vulcan there did a W start, so that's why JoJo went for that early trade there. It was what looked like a losing trade, but there was 2 W's there stacked up for him, and you saw Fudge just pick up another one as well. So it's about a full potion's worth of health that JoJo just gained for free. Yeah, because Vulcan is starting W level 1. It of course means on boss side you're not going to be trading at all level 1. You're just going to accept the fact that you're going to be pushed in. You're going to be kind of sitting back. But those health shrines are actually very, very powerful for your soul laners.
Yeah, it's insane. Honestly, if you're ever part of those scrims where sports like, all right, who wants the Cocos? Because it just makes it so you can win your lane that much harder. So you don't want to make it a debate.
Quid and JoJo, neither one of them afraid of getting scrappy here early on level 2. Both of them popping those potions down to only a couple hundred HP. But you can see Blabber coming around, moving into his top side jungle there as the ward placed down by River earlier on expires.
And as Azael said earlier, something that we do have to focus on is mid. Blabber gets caught in the ward. Great timing from Quid as he's pushing the lane out. That's my biggest fear, as Akali is just going to be a demon with Sejuani.
I love Talia. I'm glad that she's kind of strong again.
Get the shove in. That's great. The opposing jungle proximity for both of these mid laners have just been through the roof, so that's something that both Blabber and River will have in mind. If Ayla has
Which match would you never forget that you commented live? Faker's first final win, the Faker Ryu Zed versus Zed, summer 2013.
Is that you have to relearn some of these matchups. You know, how many times did JoJo play Akali versus Talia since the Talia buffs came through, right? Like how
Would Karma have been insane for C9 here? Yes. I think Karma mid would be extremely strong with the Olaf, right? And the Zeri. I'm not sure you actually need, you know, Akali damage in this composition.
And so it's one of these things that it makes, you know, playing solo queue really important. It makes the scrims in the weeks leading up to these new patches very, very important for these teams, because you've got to be on point with your practice. Make sure you're getting the most possible out of these games.
Especially if you are a team that's struggling early, which you know C9 has been. The fact that they've been on a 4-game losing streak obviously ended up taking a win their last game. But if you're both juggling, trying to work on your fundamentals and synergistic points, like if you're trying to work as a team better, but at the same time, there's been a huge patch that's dropped and you have to work on different picks that you're not really confident.
How long is this game? I don't know.
So it's nice to see
Looks like it's kind of long.
starting to get some.
There's a pause, though, potentially.
Must have been a difficult scrim week.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely trying to get that rhythm back, right? You know, this is their first round robin results. You know, they did go 3-4, you know, not kind of the result that was expected at all. And I think it was made even more weird by the fact that they were killing teams in the first couple games, right? They came out and everyone's like, yep, this is what we expected. They look insane. They won every lane and they killed you in a team fight, and then the game ended, right?
Yep.
But they followed that up by one loss where you're saying, well, this first loss was against Shopify and there was a bad dive. But that's not going to happen again.
Right.
And then it started to be another loss and another loss. And you're like, okay, well, what is actually wrong with this team? You know, what is going on? And it puts a lot of pressure on these players and on this squad to try to fix things very, very quickly, because this split is going to go by fast. It is only 6 weeks.
I think it's hard for Cloud9 to fix issues because they don't have a coaching staff really anymore.
We're already over halfway done. Cloud9's got to make sure they get it together. You can see the top lane is kind of the story that we were expecting to be told.
Shout out to LCS, though, for scheduling the 2-week break after the Super Bowl. They were like, should we go head-to-head against the Super Bowl? And the answer was yes. They should.
Is available for both of our mid laners, and we know how deadly both of these champions can be if they get unlocked.
And then we'll take 2 weeks off. Oh, but don't worry, guys. You know, we're still going to be in the same space as Valorant. So we are going to have to go into that side studio, but we couldn't go into the side studio, you know, take this week off and go into the side studio a week early. We have to go into the side studio later. Very, very good. Very good decision making.
Yep. And as much as we've been talking about Cloud9, you also have to talk about the other side of it too, which is 100 Thieves and the expectations versus reality. Because not only is Cloud9 doing much worse than expected, 100 Thieves is doing massively better than expected. They have been looking so good. You know,
well, let's not abuse the English language, Azale, by saying that 100 Thieves looks so good. They should have won that last game, threw at Herald, had numerous incredibly questionable engages, kept trying to hammer a square peg through a round hole of team fighting instead of using their team comp's win conditions, and then randomly won because Team Liquid made a critical error that allowed them just to push and end the game.
But no, instead 100 Thieves are just willing to say, no, we're not doing this right now. It's not the play. Vulcan and Berserker, again, just going to be shoved back underneath the turret here.
They're taking 2 weeks off to accommodate Valorant. Yep. And they're not even going to be in the main studio when they come back. They're going to be in a side studio. So I don't understand why they couldn't just be in the side studio, take this week off, nobody's in the main studio, and just be in the side studio for an additional week. Instead, we have to just make sure our viewership numbers suck because we go head-to-head with the Super Bowl.
Part of a very damaged greater group of grubs. All right, Blabber.
What about when 2 more respawn?
Well, those are just imposter grubs.
What?
Yeah, those are just imposter grubs. They're just
new collective.
No. They're just
The
showing up.
OGs still say separate.
Yeah. He's
you
just.
guys don't know what I've been through.
Yeah, he's never gonna be able to truly have the same bond with the two new grubs as Berserker has to run away with the ghost down here. Tried to step up a little bit.
Whoa.
Nearly snipes him out. The Hunt are gonna be able to truly have.
What?
Yeah, those are just imposter grubs. They're just
new collective.
No. They're just showing up.
He thinks the recall's coming through.
Don't know what I've been through.
Yeah, he's never gonna be able to.
The
truly
disrespect.
have the same bond with the two new grubs as Berserker has to run away with the ghost down here. Tried to step up a little bit. Meech nearly snipes him out. The Hot Coco's not gonna get rid of all that.
That way they can show an increase in viewership after the break. Dude, I cannot wait for their viewership announcement where they're like, yeah, we are slightly up. Even though it took them getting multiple new co-streamers, including a bunch of Brazilian fans who do not, like, let's be very clear. You can increase LCS viewership, but if it's with European and Brazilian people, it doesn't matter because it doesn't actually make the league more money. Because the sponsors of LCS do not give a shit about Brazilian or European eyeballs. Okay? So if you're up, like, less than 10%, when all you did was get a bunch of Cadril and Bayano co-stream fans, you are down. You are down. Because that means there are fewer actual Americans watching your broadcast, in spite of the fact that you switched it back to weekends. It is worthless. It is worthless. We still don't know what State Farm actually does in Europe. Well, State Farm has not sponsored the LCS in 2 years, so.
Being able to soak up a lot of pressure. Speaking of, Fudge is going in though. Yeah.
But tell me why AT&T cares about a Polish dude or a Brazilian dude watching this stream. Number go up doesn't matter because number does not go up of possible customers. Fudge gets pulled back into the turret. Then he uses his ult late to not avoid that CC, gets flashed on, and then dies.
Just first blood zone. He does it again.
Soak up a lot of pressure. Speaking of, Fudge is going in though.
Yeah, Fudge wants the all in here with the Ragnarok snipe.
Execute there.
That's tough. I mean, they were doing quite well, being able to soak up a lot of pressure.
He took like 300 damage for free before he pops ult because he got CC'd.
Sniper, just first blood zone.
He does it again, back-to-back days. Solo kills on these veteran top laners. He solo killed Impact yesterday. He solo kills Fudge today. And what a start to this career Sniper is having.
Oh, well, let's see if he can get away from it. Vulcan
Sniper immediately runs it, by the way.
Solo kills Fudge today. And what a start to this career Sniper is having.
Oh, well, let's see if he can get away from it. Vulcan and Blabber trying to take him out.
Yep.
There's not a lot of damage on these two champions, especially when River shows up to try to lock down the strong.
It's true, there isn't.
Sniper's still incredibly low. They will be able to finish that off, but River's going to take one.
Oh, the flash blabber. No, no, no.
Quid is ready to reinforce.
Bleh.
Incredibly low. They will be able to finish that off, but River's going to take one.
No.
Blabber drops as JoJo shows up. Immediately fires off with a Shuriken flip, but as Quid is ready to reinforce, JoJo won't get anything back.
Nice reinforcement from 100 Thieves. The fact that Quid was be able to be there so he can protect River in the R2 for Akali was nice. But that makes 5
The goggles, they do nothing.
sole possessions of solo kill leaders.
He goes Dracula on him. Bleh.
From him in the top lane.
Yeah, this guy has just been incredible. And I think it's been so interesting because there was obviously a lot of community expectation and hype around him just because it's someone that you've heard about for so many years.
For years, yeah,
But
right?
when you talk to all the top laners coming into it, there was a lot of even public interviews, people saying, he's not actually that good, you shouldn't be that excited, I don't think he's anything special. All kinds of top laners were saying this, but he's come out and I think he's really kind of
Yeah, big credit to Sniper, man. These solo kills are really good.
than people thought so early on into the split. He talked about it in one of his interviews with us. I think it was actually yesterday after the win. Maybe it was even with interview with you. Just saying how he's been able to improve so quickly once he has been in these LCS scrims, these LCS games.
2 Canadians on 100 Thieves. Who are the Canadians?
And he's just been able to soak up all that knowledge, and soak up all that experience, and is
There's 2
really
Koreans.
up his play.
Yeah, that interview with Jap, but the interview that I had with him on pros, like you got to really understand that he recognized that this was going to be tough to get into the league and just be able to perform and showcase the best of himself, and he was able to do that here today.
Exactly. I mean, he's able to actually chunk out Fudge, and then he kites back because, again, if you do this full 100 to 0 style play, the Olaf is going to win those, but he's playing around his cooldown so effectively. You know, he got the Q1, he got the early damage down on Fudge. Fudge starts backing off. Fudge looks to turn with the ulti, and he just backs off.
Can you explain to me as a European what do the LCS sponsors actually provide as a service? I never heard of anything. Which sponsors? AT&T is a telecommunications company. It's a cell phone service provider, an internet provider, telephone, landline provider. MasterCard is a credit card. Dude, the funniest one is those fucking egg rolls. That's actually hilarious. I looked up that company, Pagoda, and it's a division of Schwann's, which is a frozen food brand that's really big in the States. They own a lot of like pre-made frozen food goods. You hear AT&T or total assholes? Man, I loved AT&T. I had AT&T fiber in LA, and it was awesome. I've had very good experiences with AT&T.
Kind of ridiculous. Yeah. You basically just didn't miss any CS the entire game at that point, and they are now moving Berserker here over towards mid lane. I think C9 wants to fight for the second round of grubs here, and they're going to send Jojo down towards bot to answer Meech because he has TP. So if there's not someone down there to answer, it is going to be stopping things as we're seeing the gank counter there, but we've definitely seen a couple more ganks, I believe.
We've seen more, I think. Yeah. But it's nice to see Berserker actually now holding on mid wave, just because he did lose a wave off of.
But I have very good service too with AT&T. They're very attentive, customer service wise, and the fiber I had worked great.
Alongside Blabber to find a pick while still being able to catch up in CS. So I think that's a good move here for Berserker.
I kind of want to see
Secret Lab is a chair company.
I mean, there's no TP on Quid, so Jojo should always be able to threaten the answer. They have TP on Fudge. He obviously just base, so maybe they're going to wait a little bit, but especially with your bot lane playing mid, when you have that.
And I'm sure you know what Kia is, the Korean car company. Hilarious that Kia sponsors LEC and LCS, but the Korean car company does not sponsor the English language broadcast of the LCK.
Also worth keeping in mind, we are 12 minutes into the game. The Herald's going to take over the pit at 14, so if grubs are part of anybody's plan, they're going to have to be that sooner than later, as Jojo should be able to complete this recall. Nicely done.
And a question that I have for you, Azale, is like, who do you actually think has the scaling advantage in this game? Because it feels like Cloud9 is playing in a way where
Kia's Korean, yes. Hyundai and Korea are the same company. In classic Korean fashion, same company creates two different kinds of cars.
I think if it's just straight like front to back 5v5, I think it's 100 Thieves for sure. And Melio, I think, really does make a big difference in these layer fights. You're going to get almost zero value from Sejuani ult. It's so easy to just have the Breath of Life to actually cleanse that away. I also think, they have really good dive to threaten Berserker. And if Akali and Olaf aren't ahead...
Okay, so Akali's side laning now.
Obviously, there is always kind of the X factor of if you can come from flanks, if you can find multiple angles, then it becomes a lot easier.
Quid's gank sense is tingling. Doesn't want to show. Sees the Bard now on that side of the map. Now make a play into top side.
If 100 Thieves are marking the flanks, it's really hard to take down their comp.
That's a big if, because that's why I was interested, because
Korean cars are losing huge markets. What does that even mean?
Hard to peel off Olaf, but if
they're the car brand leading theft numbers. Yeah, but that's for cars that were made years ago. They fixed all those problems.
I'm assuming it's going to be Aatrox.
Yeah, probably.
Kia is amazing. That is Grady for the win. That is false. Kia is making great cars right now. Look at all the reviews of all the Kia cars. Look, I own a Sorento, and I will tell you that the new Sorento is substantially nicer than any car of comparable price in its class. Like, that is, saying Kia is trash is like such an outrageous take.
Hasn't really been the case, as obviously Sniper got that solo kill on top side, and that's really been where the only action has been.
And it's 14 minutes into the game now, so no more plates. About a 1,000 gold lead for the
like, no, the Toyota Highlander is a worse vehicle than a Kia Sorento or Telluride. The quality of what you get for a Kia right now compared to the price is extremely good.
Still maintains about that 3-wave lead over his opponent.
Yeah, but I will say it's going to be tough for Cloud.
Kias are not trash.
Right now, the Dudes have full control of mid lane, because while Berserker is able to farm for mid, you know, he's just getting wave consistently pushed in, which allows 100 Thieves to clear out the ward tower, and now pushes Akali off of the wave.
Literally just go look at any car reviews of Kia's in the last like 4 years, and Kia has been bodying everybody.
And Berserker's going to have to be willing to fight for it and be strong enough for it.
I also like 100 Thieves just, hey, you got the first Drake, prioritize the second one. If they end up trying to trade the Rift Herald back, whenever you're up against Bard, your Rift Heralds naturally have a lower value anyway, because if the Bard's on point, if he's properly tracking where the Herald handler is, he can stop the charge from being successful into the turret. But it looks like C9 are going to be the ones looking for that objective next themselves. Only a little bit of timer remaining on the Scuttlecrab vision that was secured by Sniper earlier. He is walking into what...
I'm a car rental manager. Kia stepped up their game huge. Yeah, it's true. The old Sorrento before the redesign, where they made it like the Telluride, was bad. But when I have the first wave of the new Sorrento redesign, it's great.
Vision that was secured by Sniper earlier.
All right, enough about cars.
Into what could be a very, very bad spot. He pops the world ender, but it's his world that's about to end.
What is he doing?
Now diving into the middle of 3 as a teleport's ready to come in and reinforce C9. JoJo's into the back. The smoke is already popped.
What is Sniper doing? How did he live? What the fuck? Why would you walk there ever? Ever? Why does 100 Thieves like into every Herald? Why are they like this? It's actually insane he lives through this. River still has ults. This might be fightable, crazily enough. Watching this after G2 is rough, dude. It's so rough.
But we'll see how they're going to be able to do from here, because they also got both the summoners off of Meech, which is obviously a big concern potentially for that.
I love how out of this play, 100 Thieves somehow gets fucking Herald. Vulcan. I think Raz is laughing at the hilarious magical journey right here. He has to flash out. He has to ult out. Now, the real question here, guys, is you got rid of them. They literally cannot fight this anymore. Ayla has also ulted. Why does he ult? Who can say? Now, why don't we just take Herald, guys? Why don't we just take Herald and push out top lane? Okay, walk away, walk away, walk away. But here's the thing. They use TP. Sniper still has TP, and Quid is still around. And Quid is at full HP. So they actually have to back off because Jojo Pian has no TP.
If they could find the pick.
Not the size that counts, right? But
focused on that.
Where was the Bard ult? Oh, he missed it. He missed it.
JoJo's into the back. The smoke is already popped. Sniper's trying to stay alive, but he barely gets away. JoJo ain't gonna find the kill here just yet. That cozy campfire's keeping them all warm. C9 retreating back as 5 into the topside river. Sniper lives, but
Kali butchered her second R. Let's take a look.
If they aren't careful, River now diving into the middle of 3 as the teleport's ready to come in and reinforce C9. JoJo's into the back. The smoke is already popped. Sniper's trying to stay alive, but he barely gets away. JoJo ain't
gonna find the
kill here just yet. That cozy Sniper's trying to stay alive, but he barely gets away. Reinforce C9. JoJo's into the back. The smoke is already popped. Sniper's trying to stay alive, but he barely gets.
It got nuked by the chain, it looked like. Jojo TPing and insta-flashing. Yeah, you have control. Like, again, it's about what are you trying to accomplish here? If you're trying to accomplish, like, Sniper sent it. All you have to do is threaten the flank here and take Herald. The Herald plus the actual turret you would get afterward is so much more valuable than what you could win in this fight. Right?
Retreating back as 5 into the topside river. Sniper live.
Right? Like at this moment in time, you've used a lot of the tools. But like let's think about what you still have if you're C9. So the Akali ult is not up yet. It's 3 seconds. Ult. Okay, you use this, but you still have this. So why not just turn back and hold the W, take the Herald, and then you can instantly potentially use it in the mid lane because this guy has to recall, and they have used Milio ult and this ult, and he's 50% HP. If he TVs back in, they're probably just going to die. Because you can also just deny any kind of engage onto the Herald by using Bard ult. Like, you're doing great. It's also about knowing your win cons. And if your win con is to get a late game Zeri hyper carry game, then just take the Herald and take the incremental advantages.
Not the size that counts, right?
Now diving into the middle of 3 as the teleport's ready to come in and reinforce C9. JoJo's into the back. The smoke is already popped. Sniper's trying to stay alive, but he barely gets away.
Now that was so close, but my eyes were focused on that 3-inch Bard portal. I was just interested to see if they could find the pick.
Not the size that counts, right? But we'll see how they're going to be able to do from here, because they also got both the summoners off of Meech, which is obviously a big concern potentially for that next fight. We'll see if there's going to be any sort of a strat break to it. They forced out some sums, but it just kind of keeps on rolling.
Into thinking he
makes his way into the final kill.
It was looking very, very killable.
Yes, especially once he got that Q1 on Akali and he was just one more away from death. I was like, oh no, he's looking for it.
I thought he was going to have him. He snaps him out of the Shroud. Sniper played this well. He didn't have his ultimate. He didn't have his flash, remind you. Otherwise, maybe could have actually chased for it. So that Q2 delays him getting back into the Shroud, which pulls him back out of it. Then the Q3 lands, and you start to think this is going to be another solo kill here for him. But then once Sniper is fully committed, Fudge comes in with the TP. This portal coming in here from Vulcan, slowing him down with the meeps, allowing him.
I do love how aggressive Sniper is, though. It's fun to watch him play.
Just runs him down. Good play.
He just needs to have better map awareness. Because some of these plays, I mean, he's been condescending it.
Overall, works out well for Cloud9. They're TP down, but it doesn't matter too much because of what happened prior when they were getting Rip Trailed, 100 Thieves that is, they're looking for a fight here.
Yeah, Blabber's Sejuani ulti not doing what it wanted there, so Meech not locked down. JoJo's just going to keep pushing here in the top lane. Unraveled Earth! Kali there inside, keep the pressure on, but Quid making his entrance here with a Weaver's Wall, gets JoJo stuck.
Oh, that's bad. You can't get out of this if you're JoJo.
Picking up a kill.
No TP available to bail him out of that one. He just got pinned in, pulls tower aggro, and Quid has a 2v1 with the turret on his side.
Oh my god. Every time I see a Talia ulti go through there, I wonder where it's going to pop him, but it popped him straight into the turret.
As the resident Akali hater, I am going to sleep to that clip tonight. That was beautifully done by Quid to outplay any of Akali's mobility and shut JoJo down.
And a cool fact here about this game, as we just watched JoJo die, is he actually had the second highest total CS of any major region at 14.
Whoa.
Only player with more was Showmaker.
Hold on, Blabber immediately starting things off here as River has to
JoJo die, is he actually had the second highest total CS of any major region at 14.
Blabber just gets W'd, stunned, stun locked, Vi ulted, and destroyed. And how did Fudge die?
Hold on, Blabber immediately starting things off here as River has to disengage and Sniper's got the kill back on the
Okay, I'm not even sure how Fudge died there. I hear him ult. I guess it's just a massive amount of AoE. You can't even really tell how he died. Why is Bard not ulting the turret? Excellent question. Because he used it right there. He used it right there. He used it right here to stop River from getting into the play, which obviously did nothing.
Hold on, Blabber immediately starting things off here as River has to disengage and Sniper's got the kill back on the Sejuani. Both junglers are going to drop, but Fudge is also killed. 100 Thieves are up 1 in the skirmish as JoJo finally makes.
Yeah, it is on hit attack speed, Varus. So he probably just got a few autos on him and then procced.
With 2 people down from C9 side.
Jojo going in. He wants the perfect execution, but it's Quid executing Jojo. A killing spree for the Talia. A 4,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves as they knock down the tier 2 turret.
Just obliterating Cloud9. They try to use the portal there. A little cheeky portal to get.
Yeah, I wonder what the purpose of the Olaf is this game. Like, what are we supposed to do with the Trinity Force Olaf? Is he supposed to win the side lane versus the Aatrox? Because he's not gonna get into the back line and survive with this build.
Quid just takes them down, hasn't pinned in. He doesn't get him enough of space over the wall there, and you can see the frustration setting in on Jojo.
The minions are dead.
Dead, yeah, of course. So it's just the minions just die off. Quid just takes them down, hasn't pinned in. He doesn't get him enough of space over the wall there, and you can see the frustration setting in on Jojo. The laning phase going so well for him. Dies there, comes back after the respawn. They look for an engage after Blabber's dead, and he ends up dying again.
Yeah, I was wondering how, oh wow, just based off, I think, the Talia Qs that were kiting backwards, they were also able to get the kill on Fudge overall. We're seeing a different side of 100 Thieves, because even off their wins, they were generally pretty scrappy. They're looking for another pick on Sniper, though.
Sniper just backing away. He's already got the edge of
I mean, how are you gonna...
That second item providing the spell shield makes it much harder to find these plays against him. Yeah, he has to pop the World Ender, but he's all right just using that to escape. Vulcan will try to annoy him a little bit as he grabs the Gromp, but C9 had to commit 3 up.
All right, just take Drake on the other side of the map.
100 Thieves moves on to Soul Point, securing the Drake at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, totally worth. Oh my god, it's gonna be Ocean Soul with a fucking Aatrox too. That's so good.
Good flash.
Barely gets away from that one. Nicely played. As you can see in the bottom left corner, Jojo happened to escape from 100 Thieves' moves back in the mid lane.
He's been eating a lot of pressure and playing well on weak side, and that's what I've been talking about. This is a different side of 100 Thieves that we've been seeing this split. This has to be one of their lowest kill games. And generally, even just off the last game versus Team Liquid, it was up and down. The goal difference was going. He's recognized.
All major reasons it was the endless amount of farm. Only had been passed by Showmaker in one of his games. But
and just a kind of side of that pick that he found on Akali, I think, yes, he has been working well with River to play off sides.
What's my opinion on Blippo this split? I mean, he's been pretty good.
Well, I think it's just kind of
he brings that Blippo flavor. I think most of the... I haven't seen the FlyQuest games from this past weekend yet. I'll be watching those, tomorrow and the next day. I mean, most of the whoopsies have been because of the bot side this split, not because of, like, Jensen inspired and Blippo. They've been really solid.
He was not showing what he was capable of. And this split, people feel that he is.
Well, Blabber going for a potential engage here on 100 Thieves as they step up into the C9 red side jungle. Looking to control some vision, control more of the rift, choke C9 out.
And 100 Thieves should absolutely be looking for picks right now. Meech just gets caught out. Okay. All right. Instead, they get picked off. And they give up Baron. What are we doing? Jungle, looking to control some vision, control more of the rift. I mean, Sniper's not even there, right?
C9 out. It's still about a 3,000 gold lead for the Thieves as Meech gets caught. Nice Bard ulti there.
Sniper's not even there. Let's see where they think Sniper is.
He was not showing what he was capable of.
So what is Sniper trying to do right now? Because they see everybody walking into this side of the map with the wards, right? They see River walk up, take that out. They don't know where Aatrox is. But they keep seeing people, I think, with this ward. And you cannot be invading the jungle with a Varus, Milio, and Vi alone, guys. Like, what? What is this 3-person supposed to do? You don't see any of them on the map. You literally see 0 people. And they're the ones who have, there's the cross swords. They're like, fight this, fight this. You see 0 of them. You don't have a tank or any kind of damage.
Control more of the rift. Choke C9 out. It's still about a 3,000 gold for the Thieves as Meech gets caught. Nice Bard ulti there. 100 Thieves are going to have to try to protect him, but Blabber and Jojo are
Meanwhile, Quid actually just moved Sniper out of the way of this engagement. Look at this. He literally knocks him over the wall so he can't get into the fight. And he basically bottles up his own team.
That was a great play from C9. Yes, Ayla was able to cleanse from the Blabber's ulti, but Vulcan's ulti that followed.
Like, look at this, guys. So there's only 3 people here. They don't see the Akali. Okay, so they see the Akali on this ward, maybe. But they know Akali could be there instantaneously, obviously. You walk in. He pops off in the meat grinder. He pops off in the meat grinder. Berserker just comes in and ults. Look how free this is. He just shoots straight over the wall into it. Sniper literally can't engage because he's knocked into the river. How does Quid live? He just flashes into Baron bit? Yes. That was really bad, guys.
That was a great play from C9. Yes, Ayla was able to cleanse from the Blabber's ulti, but Vulcan's ulti that follows, be able to catch them up and then just ram straight into him was a great follow-up in that fight.
Yeah, Berserker able to be pretty much untouched in that fight, getting a lot of damage out. Fudge as well.
It was just so free. Like, you're trying to invade their jungle and fight for vision when there could be 5 people in their jungle. You literally have no idea. And the Aatrox's mid lane, sure, you've got Talia ult, but by the time you get there, I mean, your Varus is dead.
Berserker goes over the wall. He's just firing out shots from the right side of your screen, and with Fudge unstopped in that front line, chasing
100 Thieves, their macro is, let's just say, a little bit suspect.
But it is 3 kills and the Baron for Cloud9.
And that was able to join the fight, but there was just no way out for both Ayla and Meech in that one. And even Quid.
Have I watched this live? No, I have not.
He took way too much damage, flashed out. There was nothing he could do there.
I mean, it had been 20 minutes of 100 Thieves building up a lead, getting those first 3 drakes.
Yeah, we didn't see the flash from Meech either on the Bard ult. How about Meech just flashes that Bard ult? Great point. But it's LCS, so, you know, I've watched JoJo not want to flash Bard ults. Nobody wants to flash Bard ults in LCS.
Post 20 minutes over by the Baron, there's such a big cost to that. You know, 100 Thieves thought they were in that challenge for this dragon. It would be all of these wards in this entire section of the minimap are really all Cloud9.
6-6, 500 gold lead for C9, but the stats on those 3 drakes for 100 Thieves will make up more than that. Considering
why not watch LCK? Because there isn't any LCK games on this week, so this is what we got.
Do not want to give away this Ocean Soul 200 Thieves. See whose flashes are available.
Yeah, Kali, even though she's been side laning, really hasn't gotten that much CS. Yeah.
Maybe he does. It's hard for me to tell on the thing. Hard for me to tell on the thing. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and see here. C9. They're going to go ahead and start this up, but very slowly. Blabber can tank it pretty much forever. 100 Thieves still thinking about how they want to approach this.
All you have to do is wall the Olaf out of the fight. He literally cannot go over walls. He has Ghost. Just wall the Olaf out. Just wall him off. Just do this. He's fucking useless if you do this. What is he going to do? Nothing. No, don't let him walk onto you. Meech, I swear to fucking God. Why will you not flash that? You saw him cast it. He's in your face. Look at him. You literally see him cast it. You don't need to save Meech. You do not need to save Flash for anything else because you have a Milio. Milio will help you get out of the fucking glacial prison. Millia will help you get out of that. Just please, for the love of Christ, flash that. And then you flash afterwards.
Jojo brought into the whole rest of the team. Meech gets caught again. Beautiful.
And then you get hit by Bard Q anyway. You get hit by Bard Q anyway, and then Akali just dumpsters you.
Flash up the wall, but Jojo's ready to follow him. Cloud9 are going to bulldoze these guys again. Sniper's trying to stop him as Berserker has to flash up the wall, but he kills River while doing it. Jojo marking Sniper with the Shuriken flip. It's 3 dead for 100 Thieves.
Why do people like 100 Thieves? It's like 100 Thieves topside trying to hard carry their incredibly bad bot side.
Still stunned by it. So makes it so much easier for Cloud9 to follow through. Man, that was a tough one for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that was really well done there from Cloud9. They had such a good setup as well. You know, Fudge was kind of sitting over on the side. He was playing by that blast cone, so if 100 Thieves committed into the fight, he could just take the blast cone over the wall. In this case, they're the ones engaging, so he just goes forward. And 100 Thieves really wanted to force it because that was their potential soul, but they didn't have the best setup for it. They're trying to push in all from the same side. They're opening themselves up for this engages, for these flanks from Cloud9. Cloud9 really punishes them with that, and now have opened up a 4K gold lead out of seemingly nowhere. This was 4K in the favor of 100 Thieves just a couple minutes ago, and we can watch this one more time. Fudge looking for the wraparound on the side. The TP comes in from...
This guy's actually trolling, by the way.
And then here from Vulcan, you called it out, Raz. The perfect cue here.
That's right. Somebody in chat mentioned that JoJo puts a pink ward over the side. Yeah, actually true. JoJo predicts this. They even hit the Bard Q.
Or not, because the timing was there. It sets up JoJo. Oh my
God. That was crazy. I was wondering how 100 Thieves were going to play it. If, you know, Sniper
Berserker almost trolls that by flashing forward, or by engaging over the wall, sliding over the wall while Vi still has ult up.
Just opens up, and so his Bard play is great. I know on Twitter you called himself out that he wasn't playing the best. This is a great response.
His whiff flash Q on Bard yesterday was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. So he had to make up for it, you know?
This is a good makeup.
If you don't love him at his yesterday, you don't deserve him at his today.
All right, well, we've had about an ad. That's how you win
Peg
Thieves.
Dies anyway, so that is really, really costly. So they have to really be aware of the ults from Vulcan point, because if you... So the job is everything you really do look for where you can take over. So the answer is it's going to be really tough for 100 Thieves, but it's got to be about how they start out the fights, mark the flanks, force them into this kind of straight front to back where you can maybe win.
Just create a pick. Please, for the love of God, just find an angle on Fudge with wall. Oh my God, now Fudge is in the middle of all of them. Oh, there it is. That's the classic Azael growl. What a play from... He does that every time hype play. What a play. That's the Azael casting moment. What an ultimate. What a Q. And he goes. It's the same intonation every time. That's his casting tick. They could have ended even with Penta Chase. Maybe. I think it's safer just to take the Baron, though. Like, why do you think you're going to lose this game?
He has been really good. Has 100% KP, by the way, on the Bard.
Yeah.
1-0 and 13. 0-0 and 14, you know, maybe the perfect score. So he has a little bit of work to do there.
Okay.
Shouldn't be stealing those kills from a team, but
room for improvement.
We can watch this one more time. I mean, River just kind of too far forward. I think he thought he was safe because the squad is around him, but everyone from Cloud9 is already there. River is kind of forced to ult in, ends up getting burst down. That 3-man ult from Vulcan making all the difference. Then look at Berserker, takes the Bard portal, ease over the wall. 100 Thieves in trouble again.
We are not
Bard ult misses.
Sniper caught in a bad spot as Fudge goes in and Meech goes down. JoJo's got the first, make it a second.
Okay.
Retreat, but JoJo's got the perfect execution and
Berserker, no! Berserker flashes over the wall.
Execution and Berserker finds another kill. Sniper at least gets one back. Finally shutting down the C9
That this game is over if Berserker doesn't flash that wall. Look at where the minion wave is. They have Baron buff. This game is over if he doesn't flash right there.
Tries to retreat, but JoJo's got the perfect execution, and Berserker finds another kill. Sniper at least gets one back, finally shutting down the C980 carry, but it's still a 3-for-1 trade. It's still C9's fight.
Yeah, it's a 1K shutdown, which is going to feel nice, but at the end of the day, it's a 1K shutdown.
And Aatrox with flash up and with ult running. Yep.
Cloud9 going to be able to take another item, it feels like.
Pentakill one more time.
Yeah, and you can see Fudge on 4-4 as well. Still team fight and how well they can work together in 5v5. It's maybe not a dominant game, but at the very least, you know, they can be happy that they've been able to pull this one back.
Exactly, they're showing improvements, and we still have like that 2-week break that's going to happen, so just being able to scrim through a lot of it is going to help them tremendously. So like, we've showed a lot of replays about how, yeah, they're about 2v2. Actually, they're going
Wait, hold on, the Bard ulti's not gonna hit the mark this time, and JoJo gets
being able to scrim through a lot of it is going to help them tremendously. So like, we've showed a lot of replays about how, yeah, they're about 2v2. Actually, they're going.
Okay, so that Bard ult misses. So guys, let me ask you a question. What do you think would happen if we just Bard ulted the turret? What do you think?
They're about 2v2. Actually, they're going.
What if we just Bard ulted the turret?
Wait, hold on, the Bard ulti's not gonna hit the mark this time, and JoJo gets shut down. Meech has the kill, and Flower's stuck on the front line. Cypher Show brings it right back on in, and C9 overplayed their hand. But now what about Berserker? He'll try to kite it out, fight it out, but no! Another play coming out from the beam, as Berserker gets all the health bars low, but none of them low enough. They'll lose Ayla in exchange.
Fudge is split pushing, guys.
C9 lose the fight, but Fudge takes the
1 or 2 more seconds there for Berserker. I think he actually kills the whole team, and then the game is just ended by Fudge, who is down in mid lane. Capitalizing.
Have to see that one more times because they are looking for Quid there, and yes.
Why don't you just Bard ult the tower and dive them with Sedge ult?
Yeah, but here it is now, kind of chasing after. They get those initial kills, and they say, you know what, we're
Or, I mean, alternatively, like, if you don't want to dive the tower because Melia ult is still up and, like, there's a ton of counter engage, it's very hard to dive this team. You know, it's very hard to dive this team. Ayla does still have ult up, by the way. You have Chain of Corruption. I mean, the ult doesn't matter, but you have Talia E, right? You know, you're stunning yourself here. Right?
Have to see that one more times because they are looking for Quid.
That's Akali, who literally just gets chain CC'd, Vi ulted, and destroyed because she comes in on top of the Talia E.
Have to see that one more times because they are looking for Quid there, and yes.
And then she just gets bounced around on top of it forever and then Vi ulted. Like, if you miss the Bard ult, like, the counter engage of 100 Thieves composition is extremely strong. And you have to use dashes to close the gap, which Talia E just shuts down.
So gets the stun on the dash there, then the double fling. But watch this damage from Berserker. How close was he? What, needs 1, 2 more autos to probably kill the entire team there. Yeah. That was really close. If Quid
Yeah, they're laughing. They're like, can you believe they tried to tower dive us when we had Talia E up?
I literally think he kills the whole team. And that is one of those montage double pentakill games here from Zeri. But they are able to get that kill. They are able to shut him down. And they're buying themselves a little bit more time. Because yes, there's double pentakill close. Get the stun on the dash there, then the double.
Set the tone.
Yeah, but here it is now, kind of chasing after. They get those initial kills, and they say, you know what, we're going to send it. Quid goes forward, puts the E down, so gets the stun on the dash there, then the double fling.
Beautiful EW combo.
How close was he? What, needs 1, 2 more autos to probably kill the entire team there. Yeah. That was really close. If Quid missed him with the seismic shove or got the E out a split second later and didn't get the stun, I literally think he kills the whole team. and that is one of those montage double pentakill games here.
I think Azale's right about that.
But they are able to get that kill. They are able to shut him down. And they're buying themselves a little bit more time because, yes, they're still down 6K, but they've closed the gap a bit. And if they could ever win a fight and get Soul, hey, that gold lead doesn't really matter anymore.
That gold lead still at about 6,000. C9 with the past 2 Drakes. We're going to have play this.
Any pick, remember, Ghost on Berserker, no cleanse, any pick. It could just be Meech's ulti, it could be River going in, could immediately to deal with. This game's not just
team is aware it's Baron coming up.
Towards his death cap, but he needs about 1,000.
Okay, so good Baron control on Vision for C9.
He has the gold for the second rod, but not for the combine of the two just yet. Oh, but he's got to be careful.
Oh, 2 ults go out, 2 ults go wide. C9.
Do not fight this, C9. C9? C9, do not fight this. Do not fight this. You just used Bard ult and Sejuani ult. Do not fight this. Do not fight this. Do not fight this.
That's the guy you got to keep your eyes on. As Blabber's going to be engaged on, and JoJo is killed in the smoke. Fudge tries to dive into the back line, but he ain't going to find the damage just yet. Berserker has to kite backwards. 100 Thieves found 3 kills. Berserker and Vulcan now seeing if they can get anything else. They want to allow the Zeri to go away on 100 Thieves' side. They don't want to fight Berserker in this. He's still trying to see what he might be able to pick up. 100 Thieves 5v2 are being pushed back by the 2.
No! No, 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 no!
Too far forward. Quid rides the wall trying to take him out, but the shutdown from Berserker as he burns away the ace for 1 for 100. Jumps over the wall.
He got killed by red buff.
Too far forward. Quid rides the wall trying to take him out, but the shutdown from Berserker as he burns away the ace for 1 for 100.
Oh my god. And they gave up Ocean Soul. They gave up Ocean Soul.
He's not quite there.
Why is this exact? Oh, man, I'm so glad I watched both these 100 Thieves games back to back because this is exactly the same game. It's exactly the same game as the Team Liquid game. The other team just blows crucial ult cooldowns for no reason in the mid lane.
Oh, but he's got to be careful.
Blabber. Where was the Glacial Prison even supposed to go?
So he's not quite there. He has the gold for the second rod, but not for the combine of the 2 just yet. Oh, but he's got to be careful.
Where is that going? You can't even see Meech.
But not for the combine of the 2 just yet.
He literally cannot see Meech. I guess he thought Quid was going to juke that way, but Quid juked the other way because he thought Quid was going to juke this way, but because of the Bard ult, Quid jukes this way. And at this point, it's like, whatever. It's okay, right? You hit the Chain of Corruption. It's like, okay, just back off. Just back off. Not a big deal. You get a stun onto Ayla. Ayla still has ult up. Jojo Pien goes in thinking he has an angle, but he just gets Vi ulted and then AoE'd, and he gets hit by Talia and Aatrox AoE in the Shroud.
Is killed in the smoke. Fudge tries to dive into the back line, but he ain't gonna find the damage just yet. Berserker has to kite backwards. 100 Thieves found 3 kills. Berserker and Vulcan.
It's the same game. It's the same fucking game. I watched this game versus Team Liquid. It's exactly the same fucking game.
100 Thieves 5v2 are being pushed back by the 2. Berserker jumps over the wall, but he goes too far forward. Quid rides the wall trying to take him out, but the shutdown from Berserker as he burns away the ace for 1 for 100 Thieves.
They should be able to get Soul now. They can go straight there. It is
I don't get the Olaf at all. It was to prevent them from picking Ashe, guys. It was to prevent them from picking Varus Ashe. And look, 100 Thieves does something smart. They're like, wow, they're all dead. We can actually just send Vi over to solo Drake, get Soul and Baron at the same time. Flame them. Flame them for missing all of their engage ultimates and then attempting to re-engage with 0 crowd control.
Make it so much easier to deal with Fudge. Fudge didn't even feel like he could get close to killing Ayla there, but wow, it was so tough to deal with Berserker at the end of it.
Yeah, he has those ulti stacks, he has that ghost available. you know, knows he has to look for some sort of a big play. Doesn't want them to get the Soul, doesn't want them to get the Baron, but he gets tagged by that Q there from Meech, and it's enough damage with that burn to be able to knock him down. And now it's a little bit of desperation time here for Cloud9 as they're overloading the side lane, trying to see, can we find someone out here, try to get some sort of a pick. The luxury items are coming through on the other side. Now the death cap is completed. We have double GA as well for the top side from 100 Thieves, which is going to be that next massive fight for them.
40 minutes into this game, and I have no idea who's going to walk.
Went from about 5K in lead to 100.
I can't believe 100 Thieves had a 2-0 week playing like this, guys. It's actually embarrassing. Everybody's like, LCS is so good right now. This has been horrific, man. 100 Thieves, like, literally just catching the fumble as their opponents just trip over their shoelaces in front of them. And, like, the W fumbles have been outrageous in both of these games by Liquid and by C9.
C9 feel like they should still be able to fight this one, but 100 Thieves are going for the throat.
River just walking up, making sure that he has that presence, that he creates that space for 100 Thieves to keep the war machine pushing.
Monty, you might say they punted 63 yards off the opposing team's foot and recovered. Chiefs, the luckiest team in NFL history. It's actually outrageous. They're like blessed by God or something. It's so crazy.
Just clearing out the waves. Another enchanted Baroned up minion wave comes in. A little bit more chip damage under the turret, but nothing huge just yet. Cozy Campfire buffing up the Thieves. Sniper eating a lot of turret shots. River unafraid of the Akali smoke. But with Blabber coming back to life, 100 Thieves decide to bail.
Yeah, this is one where maybe 100 Thieves, you know, showing a little bit of inexperience there, trying to end in a position where it was going to be very difficult.
100 Thieves, the youngest team in the league. Them being this good is pretty refreshing. I agree. There are things that I've liked, for sure. I think Sniper's legit. He's got some good team fighting and some, you know, good angles on flanks at times. He has the occasional whoopsie moment, but that's to be expected. Now, Meech and Ayla, not so sold on these guys. I mean, Ayla's not going to get better, guys. He's not. Like, we know what Ayla is. Ayla's never going to get better. He never was good. He's not going to be good. He does not need to be an LCS.
It was going to be difficult for C9 to play into Talia's E. Like, how many dashes? He's been playing really well, and it's been difficult for C9 to take any opportunities off the board.
But the top side is good here. But we knew River was good. And Quid is turning out to be better and better.
Came from Redemption, from Ayla, made it easy, but Jojo Pun just didn't find an angle.
We are seeing so many builds get completed now. Sniper just got his 6th item. Fudge has been on 6 items. Berserker's been there for a year and a half. Meech also.
I mean, Talia is also just disgustingly good into the top side that C9 is running. Talia is just really good in general. She probably should be banned. On this patch, Korean teams are just going to be picking Talia and flexing her mid-jungle all the time. She's too strong.
Unless he finds that perfect flank, it is so difficult. And we even saw him on a good flank angle in mid lane. He can die 100-0 in the Shroud. That is the reality.
Vulcan hasn't been the main problem this game, guys. He's actually had some good ults. Like, it's the team's calling that's so weird.
To try to immune things like the Vi ultimate, you know, to be able to try to stay alive in that Shroud. But it's just been so hard for him to.
Is the items her Q got buffed? She was good anyway. She was pro viable anyway, and now her Q is even stronger.
Just yet. It's about 1 minute and change until both the
6 items for everybody.
Are live at the same time.
I like the BT a little bit more. I don't think you're punching through too much armor in this game right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously you're going to get the kind of like HP bonus damage.
Yeah.
You'll have a lot more health. You're going to get that flat additional life steal past what I have from the shield bow and my runes.
Yeah.
And trading that for a little bit higher DPS. So higher risk, higher reward, and we'll see if it pays off for him.
The best survivability is to kill all the other guys.
True.
Then there's no way that you're going to face any serious threats. C9 try to get themselves back out onto the map now. Seismic shove, not going to find the target. Zeri Zap also missing as it fires through the ruins of that tier 1 turret. 100 Thieves making sure they stay past the river, guaranteeing that they're the ones applying the pressure. Baron and Elder both about to spawn.
No shot you trade Baron for Elder, though.
Coming out from 100 Thieves, yeah.
Go down to bot side.
Yeah, they're like, you can't just straight rush for the Bear, and that's not, I don't think that's going to work.
The Elder's just way stronger.
Yeah.
You need to contest Elder, and now Cloud9 have full positioning. 100 Thieves sacrifice that.
C9 are just starting this one up, but they are not going to try to immediately burn it down. They're just trying to bring 100 Thieves to them. River coming around from the side, but Blabber's ulti misses. River finds Berserker, but he's all alone. River's going to have to revive now with the Guardian Angel as Quinn gets locked into the stasis. Jojo buying a little time by himself, but they're shut down on the enemy jungle. Goes over to Berserker.
Berserker?
He needs Berserker, but he ain't going to find him. Another Guardian Angel gets procced. Berserker is on the run. Jojo maybe still looking for an angle here off to the left. 100 Thieves lose a man.
Olaf's really useless without Ultra Ghost, though.
Exactly, that's where the Ocean Soul is going to come into play here. Jojo's going to base, though, heal back up, and he's going to TP in. Berserker's pushing out bot lane, healing up off of that, and we'll have to see, can 100 Thieves find this re-engage here? They're trying to wait for River, and Cloud9 can just play the waves. They got to answer Berserker right now, or they're going to be losing their base, but if they go for Berserker, then they're going to lose the Elder, and Cloud9 feel like they're putting 100 Thieves in a checkmate. Just play the waves. They got to answer Berserker right now.
From C9, applying this pressure in multiple different points. Meech and Ayla, again, just trying to keep the remaining C9 players away, but it's Quid in the enemy base. Quid now back on that mid lane inhibitor of C9. He's going to kill it in 5 auto attacks. There it goes. Jojo had to go back and try to defend that one, and C9 is right back onto it now. A TP going into the enemy base from 100 Thieves as all of C9 is fighting for the outer trade. Quid and Sniper are just trying to end it.
Oh my god, the end game call. He's too huge. Ah! Oh my god! Wait, what? How do they get a double kill at Drake? What is going on in the Drake pit? Oh, Olaf is TPing. Olaf is TPing, so they leave Vulcan and Berserker there alone. Oh no. All right, it's a good flash by Ayla. Credit to him. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Fudge TP'd back into the base and left his bot lane there. And they could actually end. That's so funny. Olaf doesn't have ult. He can't do shit. Yeah, you can't. The Olaf is useless without ult, guys. He doesn't do anything. Jojo TP'd into enemy base? I mean, you don't win this base race if you're C9. There's just a nexus. Why would you TP? Why would you You definitely don't win that. What? Like, you 1000% do not win a base race like this. Fudge cannot stop them. He has no ult and he has no ghost. He just dies. To be fair, I don't think you win the 2v3. You have a higher chance of winning that 2v3 than you do of that play. I'm sorry. You have a higher chance of winning the 2v3 than you do defending that play. But, I mean, they lost either way. This is true. They did lose either way. But, I mean, I think it's hilarious that he just TPs out and leaves Berserker. He just leaves them there with River, like, resurrecting. You know, if he doesn't TP, though, like, they definitely lose the game because they can't kill Sniper fast enough, so he has to TP. But the result of that is that 100 Thieves... I mean, credit to Ayla here. He actually did do a good flash over the wall, which delayed Berserker enough for River to respawn and use ult. Jojo wins if he gets attack speed boots in Lich Bane. No shot. I don't think so. It might be closer, guys. Do you think he wins if he has attack speed boots in Lich Bane? He's not even close, guys. It's not close. It's not close. Like, no. He doesn't win if he has attack speed boots in Lich Bane. No. Zero chance. No. No. Disagree.
It had it all. It had solo kills. It had drama. It had back and forth team fights. It had base races. What more could you want from a game of League of Legends?
That was insane. I mean, Akali had to.
Oh, they tested it. The Nexus needed 2 hits. Yeah, the Nexus had like a tiny amount of HP left.
It wasn't free. Even after the mistake, the 100 these make going for Baron instead of Elder.
Yeah, he still doesn't. There's no way.
They found an angle. Talia went mid, and Sniper followed.
Man, I want to see what.
Listen to voice comms. Are there voice comms after this?
I do not know what happened because River does return and it's Berserker getting caught out as Ayla flashes over the wall.
Ayla does make the hero play. I know I spent a lot of time making fun of Ayla in this, but he does actually make a good play there.
At the Elder, or were they watching the base race too? Like, were they actually seeing, panicking and kind of overwhelmed in the comms of the moment? Because that's a situation where that was a clear turn. Like, you do not burn the Elder. The Elder still had like 8k health. Really seeing
Yeah, it's true. That's a good point by Azil.
the Elder, I do not know why Cloud9 did not try to turn. They get basically 2v3'd in this. I do not set 20 ult out, but it's just cleansed off by Ayla. Berserker's still hitting the Elder. I do not know why Cloud9 did not try to turn.
Yep.
They get basically watching the base race too. Like, were they actually seeing, panicking and kind of overwhelmed in the
banger game. How do you feel after that one?
Yeah, it was a banger game. I mean, I tweeted about it. 100 freeze games are always like this. Just expect it. We can't avoid it.
Why is this happening? You guys had a big lead, then Berserker gets a pentakill.
Go to voice comms. Where are the voice comms? Are they at the end?
I was watching his area. Hey, Berserker, can we in? No, go Baron. No, we can't. Go Baron. Are you sure? No, yes, I'm 100% sure. Okay, 20-second rule. I learned from Mithy. Okay.
He says 20-second rule. I'm not sure they could have ended there, guys. I think the safer call is to go for Baron.
He's fine, he's fine.
Jerry, I thought.
Yeah. Kill Jerry.
Kill him.
No flash, no flash.
Can you guys end?
Yeah, we can. Go.
We can.
Jordan, what are you doing?
I chase Jerry.
I don't end, by the way. I don't end.
He's fine.
Jerry, I thought.
Yeah. Kill Jerry.
Kill him.
No flash.
Can you guys end?
Yeah, we can. Go.
We can ult. Ult, and calling off.
I think the drag fight, if Berserker hadn't flashed and died to Aatrox, they could have ended then. That's when I would have tried to have ended, because they had Baron already. That end was free.
Go. They don't have TP, guys. They don't have...
Just sprint it. He does no damage to tower. Just go! Oh my god! Just freaking hit him, by the way. Yeah! GG!
Holy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You have to listen to the C9 comms. We were listening to the C9 comms. 45-minute games like the LCS of old. Indeed. Before the Penta?
Give me. Hey, pen. Yeah, I'll try.
Yes, no stop push.
Do we have 30 seconds? Yes, we need that. Hey, we can then when Zerg does this. No, we can. Go. Jordan, what are you doing? I was watching.
What happened to C9? Well, luckily for you, on my YouTube channel, I have my Corpse 9 autopsy, so you can go look at that. All right, guys. We'll be back for LEC tomorrow. We'll be back for some LEC tomorrow. We'll see how many games we can get through, and then we'll probably do some LCS tomorrow as well. And then after that, we'll do we'll do Summoning Insight tomorrow night, and then we've got Power Spike probably on Wednesday. Is it literally just MonteCristo? It's GG MonteCristo on YouTube. You can find it. Search Corpse 9 for the video. Yeah. So I will see you guys for more of this tomorrow, and then more LEC and more LCS over the next couple of days. See you guys then.